Hello and welcome to the final day of the MSI Play-In Stage. 10 teams entered to compete for 3 spots in MSI groups, and all that's left to decide is who is going to get that last one. You can see fans loaded up and ready for the games today. Excited to see who will take it, SuperMassive or the GIGABYTE Marines. Both teams expected to come in strong for one final best of 5. Now, today we will see, once again, just so many people excited to be there. I'm Daniel Dracos. Joining me for this complete EU LCS takeover of the desk is James Stress O'Leary and Andrew Vedieste. Welcome, gentlemen.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Wonderful.
Usually I ask you and then you respond. You're throwing me off a little bit, I'll be honest.
I am wonderful. Thanks for asking.
Just, I wish you could say this for the whole show. Ignore him for now. Get on with the show. We'll be fine.
All right.
It's all right.
Good. I'm glad.
I don't
Thank you, Stress, for holding us down. You keep it together, okay? I appreciate that. All right, well, before we get into today's match, let's get a quick reminder on how our remaining teams got here. Despite dominating their groups in Week 1 of the play-ins, GPL's GIGABYTE Marines and TCL's SuperMassive were unable to net a match win against their counterparts in Round 2. That does now leave them to duke it out against one another for the final spot today. and truly a wonderful series of matches leading up to this very rough, and especially for the GIGABYTE Marines, because they had such a close series against North America's TSM.
Oh yes, it was a very exciting series to watch. Everyone expected TSM to take a very clean 3-0, but then the GIGABYTE Marines, they brought their style to the party and they made it work, getting themselves a very swift 2-0 over the North American favorites, made them look like the favorites at the very start of that series, and everyone was expecting them then maybe even take the 3-0 for themselves, but unfortunately TSM were able to adapt and find their way back in.
And a lot of that adaptation came from some of the picks that the GIGABYTE Marines had used so well. The Ziggs in the bottom lane being taken away was a big power pick. Also, a few weaknesses shown for the top lane as well. Off the Gragas wasn't quite working for the GIGABYTE Marines. So we'll have to see now whether that is something that they will be able to fix coming into today's series.
Yeah, see what they can do, because of course we contrast that to the other side. We saw Turkey's SuperMassive completely and totally outclassed by the LMS's Flash Wolves in their 3-game series.
It's always exciting getting to cast the Flash Wolves, but only getting 3 games sub 30 minutes is maybe not exactly what we're looking for exciting series overall, but Flash Wolves looking very dominant against SuperMassive. I mean, Casa, Maple showing up huge, coming out with fast games, good performances from the mid and jungle, and honestly, Flash Wolves just looked like they were outclassing SuperMassive at all aspects.
And Casa running the God Fist Lee Sin, true to his word, that guy is a machine, demolishing the competition and making so many great highlight reels that you start to understand why so much hype went into this guy coming into the competition. And Flash Wolves, they made a statement with this game saying, we are ready for MSI, and it was a good warm-up coming into the main event.
And when we look at that series, too, it really felt like SuperMassive did not exactly know how to deal with the aggression coming out of the Flash Wolves. That was a major concern in the series overall, and the big question now remains, very similar style coming in for the GIGABYTE Marines. How are they going to handle it if they're able to play at the same level?
That's exactly the problem that we have to look at, is the fact that Optimus and Levi, despite losing that series, they are still like Maple and Casa, and being able to take that same aggressive play style is what will likely undo SuperMassive once again. If they get given the picks, if they get given that setup, you have to look at it. Not even Bjergsen and Svenskeren could hang against Levi and Optimus in the first 2 games of the series, and SuperMassive may not quite be able to react and adapt quite as well as North America's #1 team did.
And you have to wonder, right, because when you look at the other side of the table, when you have Stomage and Naru, these guys have not had the best of performances, especially against the Flash Wolves, but it's difficult to have a good performance when you are going up against Maple and Casa. So I think that there are big question marks around how will they be able to match up against that of Optimus and Levi. And I think it will lead us to an exciting matchup, because they've already played against what is a very aggressive style. And now, while Levi and Optimus like to emulate that, at least they now have a better idea of how to deal with it.
And while we talk about the styles being similar, we know that Karsa kind of all about that Lee Sin, the Rengar for setting up the plays. However, we saw the Kazakhs sort of be the key pick for Levi. So I'm curious, from your guys' perspective, what is the most important thing for GIGABYTE Marines to secure in the pick ban phase in regards to jungle if they want to set that up?
In terms of the jungle, I'm really looking at towards the big 3 of Lee Sin, Elise, and Kazakhs. We did not see a single Elise game from Levi in his series versus TSM, and I feel like that was actually a big question mark for me, because even though it was left open multiple times, he always had a preference to go towards the Graves, and I don't think that he played the Graves poorly, but it didn't seem to be the same sort of playmaking style that has worked so well for the GIGABYTE Marines.
Right, I think the only time I want to see the Marines default over to the Graves is if they end up in an Ivern matchup and you can pick something that paces alongside it. I don't really want to see them first pick it into the jungle, as you're alluding to. I think that aggressive style works so much better.
Now, if we look at the opposite side, if SuperMassive wants to control the GIGABYTE Marines' aggression, we really want to see them fall back to what worked for them in Week 1. And for those compositions, it felt like it was all about Zeitnot.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. With the Ivern, even early picking Galio into the top lane for SuperMassive in the draft, and everything was built around, let's let our AD carry the game, and that worked very well for them when they weren't facing this insane outpacing jungle mid setup that was just pushing back that AD carry matchup as far as possible, just always going bot. They couldn't handle it.
But we talked earlier on about what we saw in terms of the top lane being a weak point for the GIGABYTE Marines. Haunter really exposed how difficult it can be for Stark to have success in the top lane if he's not on a favorable or even a safe matchup. So when you look at it, SuperMassive have options. They could look to go back towards playing around bottom lane, take away the Ziggs, and then you actually set Zeitnot up for a pretty potent, successful, powerful bottom lane, or you can just look to invest all of your resources towards the top and try and make sure that Naru has something safe in the mid lane.
And that's also interesting because Fabulous was perhaps the best performing player against the Flash Wolves. MMD did a good job, but I still think Fabulous was maintaining a decent position. I think against a top laner like Stark, who we did see weaknesses from, I think that's where Fabulous can do a great job, whether it's on a carry, whether it is the Galio they secure. Top lane may be another avenue here for SuperMassive to play through, not just Zeitnot.
And while the top lane is really interesting, I want to talk briefly about the bottom lane, because one of the big issues that we saw in the series was when Caitlyn was banned out against SuperMassive, they seemed to fall away from the protect the AD carry strategy. Is there something else that they can opt to go for here? Is there another option if they want to run that back, or is Caitlyn being banned kind of just going to shut that down in its entirety?
Well, we did see them bring out the Lucian during the group stages, and that worked beautifully for them, right? Like, you don't necessarily have to have some safe, long-range AD carry to play around. You can do it old-school Sven style, where you basically use him as the main tank, and he just runs away with the gain. And I think that Zeitnot as an individual seems more than competent enough to be able to play the Lucian. It's very much just about being able to get through that early laning phase, because we saw from a team like Flash Wolves, if they see an opportunity, they will punish it, and the GIGABYTE Marines are no different.
I think one of the most interesting things about the GIGABYTE Marines on that is they also have shown that it's not just about the Ziggs. They tried playing the Sona, which, if you do get ahead in the laning phase, may be able to shut out some picks. So I think it's a very interesting bot lane that, while against stronger teams, the Caitlyn and the Ziggs were big picks for one per team. I think in this one, we're going to have a little bit more variety. I don't think it's quite as dependent on one ban coming through. So it's an exciting duo lane.
And of course, for me, one of the big concerns, GIGABYTE Marines, they played all 5 games. It feels like they put everything on the table here. SuperMassive on the other side, a quick 3-0. Same pretty much bans throughout the entire series. It seems like SuperMassive haven't really shown us anything. I feel like there's a lot more that they could have at their disposal. But GIGABYTE Marines, is there something else that we expect to see from them, or are they kind of found out at this stage of the tournament?
I think the pressure is on for the GIGABYTE Marines to find new strategies in order for them to come out successful, because TSM seemed to have found their number when they banned away the Ziggs, and they put a little bit more focus onto the top half of the map, or even the jungle pool of Levi. So I think that if they can get Stark on a matchup that he's not very comfortable on, if they are able to get Slay and Archie off of the bottom lane that they don't have as much success on as they do with the Ziggs Karma, then perhaps SuperMassive will be in a better position during the laning phase.
I think there's only one tiny thing as we see the players take to the stage now that we maybe saw from SuperMassive that they wouldn't have wanted to show. It's very small, but it's the fact that Naru does play that Fizz. We haven't seen it from the top side that much out of Fabulous, but maybe that flex potential that the Marines themselves were using with Optimus, with Stark.
All right, well, there's a lot of potential avenues, a lot of potential options here for teams in terms of strategy. Gentlemen, I want some hard predictions from you coming in this series. Who is going to take it? Why are they going to take it? And what is the score going to be?
In my opinion, I think that the GIGABYTE Marines will end up taking this 3-1. I think that they have a much better understanding of how to play their own style. And what I'm seeing from SuperMassive, they've very much tried to emulate what is considered the perfect game, or, you know, being able to play scaling compositions, play much more towards min-late, have good control over the map. And I think the GIGABYTE Marines are just too good at underhanding that, finding these early leads and being successful at punishing them.
So despite the weaknesses that we talked about earlier, potentially showing all of their strategies, all their cards on the table, you still think that SuperMassive aren't going to be able to handle the strategies that they've shown?
Yeah, I think that they will come out with more. I think the GIGABYTE Marines are just a team that seem to have a lot of wealth of tricks up their sleeve, and I'm expecting a return to the Elise. I'm expecting more playmakers coming out from Optimus, and my expectations are pretty high of the GIGABYTE Marines.
I'm going to disagree on the fact that there are a lot of options in both teams for why they could go ahead, but I think SuperMassive will have more openings against the Marines than they did against the Flash Wolves. I think while it will be a similar style, it's not going to be as clean as we were seeing from Casa, from Maple. So I think SuperMassive will drag games out. I think it's going to be 3-1 in favor of SuperMassive. They'll be able to ban out whether it's the Lee, the Ziggs, and get themselves a solid basis to the game.
Is that just the difference between mechanical skill that we expect between Optimus Levi versus Maple Karsa, the difference in coordination of the team? What is it that defines the differences there?
I think it's less on the individual skill, but Flash Wolves work incredibly well as a unit. And yes, the Marines work well as a unit as well, But I think Flash Wolves are on a different level to the GIGABYTE Marines. And that's where I think SuperMassive can actually contend because, you know, here and there they got a tower, they got a few little objectives. I think they'll get more.
All right, gentlemen, well, a divided desk. Make sure to tweet at LL eSports with the hashtag MSI2017 to let us know what you think. Weigh in on the discussion and who will make it through the group stage. Throw in some of your favorite big plays of the weekend, and we'll be sure to share some of our favorites on broadcast later today. But you've heard our opinions on the desk. You've heard our divided predictions. But as we head over to the caster to get into the game, let's hear what the teams themselves have to say about today's matchup.
Theo cảm nhận của riêng em thì lối đánh của họ có xoay quanh vị trí xạ thủ khá nhiều mà em sẽ tìm cách khắc chế lối đánh.
É obrigado a fazer aquele recuo. Já teve aquecimento bem gasto. Consegue eliminação em cima do Pentkins. Vai conseguindo mais uma vez a SuperMassive penetrar nas defesas da Wolf.
Açıkçası Marines early'yi güzel oynuyor. Clanfield'ı yaparlarsa early yani mid game'de iyi makro yapabiliyorlar. İyi early game geçirirlerse güzel oynayacaklarını düşünüyorum bize karşı.
Ultimate dash pega no White que protege o companheiro. Leve se aproxima agora, vira uma luta generalizada. Leve pego na prisão aquática. Tá voltando pra base do Tirol, mas ele não tem teleporte pra voltar.
Mà họ tung ra một lối đánh mạnh ở đầu trận thì nó hoàn toàn hợp lý bởi vì hầu hết các đối thủ họ gặp trong vòng bảng đều được đánh giá thấp hơn và việc đó sẽ bóp nghẹt đối thủ và họ có thể giành chiến thắng dễ dàng. Nhưng việc đó cũng sẽ là một điểm yếu của họ và để cho nếu mà có gặp họ thì đội em có thể nhắm vào điểm yếu đó để tập trung bởi vì khi chúng ta đẩy quá nhanh trận đấu thì chúng ta rất dễ mắc sai lầm.
Está chegando agora o Naru, vai tentar essa chegada no gank, tenta o First Blood, perseguição, Roma ainda tenta sair vivo, mas é First Blood no Naru.
We watched all the Marines games and I think they are pretty strong, but still they have openings, I think, not like Flash Wolves, so I think we are confident we can do well against them.
Đội Thổ Nhĩ Kỳ họ di chuyển và lấy mục tiêu rất là nhanh và họ có thể chơi bảo cái xạ thủ rất là tốt.
E o desafio continua. Não acabou o caminho deles, não.
Confidence on both sides. We'll see how it all pans out. Welcome, everybody, to the final match of the MSI play-ins. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young. Joining me to wrap up our week in Sao Paulo is Zach Rusty Pie. How you doing today, man?
Fantastic. Happy to be casting the last game, sending our last representatives to the MSI main event stage.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be pretty hot in Rio. Now, before we get into that champion select, let's review the starting lineups. On the blue side for game number 1, it is going to be SuperMassive from the DCL. It is Fabulous up in the top lane, Stomaged in the jungle, Naru on mid, Zeitnot the bot laner, support is Doge, and their coach, Exorant.
A strong team in their own right. And on the red side, it's going to be the GIGABYTE Marines. Top lane Stark, jungle Levy, mid lane Optimus, bottom Slay, and support Archie with their coach, Tinnikun.
Yep, Slay a big part of why we don't call them 80 carries anymore. That Ziggs coming out big for him, but when it was banned away, things were a little bit different.
Yeah, look, he was a fantastic Ziggs player, and that's a great place to actually kick that one off, right? The Ziggs, the Ashe, two big champions for Slay, and it's always going to be flanked by that Karma. Get a bit of lane pressure in the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, but he's going to have a tough matchup, right? Zeitnot, that's the man that the TCL team always wants to protect, and he comes up huge with those damage numbers for sure. And speaking of SuperMassive, they start on blue side. They won the coin toss, which means they had the selection for this game. They'll have it for game 3. And if we go all the way to 5, they will have it as well. However, get a little bit of mix-up. There we go. Let's get ready to get into that champion selection very soon. How do we think, though, about the differences in the regions, what we've seen so far? Because these two teams haven't matched up this whole play-in stage.
Yeah, so this is the first time that Group A from the play-in stage will play against Group B from their own respective side of the groups. We've seen them play against TSM and Flash Wolves. And from what you can take of those series, GIGABYTE Marines looked fantastic. They took 2 games away, almost 3, from the NA representatives, but we don't know if that actually indicates how good they are as a team or if that's TSM underperforming on the day. Same thing applies with the Flash Wolves against SuperMassive. We know SuperMassive can be a good team. They smashed their group stage, and then they just got smashed by the Flash Wolves. So is that actually Flash Wolves being really, really good, which I believe it is, or was it SuperMassive underperforming? That's all decided here when we watch the losers play against each other now to really determine which team is most deserving of going through.
That 6th spot, tight race for that. But all coming into it, we thought that SuperMassive was going to be a top contender. The GIGABYTE Marines were a much more surprising aspect. A lot of us were looking at the likes of Lion Gaming to kind of make it through in the Group B, but surprise contenders indeed, and there's a big reason why some of those guys, we saw them at the All-Stars at the end of last year. It's not just Optimus and Levy, but they've got a superstar team in their own right.
They definitely do, with a hint of inconsistencies around the rest of the map. I think that's the big problem for the GIGABYTE Marines. Levy and Optimus, fantastic players, hard carries for the team. The early aggression is something to be admired from them. Honestly, can catch teams like TSM off guard, but the rest of the map does have some small inconsistency problems. Stark, the obsession, the necessity to have Gragas as an example. Like, yes, they can flex the Gragas. That's a very strong utility behind them. But in saying that, he did not look anywhere near his top level of play if he's not on that champion.
Yeah, target bans might become a real thing, especially in this very early game. Obviously, you have time to adapt and change things throughout the series. We talked about GIGABYTE Marines having to have particular picks and having a lot shown in that series versus TSM. That's something that the Turkish team could take advantage of as we load up into picks and bans for the start of this match.
And as we jump in, Pyro, there are some very obvious expectations. The two bans that are already up on your screen, flanked by a third, very much expected. You've also got potentially the Karma, maybe even the Ashe taken away from the GIGABYTE Marines, but so far so good with these ban phases. Not a single surprise, because this is what they've been winning with.
Yeah, a lot of research done, and they had a long day to think about it after the losses that both teams suffered a couple of days ago. A couple of Yordles taken off the board, but that Ziggs and that Kennen, and now the LeBlanc falls.
Now Lulu's the only remaining champion that you'd have to look towards. GIGABYTE Marines with one ban left. They may still look towards that after getting rid of the Galio and the Caitlyn already, but they've removed half of the duo. And so perhaps they throw down the gauntlet, say they can counter it, and if they actually leave the Lulu up and let that be first picked, they may still go towards something like the Gragas for themselves, early rotate their jungler with that Lee Sin Gragas, and just kind of go for it. Pick the best comp for themselves.
So they do leave the Lulu up, and instead it's a Varus that's banned away from Zeitnot. He'll have to find something a little bit different. He might go back towards the Lucian, but not going to be picked in this rotation.
It's not like just the Lulu, though. Remember that the Ivern is also up and available, and I feel like if SuperMassive forego that fact, which they have, will the GIGABYTE Marines actually even look at Ivern? Because I would imagine that's a bluff. They would not pick that. That's not Levi.
No, it's definitely not his style. He's been making the highlight reels, and not with the Giant Tree Man. It's been all about the Lee Sin, the Kazakhs, the likes of that. When we talked about Karza being a massive performer, well, Levi's not too far behind him, and we've been seeing him for a couple of weeks now. We'll see what they decide to rotate for him. That Gragas is locked in for Stark. He'll be back on the Comfort.
And hoping to see alongside that Gragas, as we mentioned, perhaps the Lee Sin. Vedius also mentioned champions like Elise are going to stand to attention, but Graves is also there, and Levi may just think it's too high of a priority champion, clears too well. He might even be hoping that he's against the Ivern if he goes towards the Graves now, so it could be preemptive. They may even just forego the jungle pick till later in the pool as they're on red side.
Yeah, it could be a bit risky, though, because you have a couple more bans coming through, and as the seconds tick down, the GIGABYTE Marines lock in the Jhin for Slay.
And it's an early rotation of Jhin. They know the enemy AD carry. You do have to really look at this one and challenge why they're considering going for the Jhin. It aids in a pick comp pretty well, having the mid-range. Very hard champion to kill when it comes to skirmishing, but no mobility to speak of on the kit. He can be locked down if an Ashe arrow, which already exists, actually does hit him.
Yeah, that could be rough. Might be looking at early QSS, but here we go for SuperMassive. The Lulu was left to them, and it's not going to be locked in, though. Last second switch up for Dumbledoge, and it's the Ashe Zyra lane we've been seeing all the way back to the start of the season.
Yeah, Dumbledoge is very high damage support for the team. He's got an Ashe with him, so as the 2v2 goes, not a lot can beat that. Even if they pick the Lulu now on the side of GIGABYTE Marines, doesn't really win the lane. They have the push, they have a lot of damage.
Play to the strengths, that's what SuperMassive's game plan is. It has been all about that bottom lane, and well, they had some trouble dealing with Karza the other day. We'll see what they do now. It's the Lee Sin locked in for Stomaged.
Yeah, good denial, actually. Stomaged can play the Lee Sin himself. He's quite a good Lee Sin player, but you always look at Levi and you say, that's the Lee Sin guy. So very clever stuff here from the SuperMassive side, the TCL region, denying the jungler of choice. But again, we mentioned this. I don't think GIGABYTE Marines want to pick their jungler just yet.
No, they're going to say, that's okay. We got plenty of tricks in the book. As the Lulu is already picked up here for Archie, so they fill out their bottom lane. That's a lot of sustain there.
Not the best 2v2, though.
And phase 2. Definitely not. But it's a little harder to get locked down now that you've got the Whimsy and the Wild Growth at level 6.
Yeah, pretty hard to kill, I guess, the Jhin in this case, but the 2v2s are going to be a little bit lacking. The Karma perhaps could have shored up the lane weaknesses that a Jhin has, but Lulu, it could actually indicate, once again, empowering the jungle position. Lulu goes well with a champion like Kazakhs, which is something that Levi does play.
The Shen is banned out by the GIGABYTE Marines. It goes back the way of SuperMassive, and they remove the Kazakhs themselves, starting to dig into Levi's pool just a little bit more.
And we have to look towards what the ban is going to be alongside that Kazakhs. If they commit to the jungle pool, Elise probably goes along with it. Perhaps the Grave. again, depends where their priorities lie.
Yeah, starts to neglect that mid lane matchup though, so we might see the likes of the Syndra coming out.
Yeah, Syndra is a big pick here. Actually shared between both of them, but I'd say Optimus has more counters to the Syndra.
Definitely the case, as Rumble is going to be the final ban on the GIGABYTE Marines side up against Fabulous. Played that in their last game against the Flash Wolves, not found a lot of success, and there's your Syndra ban.
Yeah, so they removed the Syndra. Fabulous having champions banned away from him, Galio, Shen, and Rumble total. He still can default to something like the Nautilus, and you'd expect to be perfectly fine. He has played Nautilus, I believe it's up there with his most played champions. And so they aren't banning him out, so to speak, they're just getting rid of his best choices.
Yeah, and now with the GIGABYTE Marines, the next best choice for Levi is going to be that Graves. It's locked in. Fair amount of AD split between that and the Jhin, but got a little AP damage as well from the Gragas, but that is still a pretty mean comp if they can lock somebody down.
It just pains me a little bit still to see this Graves locked in by Levi. It's not the big early playmaking champion that we want to see from him, but Graves still has a lot of early pressure. It can work. We'll have to see if it does.
Yeah, I mean, just got to get some flashbacks though, right? He did 2 games on Kha'Zix and dunks on TSM, and then the Graves, not quite as effective. He was still pulling his own weight.
The comp.
As the last locks are pulled in here, it is going to be that Nautilus, and Naru's going to be throwing some rocks.
Now, it really does come down to Optimus as to what he'd like to play against this. You can go the aggressive Talon route, try and be a damage dealer. Zed also quite applicable in that respect. Or you can be much more of a control mage, but with LeBlanc taken off the board, Syndra taken off the board, he'd have to default to something a bit more like the Orianna if he really wants to look that direction. There we go.
All right, so we get juked at the last sec. The Karma you were talking about looks like might be the mid lane choice.
Yeah, it feels like they're going to be playing a Empower the Levi game here from the side of GIGABYTE Marines.
When he's your standout player, you want to make him as big as you possibly can. That seems to be the game plan for both teams, but not as much on the Protect the Ashe. Yes, there's some shields, but there is a whole hell of a lot of poke. Some solid rotations that SuperMassive can do. We'll see how this one pans out against the GIGABYTE Marines.
It is most curious, however, that the Jhin is still with this composition. You could look at, in my opinion anyway, the GIGABYTE Marines draft and say they could have ordered this just a little bit better. They perhaps could have drafted a little bit more efficiently, but the composition that they've comprised for themselves is still a perfectly fine comp. They've got the fact that they have the Jhin is actually the most important part because it can still lock people down. They now have a form of crowd control that can be coupled with damage. If Lulu hits a slow, Karma hits a slow, Graves even with a smoke screen, all of these things can set up well. They aren't completely reliant on having a Gragas flash body slam as their forms of engage. So as it stands, whilst it wasn't the ideal situation, they've still put themselves together with a decent team composition.
True that, and it also helps the way that they like to play with the high mobility composition, speed boost between the Karma and the Lulu can help them in those quick decision making. SuperMassive are going to have to keep their intervals tight. Watch their backs. They don't want to get collapsed on. The team from TCL and the team from the GPL battling it out for a final spot in Rio de Janeiro. The big stage at MSI awaits. The play-ins. This is going to be the last hurrah for them as the Thundersticks go up. The crowd gets cheering. We'll find out who's going to take this one. Will it be the GIGABYTE Marines or will it be SuperMassive?
A lot on the line for both of these teams, Pyra. Fast-paced game to be expected out of the GIGABYTE Marines, but will SuperMassive match it? That's always going to be the question. Based off the team compositions, you'd have to say that they're very capable of doing so. Kill-oriented jungler if they choose with Stomage. There's a lot of damage there.
Yep, early game. We'll have to see where he decides to keep his focus, but right now it's a 5-man stack in the bottom. SuperMassive, they're looking for a little bit of cheese, but no one's biting on the bait there as Archie doesn't go too close.
They've learned their lesson. Remember that when SuperMassive played against the Flash Wolves, game number 1, level 1, they walked into a bush, lost a flash, and look at what happens afterwards. Of course, they've got a Zyra again, so they're going to set up in the bottom lane. The fact they go down there as 5, they have learnt their lesson in that respect. But it means they can set up the plants if they choose. However, there is a response, a visible response.
There we go, gonna get that ward cleared off, but now that they know it's there, not gonna go any farther.
And this isn't the first time that Optimus has gone for a sweeping lens. He actually did it in his set against TSM, I believe, denying some vision and trying to prevent the eyes of SuperMassive. It's a curious choice to actually see this happen, especially for a mid laner, but what this does mean is that Levi is super important in placing wards around the middle lane to protect him or finding the enemy jungler.
Yeah, especially against an early game jungler like the Lee Sin, and now they actually wander their way into the Raptor Pit, seeing Stomage who turns a quick 180. This is going to be a camp steal away. Gonna be able to get 1 or 2, goes in on the big one, has the smite. So he nabs a little bit of experience off the back of it, but that's still going to slow him down to start things off. Interesting choice by the GIGABYTE Marines, 3-stack.
It is actually a very good decision because, again, Zyra is going to start in lane. If she starts in lane, she's not going to be that elite, nor is Zeitnot. Naru not helping is the only other problem that you'd have to have a quarrel, perhaps, towards what SuperMassive started this game off with. Lane pressure absolutely in control in the bottom lane, however, for SuperMassive. So whilst it was a decent decision to deny experience away from Stomage, playing towards the strengths of what the GIGABYTE Marines want to do, it does impact this bottom lane.
True that. They're going to be pushed back for the time, and now Levi's actually found Stomage. Speaking of pushing him back, he starts to swing that jungle matchup. Red buff versus no buff. Stomage is in trouble, end of the line, and he's going to have to flash away. Levi running this jungle to start things off.
And this is what it means, the battle now of the strong lanes. If they empower bottom SuperMassive, the opposite thing happens for the GIGABYTE Marines. They put Stomage down while simultaneously bringing Levi up. The Storm Raider surge throughout that engage was enough to actually keep him closer to the Lee Sin, over the ward hop distance, and actually almost secure him.
Oh man. Your jungle? Not enough.
My jungle. That was efficient as heck.
Going for it, doubling up on those double buffs, and now things are looking good for the GIGABYTE Marines to start this off. His first blood happens down in the bottom side. Things couldn't get any worse for SuperMassive right now, but Archie, there's the heal forced out of Slay. Zeitnot nearly gets a return kill as the Doge falls for first blood.
All right, well, I take back everything I say. The bottom lane's not going to be winning. Disregard my narrative. Apparently, Slay and Archie just have what it takes to 2v2 them with a minion wave there. I don't blame SuperMassive for fighting that, but that didn't go as planned.
Yeah, Zeitnot, Archie's looking tasty with bait, but there's an exhaust on, and he's flashing forward. Oh no, it looks like he might have baited himself as a big shot from Slay completes the 2.
And Slay crits it and quits it, just like that. Lee Sin also nearby about to find Levi, but this bottom lane from the GIGABYTE Marines is just going absolutely berserk.
Here's how the start of it all happened.
Now we get to see this kill as it happens once again. Lulu hits the slow, impossible for Jin to then miss the slow, barring some kind of mistakes. You don't really see from this position how someone should die, but it's just that simple. Slay works around the crit, 2 flashes forwards, and easy as she does it.
Yep, Stomage now trying to make up for lost time down to the bottom side. There's a few wards out there, but the slowing down that the GIGABYTE Marines were able to do is really enough to keep him on the back foot. And Slay and Archie picking up a couple of kills down bottom. Certain isn't hurting. Now Archie's going on a roaming spree with Levi. The action's not going to stop anytime soon, Rusty.
And notice that Archie's also keeping himself invisible there as pressure now mounting in this middle lane as Levi gets closer to the level 6 point. This is the one.
Ooh, the flash auto, and it's Optimus optimizing what he can do. Now a kill in the mid solo. Stomage coming in.
And it's a bait. They want Stomage to hit the Q here onto Optimus because they've got Lulu and Graves nearby. They want this Lee Sin. They're out for blood, but they've been spotted.
There we go. Now he doesn't take the trip. Levi's going to tag his way in. Stomage is going to get nothing. Lee Sin cannot catch a break.
He's on struggle street. Experience will be there, but the gold, the items, everything else will not be for Stomage. Naru going down in his lane. Zeitnot, Dumbledoge dying in laning phase. They said they could contain the pressure perhaps. They have strategies in place. Well, so far the opposite has been taking place. The weak point of the GIGABYTE Marines is winning.
Yeah, now Optimus
and diving
in
bottom.
To go for the dive. Dumbledoge and Zeitnot, oh boy. Talking about struggles, this one's going to be rough. It's a 4-man gang squad party in the bot lane, and they're looking to come in for Dumbledoge. He goes back to tower safely, but Zeitnot is not so lucky. It's Archie that picks up the kill with a help picks. The Doge is caught. He's taken out, and now it's Slay on a 3-0 killing spree.
This team is on fire. 2 kills at the same time. They didn't even say, screw it, we'll just get Dumbledoge. We'll go for the tower. They make sure that both members of SuperMassive's bottom lane goes down. The turret soon to follow with it. The cannon waves here. And SuperMassive, they have no response.
GIGABYTE Marines are moving out 5-0 the kill count. Slay is going to be around to collect that tower gold, and a little bit of damage on the mid is all that SuperMassive can get back. We're 6 minutes into this game, Rusty. We thought it was going to be action, but this is another level.
You remember week 1 of the play-in stage when teams were trying to have as many kills as the clock? Well, GIGABYTE Marines are doing it as a one-sided affair. Just themselves, 5 kills, 6 minutes. 4,000, almost 3.5 is the gold lead. And top lane's the only one that's still holding on. I'm glad it's the first time we've seen it. It doesn't even matter at this stage because the second they rotate the Jin and the Lulu up there, all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, Optimus, he's got to be careful a little bit. He almost stepped on top of the mines. Naru, his first venture in this tournament on the Talia. hasn't really had too much luck right now, and obviously it's difficult to do, and the bottom lane of the jungle is just getting set so far behind. But if he's expected to kind of step up and fill some of the void, Zeitnot has not really been able to match what Slay and Archie have been doing.
And one important thing to note as well for the GIGABYTE Marines, I really like their decision making here, is that they keep their bottom lane down bottom, because the Infernal Drake is the first Drake of the game, and they want to actually secure that one. So Slay comes in, they place control wards down. They've all, literally everybody has refillable potions. They're trying to be as efficient as possible here. They've got their Doran's power spikes. The Infernal Drake, even though it does a lot of damage, if they set up the minion waves, slowly push them back, then they can do a lot of work. They can take it down for free, then rotate.
Right, they're compensating for some of the mobility losses that we talked about. The Jhin not having a ton of mobility. Well, he's got the very early Boots 3 that he picked up. Not to mention, you've got Archie's Whimsy. When Optimus joins the fray, you're going to be able to get the shield, the speed boost. It's going to be so hard for them to really catch him because they've made this Jhin kind of a slippery champion. And he's 3-0 on the game.
Yeah, and he's also got a lot of slows on the enemy team. So whilst he goes for the Boots of Swiftness, I do quite like that. He's against an Ashe. If they get a Rylai's on Naru, he's also got the Rock Field. There's a Cripple from Lee Sin, and Fabulous also, between all of his crowd control, has a lot of slows. And if the goal is to keep Slay alive, he needs those boots sooner rather than later to empower him, as that was close. Sweeping Lens misses.
Unfortunate. Levi's not able to get in and clear it at the back of the pit. Everyone wants that dragon.
Still set up time, though.
Marines are not in a rush to get it. They will take their time for sure.
And I feel like the red buff comes before the Infernal Drake. There's still vision there from SuperMassive on it. You can see it just to the right of your screen.
Stomage occupied. And now he might be just in time to see his red buff go by.
No smite.
See, no smite available. It's going to get picked up by Levi. Stomage just a little too late. And that's pretty much the story of this early game.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Speaking of early game.
Uh-oh.
And Naru.
Naru, nowhere to go. He gets a seismic shove, but he gets shoved out of lane as Archie's kicked back into the tower. That's
Nautilus is here.
On the board for SuperMassive. In comes Fabulous. Can he and Stomaged make the play to save the day? It's Optimus and Levi. Curtain calls opening up, and now Slay with the rampage kill. Stomaged going down. The Ash Arrow connects onto Optimus, but there is nothing but minions there, and they cannot get a follow-up. 8-2 in kills now on the board.
And they just barely clear the last minions to keep Optimus alive with pretty much no health to speak of to his name. SuperMassive get on the board. That's important. The flash kick from Stomage keeps Lulu tanking the turret. She's stuck, so she will go down. The rest of the map, though, even with Fabulous getting there first, neither of them having teleport. It was just about walking down at the right time. It's still the GIGABYTE Marines that choose to go forwards, choose to make these plays. And compliments of a shove from Naru. Again, that is good from Stomage, but now he feels like he has the possibility to go back forwards, but he can't step up. Every time he tries, he doesn't have a lot of health. He has nothing to speak of, and the Q misses. So he's pretty much out of the fight. He has to run away, but because he hangs around instead of running away, he's going to go down as the plants expired just barely. And they save Optimus's life by expiring.
Well, they don't live forever, but it seems like Optimus and Slayer are making a good go of it here. Haven't died in the first 10 minutes of the game. Neither has Stark, actually, but it's been a much quieter affair up top. We haven't touched on it because, well, pretty much just a whole lot of back and forth. A lot of sustain, but Stark with his 3-ring build, keeping himself nice and healthy. Fabulous doesn't have the shove he needs. He did get involved in that mid lane and kind of helped to make the difference a little bit, but they need some time.
He has the shove now, though. He's gone for the Spectre's Cow compared to the 3 Dorans. Nothing's going to kill the Nautilus from this stage in the game. Stark, we already said he's a pretty important member to his team. Slay.
Oh, heal, shove, dodge. Nicely done. But he's got to be careful. The rock throw there now. Naru in goes. Okay. Stomage. Levi manages to pick up Naru, but teleports are flying here. Optimus coming forward. Flash, Mantra Q. They've caught Stomage, but he breaks the tether. And now the barrel comes out, just sends him packing, but he's staying alive here as Fabulous hooks his way back to the safety of the tower. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
It's just so hard to kill the GIGABYTE Marines. Just as a team composition by itself, they still take out Archie. It's the second death for the Lulu of the game, but 403 Slay, he is doing a lot of work. Efficient early game builds for all of the members of this team. Athene's Unholy Grail, Warrior's Enchantment finished, Ghostblade also done. And while SuperMassive are turning things around, they're starting to up the tempo just a little bit more. It's GIGABYTE Marines always doing it first, every single time. As Jin's laid down the curtain call.
There we go, they've got that extra 8%
Get out of here.
AD and AP to work with now. And the rest of SuperMassive are sent running for cover. The gold lead continues to grow here as GIGABYTE Marines have themselves just shy of 4,000. We're just shy of 12 minutes into this game. Very early on, Optimus grabbing himself a blue buff or getting down towards this bottom lane again. They keep the wave shoved as well. It's hard for SuperMassive.
And credit where it's due for SuperMassive holding on. The lead hasn't grown any further, but they're not in a position to come back into this game anytime soon. Naru's item build going towards the GLP. Once he completes that, he'll be harder to kill because all of the champions of GIGABYTE Marines don't have a lot of committal crowd control. He can try and space himself a little bit better. Distance, just that extra couple of units, maybe one teemo of space keeps him alive against the Graves.
Sometimes that's a difference maker.
And it's important with a pick composition that they've pretty much got for themselves as well. The Ash arrows come through, the seismic shove there, Lee Sin kicks. Nautilus and Zyra all complements each other. Zyra often seen in Taliyah compositions, just something to keep in mind, because when they group up mid lane, they work together extremely well.
They just need to be able to execute those catches, and Slay has got to be target number 1 right now on this Jhin. Starting to step up really big as the teleport comes in. Stark finds Stomage, gets the kickback. In comes Optimus though. See if they can get it damaged. No, it's going to be intercepted by the Grom. GIGABYTE Marines are foiled here.
That menacing Toad would have got away with it too if it wasn't for him. No, a lot of damage. I mean, it's just a mid laner teleport as well, so they're okay here. Optimus can afford to throw that one. He's going to be rotating quicker in the first place, but still, the wards have always been there. They're constantly spotting out where the GIGABYTE Marines are. However, this play for the turret, can they stop it?
Looks like the answer for now is going to be yes, but GIGABYTE Marines still fancying their chances. Try and finish off this top tower.
It's because Naru's not here at all, so they're trying to play the numbers game. This should actually work for them.
Tether completes. In comes Stark. He's going to bide his time. There we go. Body slam onto Stomage, but the barrel is going to be dodged now. Fabulous is the one who's locked up, but Stark is tanking tower shots through the wild growth. Stomage almost finishes him off. It's Zeitnot that gets it done, but Slay answers right back onto the jungler of SuperMassive, and GIGABYTE Marines get another tower.
Yeah, Zeitnot smacks him from the mid lane with the Ash arrow. He's now pushing the middle lane turret. SuperMassive have made a conscious attempt here to try and trade. Naru will get the bottom lane turret. It's going to take an awful long time for Zeitnot, however, in the middle lane to even look at getting the objective himself. So this means the GIGABYTE Marines respond by keeping everybody top lane. They go for the aggressive dive, and yes, Stark dies, but that is so worth it for them, as they shouldn't lose mid if they get here in time. And overall, it's just a favorable trade.
Yeah, Optimus is going to get there to defend. It's another 2 towers traded for the 1 of SuperMassive. So the gold continues to grow, creeping forward in the favor of GIGABYTE Marines. They've got this early game. Looks like they're going to have a lot later in the game as well, if it even goes that long right now. SuperMassive still on the back foot.
Yeah, breaking 2 turrets in the top lane is actually super important, as the next Drake, again, going to be an Infernal. I feel like it's a GIGABYTE Marines thing, by the way. The whole series against TSM, I think we saw 1 ocean. The rest were mountains and Infernals. No
All
shit.
things worth fighting for.
Yeah. As if a team that wants to fight for everything gets a Drake that everyone wants to fight for.
Now, here's Naru. He's trying to cut them off, but the wall's a bit short right now. Looks like they ran out of budget. In goes Slay trying to curtain call his way to push them off. It looks like that'll be successful, but Dumbledoge is able to intercept the rest of the shots, keeping Zeitnot alive. And now GIGABYTE Marines a little uncertain here as they don't have Stark with them. He's got teleport, but he's busy on the bottom lane. Let's see if they can get this last outer as Fabulous is making his way in. He's spotted by the captive audience, and now they'll be backing off.
Yeah, they don't commit to actually taking it down. Stark does have teleport, but because Fabulous is already there, the pick that can come out of the SuperMassive as a roster is just slightly too high, a little bit too risky to commit to something this early into the game, but he's patiently waiting. I don't know if he wants to find these targets, so I'm glad he left.
Bottom. See, now Zeitnot is caught, and the hook catches Levi on the back half as he gets a wild growth. Collateral damage out. Stomage trying to get the kickoff, but he just kicks Slay back into safety. And now SuperMassive, they're out of cooldowns here. GIGABYTE Marines, they're taking a page out of the SuperMassive book. This protect the AD carry has been working out.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, Stomage misses the kick that he was looking towards, so now GIGABYTE Marines stay as a 4-man unit. Stark slowly rotating towards this middle lane, lumbering along, finding some Narus, preventing the Taliyah.
Uh-oh, might need the blast cone. Let's see if he takes it. Boom, over he goes, right into the waiting arms of Dumbledoge. Stark is gonna fall down to Naru on a last auto attack, but meanwhile, checking back in with mid. GIGABYTE Marines are trying to make the best out of a bad situation, finish off that tower, but nothing doing.
A little bit foolish from Stark, I think it's fair to say. He thought he had the one-on-one. He was just trying to keep Naru away from the middle lane, but suddenly everybody appears, almost as if there was no minion wave mid, as Optimus has got him.
Ooh, I don't know about this. Who's catching who? The teleport's about to finish off. Naru does take a lot of damage. and that's going to get canceled by Fabulous, but now the GIGABYTE Marines, the TP advantage will be soon with Optimus is coming off cooldown.
This is
start
messy,
to look towards
Pyro.
the mid.
This is very messy. This is SuperMassive playing the GIGABYTE Marines game. That's not what you want to be doing.
Not when you're this far behind, for sure. Dumbledoge is going to have to back, so is Stomage. That is the last outer tower falling for GIGABYTE Marines. And the Baron, or the Dragon, I should say, 15 seconds left.
Yeah, they should be able to get to base in time. No setup actually there from the SuperMassive roster just yet. They'll be moving over towards it, you'd have to imagine, as this is 2 Infernal Drakes in a single game, as the first 2 Drakes at around 17 minutes. So the immediate rotation, as expected, should be seen. But I would not fight the GIGABYTE Marines if I was SuperMassive. The items they've got are just way too strong.
Yep. Ghostblade does play to Drakthar, completed on Slay. He's starting to roll on forward, and you can see, even though it's been protection-minded for the rest of GIGABYTE Marines, they've still got damage to speak of. Needlessly large rod on Optimus right now, working his way towards his next item. 18 minutes into this game, it's hard to compete right now. With what SuperMassive are bringing out, it just isn't going to be enough to get the fight off. However, they're looking to cut off Slay. He's isolated all by himself. Dodges at arrow. Fast fingers there, and it helps that you got some speed boots, and now the Dragon's going to be finished off unless Stomage has something to say about it. He's too late to the party. GIGABYTE Marines are going to turn around. Levi getting kicked out, but Stomage caught inside the pit. Stark taking the front line, throws the barrel into the belly pop. It's Levi getting a collateral kill, and now the curtains are open. It's a double for the Graves, looking for Fabulous. Things are unraveling for SuperMassive.
It's never going to end. Fabulous, he's going to die as well.
Oh, baby, a triple. Levi is on the board.
Crazy. The fact that SuperMassive use 2 ultimates mid lane, they miss and they still commit to the fight, that's signs of desperation. They're playing against a mid-game team composition that's well and truly thriving in the current environment. It does not look like slowing down from here.
No, they got themselves another Dragon, they got themselves the 3 kills, and why the hell not add on top of it a mid lane tower? SuperMassive are going to be clinging to life for the rest of this game.
Not going to be an easy battle for them. Remember that the Talia ultimate is gone, the Ash Arrow is gone, and Stomage just wants to get out of here. So does Fabulous, but that Gragas cast, Stark, let me tell you, when he gets Gragas, looks like a whole new man. That draft phase could already be unraveling here for the SuperMassive side. Fabulous just trying his absolute hardest to get away, but guess what? You've now got a Lulu Karma composition with an extra triple kill going over to the Graves. That is a big carry if ever I have seen one.
Yeah, we talked about GIGABYTE Marines maybe revealing a lot in the TSM series, but it doesn't matter if you reveal a lot if your opponent still can't deal with it.
Oh, Bandit. It's like these are the things we beat TSM with. Will you challenge us on this? Will we be able to 5th pick Karma?
Uh-oh, Zeitnot going running. He does dodge the Deadly Flourish. Point blank Ash Arrow to the face of Archie, but the rest of SuperMassive are running, and in comes Levi looking for a kill. It's Optimus who gets it at the end. And now Levi gets one more. Archie's gonna fall over to Fabulous, but that's a consolation kill. That Nautilus is locked up between 4 members of the Marines. It's a double for the Graves, and they're right on mid lane. It looks like they might be turning for Baron soon.
They're 7-1-4. I think it's a little bit too early. It could take them quite a while to do the Baron, especially with death timers. Actually just being this low because they're only 20 minutes in. So the Siege seems to be the name of the game from this team as Talia says no.
All right. Throws down the wall. The minions are caught. Levi is on the wrong side, but is it because Naru just gets blown up? Dumbledoge is out. Optimus will finish him off, and now it's Stomage and Zeitnot trying to tag their way in, but this tower is already gone. 20 minutes. GIGABYTE Marines are in the base looking for Zeitnot. And now Stark, he's turned around on. Stomage just realizes he just can't shred through his health bar.
They got Slay.
He's caught. He's going to have to flash away, but you can't dodge the knock-up here. Now GIGABYTE Marines a little bit low on the retreat past Stark.
They just can't kill anyone.
Give his life, but the SuperMassive don't have damage here. Levi, godlike kill with the collateral. SuperMassive are super dead.
GIGABYTE Marines, what did they have for breakfast?
I don't know, man, but I want some.
Well and truly energized. Coming into game number 1, 20-6. Again, they're pretty much at the clock with kills in game number 1 of a best of 5. That's a tilter, Clara, that's a tilter.
Yep, SuperMassive hanging on for dear life as they have a busted base in the mid. The Baron is on the menu at 21 minutes, not just yet because GIGABYTE Marines will be backing away. And here's that play extended fight inside the base.
And just to be clear, look at the health and the mana that all of these guys have. But just barely, they have enough mana to get one more rotation. Then just one more rotation after that. Lulu comes in at the perfect time, keeping Stark alive. As the shield comes on, another shield comes on. And that's so much shield. And so no one's gonna die. Try as you might as a pick composition. If the pick doesn't work, you lose the fight.
Unfortunately for SuperMassive, just can't shred right through it now. 10k gold lead to Stark gets kicked away.
Here we go
Stomage,
again.
though, is caught up. It's fish in a barrel. And speaking of barrels, Stomage gets knocked, pinballed right into the kill from Slay. And now, the Baron is well and truly on.
Yeah, sushi for dinner, unfortunately, here if you're SuperMassive. As, this Baron should be completely uncontested. Everybody not even wanting to look at the area. In fact, this is just where the sun does not touch near Pride Rock. Danger zone.
Everything is GIGABYTE Marines at this point. So with the Baron buff early on in this game, they'll be looking to try and close it out best they can. Wards littered around this jungle, one in the mid. SuperMassive just trying to grab anything they can, and Zeitnot, normally the standout performer of this team. Well, he's been riding the struggle bus in game one.
The crowd absolutely loving it as well. Every GIGABYTE victory just seems to be a victory for them. They love the bloodthirsty League of Legends games, and tell you what, that is being absolutely provided right now.
Yep. Give credit to SuperMassive not saying die. However, they just don't have the damage to finish anyone off, and Fabulous, as tanky as he is already shredded down to half his health bar. And these Baron empowered minions are standing strong as Stark in the front side is intercepting every single skill shot he possibly can. Levi bringing up in the mid. This is going to be another tower. Smokescreen laid down, and SuperMassive won't even see it finished off as Stomage comes in, gets the kick onto Levi, but he's sealed his own death warrant. Now he's going down. Barrel bomb, Zeitnot, down he goes. Stark with a big kill. Redemption coming out to keep the GIGABYTE Marines on the Nexus turrets. One's going down, and this is all hope for SuperMassive in game number one. Melting away, 24 minutes on the clock, 24 kills for the GIGABYTE Marines, and it's a hell of a statement game to open this series.
Game number one, a kill a minute, absolutely right, Pyre, and that is an absolute smashing the GIGABYTE Marines.
I'd say they had him over a barrel, Rusty.
That was pretty nutty. That's not how you expect a series to start, to say the least. SuperMassive, they want to be that refined, slow macro team. Play the map, make GIGABYTE Marines play the map, but I'll tell you what, felt like at level 1, when they stole the Raptors, there was no response.
Yep. Gotta have flashbacks to that Flash Wolf series where all their games ended sub 30 minutes. This is gonna be a hard climb for them. If they can mentally unravel what happened that game, they can get back into it, but that's got to be difficult.
Yeah, look, at 3-0 against the Flash Wolves, expectations could be shattered a little bit there, but then you'd have some high hopes coming into the GIGABYTE Marines. And then I think twice now in 3 days, those expectations have just been immediately shattered at the very beginning. And so we do have to watch how SuperMassive actually bounce back. Can they just go backstage and say, look, we lost the game, it's okay, we come back, refresh, reset, try one more time?
Well, the team's been on the big stage before. There's always a chance for them to get back into it, but they need to start off a little stronger than stop what GIGABYTE Marines have been able to bring out. But for more on that first win from the GIGABYTE Marines, let's check in with our analysts.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I want to start by taking a look at the team comps because there's a lot of analysis to be had here. But once we get into the meat of the game, I think we see some clear signs that GIGABYTE Marines may have just outclassed. But let's start by looking at some of the early decisions in this drafting phase.
So when I looked at this, I thought, is this really a GIGABYTE Marines comp? I'm like, Karma mid, you've got a Jhin Lulu, and of all the 80 carries to put a Lulu with, you're going to put it with a Jhin. I was like, great, you get yourself the Graga, Stark, he's going to be on a comfortable champion, but there were so many question marks for me. And again, we also saw the Graves come out, and we're like, is this kind of like a protect the Levi composition? Are they looking to try and play around their jungler? I mean, there were lots of big question marks for me. However, when you look at SuperMassive, I felt like they had a great draft. They had a really strong bottom lane. They had a good early jungler in the form of Lee. They had a great scaling mid in terms of push and power. And to me, it seemed like a very well-rounded draft with a number of options available to them throughout the game.
It didn't. It seemed like a very straightforward draft. You know, the name of the game is Talia. Nautilus start coming towards the bottom side. You play around, you know, getting your bot lane ahead, as we kind of expect from SuperMassive, right? But we kind of weren't expecting them to not play around Jhin in lane at all.
Yeah, okay, so let's be clear here. Like, the draft, we felt like maybe arguably superior from SuperMassive. We feel like clearer goals in the early game, play around bot side, but when we look at how it actually unfolded, take a look at some of these early game kills, you can see compositions don't really matter when you start dying solo in your lanes. This is a rough start.
Right, and this comes from like Dumbledore taking a kind of a poor trade with Zeitnot here as well. They think, okay, well, we can just stick around in the lane, and you forget you're playing against Jin at this point, who will flash on you at the 4th shot, will crit you and kill you. That is a standard Jin play. They forgot about it. And then mid lane, the same type of thing happens with Naru playing aggressively against Optimus, doesn't respect the amount of damage that's going to come. Cannon shot connects with him, and it's enough for 1 auto, but it just was GIGABYTE Marines playing very well in the laning phase.
A lot of things hurt me when watching watching these VODs. For a start down on the bottom lane, it just reminded me of Wild Turtle and Biofrost and the way they played the lane, being like, hey, we're pushing in, let's try and trade underneath their turret. And then they're like, oh no, these guys do know how to play bottom lane. They will punish us for being dumb. Well, I feel like it was too eager, like they just needed to push the wave. They did not have to go for a trade. When you're gonna poke, when you're gonna harass is when they're actually underneath the turret. When they're trying to farm and they cannot trade back with you. That's when you look to try and pick yourself up, kind of pressure. You do not just walk face first into them, trying to fight them. Like it is poor play down in the bottom lane.
And especially with an Ashe Zyra lane. You don't need to win pre-6 because you play for summoners and then kills post-6. You can push and you can try and get a lead, but once 6 hits, you fire the arrow, you get the flash. You fire the next arrow, you get the kill. That's how that plays.
Yeah, and it just feels like when we look at this bottom lane that they weren't on the same page. We see Ashe moving forward, then backing off. Now suddenly Zyra's forward and she's all alone. It never feels like they're going up to trade together. It never feels like it worked out. And we saw in both the first Karma kill in the mid lane and that first death on the bottom lane, just these unfortunate circumstances where they're flashing away from an auto attack just to their death anyway and putting themselves even further behind.
Let's not talk about the Karma kill. No one should ever die in lane to a Karma, right? This champion does not have kill pressure. She should not be able to kill you. That was a big mistake in the mid lane. However, it is just first game of the day. I can look past it, and I feel that largely it was just the lack of respect. We saw it exactly the same thing from TSM in Game 1. Just the bottom lane of the GIGABYTE Marines have not demonstrated a proficiency or a mechanical prowess, so teams seem to think that they can get bigger advantages than they actually can, and then they heavily get punished for it. And because of these early kills, it set up the GIGABYTE Marines very, very nicely towards the rest of their composition, because you now have push bot, you have push mid, your top is even, and it just facilitates Levi to invade wherever he wants and play the style that suits him.
That said, while we did see a pretty clean snowball for the most part coming in for GIGABYTE Marines, we didn't see everything we wanted. It wasn't ideal side wave control, and there were a few moments where we thought maybe SuperMassive can slow down the bleeding. They were trading objectives better in certain places across the map. But it all went south, and I feel like SuperMassive did still show that they were in some ways a superior macro team, despite losing out early in the game.
I think SuperMassive just tried to make the best out of a bad situation by like sending Talia down bottom. They knew that there was no one there because of the vision that they had on the entire the GIGABYTE Marines crew, and so they did what they could to alleviate the pressure that the GIGABYTE Marines were exerting, but they also did a lot of questionable decisions themselves in the way in which they forced a lot of fights.
And without wanting to look too much at the negative, as you said, it wasn't the cleanest snowball. Like, they were stuck pushing up through the jungle, trying to get a 1v1 kill where maybe he doesn't need to. So it's that kind of thing that both teams weren't exactly the cleanest of play. No. But at the same time, GIGABYTE Marines, you could see that they effectively were taking dragons, taking towers, everything they could when their composition allowed for them. And then Levi ended up picking up a bunch of kills towards the end. Even though he had a slow start, perhaps, for his kill mark.
And don't want to take anything away from them. Still an incredible game. Some small weaknesses, but overall proving themselves a superior team in Game 1. And really, when we look at it, there was one big defining moment as we take a look at our Acer replay where SuperMassive try a little bit too hard to get a kill here in the mid lane and then immediately take a losing fight.
So this AD carry runs in a straight line, yet they miss all of their skill shots. So, okay, fine, he's able to dodge out. But at this point, I think the best case scenario for SuperMassive is Lee Sin get to steal onto the dragon. That they should not, at any point, try to force a fight. Talia has just used her ultimate. Ashe has just used her ultimate. Lee Sin just used his kick in order to try and kick Graves away as he's going for the steal. And I think that this was SuperMassive saying, oh, we have to try something. We have to force a fight. Their AD carry's not there. But GIGABYTE Marines, they respond way too quickly, and it was just a bad fight.
You wouldn't want to take that fight with those ults being down in an even game. Then you consider that you can see the gold graph was indicating that by that point they're already 3,000–4,000 gold down in this game. Jin is already massive and had a completely available flank with nobody punishing him at all.
And it really feels like they treated that like the pick was successful. Because maybe if you pick off Jin, who has a ton of the team's gold with all those kills, maybe then you can look to take a 5v4. But you can't just walk into a 5v5 when you're down multiple ultimates and I think at that point 5,000 or 6,000 gold. It feels like SuperMassive in one or two of those clutch moments, whether it's in the early game laning phase or that fight in particular, maybe too over-eager, maybe not the same confidence in decision-making that we see from them in other places.
In my eyes, it was just SuperMassive had such a clear win condition in mind, which was you have pressure in bot, you have enough pressure in mid, where it's just like, if you're going against a counter, it's literally just a farm lane, right? You shouldn't be able to kill each other. Like, sure, she pokes you, you poke her, and it's pretty much even during the laning phase. But down in the bottom lane, all they need to do is wait for 6, because you have Ashe ulti, you have the Talia wall, and you have a Lee Sin. So you have everything in your kit in order to set up for picks down the bottom lane, take Dragon, take bot tower, move around the map, and play the style that worked very nicely for SuperMassive during the group stages. They did not do that. They tried too hard to get themselves an early lead, tried to get a snowball, and if you try and get a snowball against a team that excels at snowballing, you will end up losing.
Yeah, definitely not the start that you want, but up next we'll see if SuperMassive can bounce back in Game 2 versus the GIGABYTE Marines. Meet us back here after a quick break.
Party in the bot lane, and they're looking to come in for double. Doji goes back to tower safely, but Zeitnot is not so lucky. Make the play to save the day. It's Optimus and Levi. Curtain calls opening up, and now Slay with the rampage kill. Stomage going down. Throws the barrel into the belly pop. It's Levi getting a collateral kill, and now the curtains are open. It's a double for the Graves. They got Slay. He's caught. He's going to have to flash away, but you can't dodge the knock-up here. Now GIGABYTE Marines a little bit low on the retreat past Dark.
They just can't kill anybody.
Give his life, but the SuperMassive don't have damage here. Levi got like kill with the collateral. SuperMassive are super dead. This is all hope for SuperMassive in game number 1. Melting away. 24 minutes on the clock. 24 kills for the GIGABYTE Marines, and it's a hell of a statement game to open this series. All right, welcome back, everybody, to Game 2, SuperMassive versus the GIGABYTE Marines. And if you missed Game 1, that's because it was over in a heartbeat. SuperMassive got, I don't know what else to say it, Tyrannosaurus wrecked, man.
Yeah, okay, you didn't need to say it that way, but they definitely got beaten very convincingly. 24 minutes, 24 kills in those minutes, respectively, from one team in the game. So that was an absolute smashing, once again, from the GIGABYTE Marines. Moving forward, SuperMassive, we have to challenge, can they reset after a game like that? You want to be a fan of the team. You want to support what's meant to be the best five-man unit, but it felt like nothing was going to stop Levi. They built a team composition to protect him, to work around him as the primary carry, but everybody carried in that game. They won through laning phase, which shouldn't happen.
Yeah, and being able to just basically push the jungler out of his own jungle. Now they're going to have to watch for that. Stonmage having such a hard time that Lee Sin. Maybe he'll opt into something that, you know, is a little safer to start things off. We might see the Ivern coming out this time around. I don't know. I mean, SuperMassive, it seems like they might want to go back to basics and just remember what happened to them against the Flash Wolves. They do not want to fall down 2 games in a row like they had early on in the Flash Wolf series.
Absolutely, and there's a couple of things that do need to be looked at, right? Do they want the Ivern? And why did they not pick Lulu early? Why did they give that over to the GIGABYTE Marines? We're going to be on the same side of Summoner's Rift once again, so we do have to watch. How does this pick and ban phase actually change between games?
One thing that's changed is this is the GIGABYTE Marines' choice to be on the red side, but the same bans remain, Ziggs, then Kennen, followed by Galio, Caitlyn on the GIGABYTE Marines side. See what comes up next. Do we make the predictions? Ah, too late. The LeBlanc's already in.
We're not making predictions on the exact same bans, Pyro, unfortunately. Still, everything's going to be as it was. Now things should change. If the Ashe is a higher priority pick, I'm getting deja vu already. Change something, SuperMassive. GIGABYTE Marines could honestly just go towards the Gragas again, no problems. And do they still want to go towards,
this time it's the earlier Lulu.
Makes sense, pick the Lulu earlier, the higher priority champion, get rid of the winning bottom lane. SuperMassive should finally this time respond with a Karma, in my opinion, to actually have a better control of the bottom lane, prevent the flex, and to prevent the all-in shield composition around Levi.
Yeah, well, still talking it over with 10 seconds remaining. It looks like they might just take your advice. The Karma is locked in. Now one more pick remains, and there's the Ivern for Stonmage, so they're going for a little more protection than they had last time around.
And it's good to see. You have to respect that they have actually gone towards this. So they've calmed down a little bit. The Lee Sin was aggressive. It's not that it was a bad pick by any means. It's not that Stonmage had a really bad game. But Levi was just on top of him, relentlessly finding him, preventing him from being a jungler, and just making him a non-interactive player.
Yeah, so easy enough. You pick a champion that can be non-interactive and be a jungler the next time around. It's going to be another Jhin locked in for Slay. Was able to get it done last time. His early kills stacking up really helped him get onto item spikes way before the rest of the team from SuperMassive could even respond, and now it's ban phase 2.
And you do still have to wonder why they're going towards this Jhin so early into the game. Like, Graves is a very obvious ban now from the SuperMassive side to take that away. I like the Nautilus being removed once again. They can still target the champion pool in the top lane from Fabulous. Gragas seems to have a fine laning phase. They're just a little bit respectful, perhaps, of his champion of choice. The hooks were still connecting, even though it was a losing game.
Yeah, still, just didn't have enough. And there's the Lee Sin banned out against Levi. Probably go back to the Graves if he gets his hands on it.
And the question now is, we mentioned this last time, they've got themselves a Lulu, they've got the Gragas, so they have a tank. They also have the Jhin, so the composition works extremely well with the Kha'Zix. They did ban it in game number 1 SuperMassive, but then you're still leaving open the Graves to protect him. Optimus can switch out the Karma for an Orianna and still be able to shield people and protect them.
Right, and there's the Shen ban. Speaking of shields and protection, if they leave the Syndra open too, that's another option for Optimus to go towards.
Yeah, can definitely look towards the Syndra. especially being on the red side of the rift as well, having the first rotation after ban phase number 2. If Optimus wants to play it, then he definitely can look towards that.
You can see Supermassive taking their time quite a lot. They do ban the Graves out, so we could expect to see the Kazakhs in here for Levi.
He doesn't need to pick it just yet. If mid's a shared champion pool, they can put a higher priority on this pick, but as we've mentioned in the past, Optimus has a lot of counters to the Syndra. And so if he wants to throw the gauntlet and say, Naru, come at me, pick your Syndra, let's have a dance. Pick Echo into it, pick Fizz into it. He's got abundance of champion counters to it, including Zillion.
Well, it looks like he wants to get the counter pick at the last moment, so Levi gets the Kazakhs locked in for himself. It's going to be hard to deal with that bug jumping around.
As expected, Kazakhs. The team composition, once again, from GIGABYTE Marines is pretty much reminiscent of game number 1. Barring their mid laner, the Kazakhs does something a little bit better than the Graves does to empower the Jhin, but it's not going to be the same respect that the Graves was as a hyper carry. It's going to be a bit more committal in the way that they work.
Yeah, and now the Rumble locked in. Fabulous. We saw him bring this out in game 1 versus the Flash Wolves. Not to a whole lot of success, but maybe he'll have a better chance. Need some more damage on the side. Let's see what the final lock in the mid lane for Naru.
I like this. It's not exactly a counter to a champion like Syndra, but it does do quite well. Range champion, has enough mobility, a bit of move speed, and has the opportunity to fully commit in.
Yeah, they'd round out some solid poke here, and they do. Naru on the Jace now. Final pick over to the GIGABYTE Marines. Expect the Optimus Syndra lock in here?
You'd expect Syndra, maybe Orianna, if they want to continue to empower themselves.
But it's Optimus. And it's Syndra.
Yeah.
And it's been left open all the way to the end. So it's locked in, and that's going to be a hard comp to chew through. The Supermassive on the back foot after one game that ended in 24 minutes are going to have to find a way.
I feel like this is something that we're seeing from GIGABYTE Marines specifically in a best of series. If they go backstage, they practice for a couple of days leading up to it. They just play 180 carry, just one slightly off meta pick. It was Ziggs against TSM, and now it feels like it's a Jhin. Something you look at in the draft and you're like, I can see it, but I don't know why they would do it, but they build a draft for it. They change their strategy to reflect one strong thing that they've been practicing this entire time, and Supermassive aren't getting rid of it. They're still focused on the Ziggs because it worked so well. The Kennen is a necessary ban because they can flex between Slay and Stark, and Stark is a fantastic Kennen player, doesn't really have losing lanes, and he's good into champions like the Rumble. And then you've also got the LeBlanc, which pretty much has to be taken away from Optimus. So they're forced into these bans, and it means that reacting to the bans leaves one of those three up and available, moving into further places into this series. So it's a really curious dynamic to watch unfold in best of series against the team that just has one incredible strategy prepared.
Yeah. Have to start thinking if Supermassive go down in this game, they might start to mix things up, but then they leave the floodgates open for some of those earlier successful picks. GIGABYTE Marines tunneling on this strategy. It's worked for them once. Can they do it again? Will they go up 2-0 in the series? We want to hear from you guys, of course. Don't forget to hop on Twitter. @eSports is always the place. Hashtag GAM win if you believe in the Marines, but Supermassive want to make it happen. So hashtag SUP win.
Hashtag SUP win. Supermassive with a lot to prove, remember, as they're about to hop into this game. GIGABYTE Marines 1-0 up. Supermassive on the back foot.
Similar composition for GIGABYTE Marines. You got to think that Supermassive might just be able to play with it, play against it. And the last time around, the Marines were burning down Stone Age Forest, but this time the Ents go into war.
And Rumble was a champion banned away in game number 1, but this time they banned the Nautilus, so Rumble's going to be picked. Removing a tank from the map's going to be nice to have, but still Stomage playing a prized champion for himself, you would have to imagine. They've been getting a lot of victories throughout their group stage with the Ivern locked in, but they're missing the Caitlyn. They're missing the Caitlyn Lulu specifically. It's going to be quite different from them.
Yeah, that's why we've seen Zeitnot default back to the Ashe. More of a utility champion, but can definitely dish damage later in the game. Unfortunately, last time it didn't really ever get rolling because the bottom lane fell out of control.
Everybody lost laning phase in game number 1. I feel like we can throw that one away, pretend it never happened. One thing to note as well, Infernal Drake, again, as expected.
It's a GIGABYTE Marine.
Yeah, for some reason, they just, luck of the draw always favors them. But still, so the team composition Supermassive got together for themselves is really good at fighting around objectives. If they can ever unlock the Rumble from his lane, bring him down, then yes, they have areas of control that are going to be just immaculate. They set down the red carpet. Naru's got his Shock Blast in his gate combo, so he'll do a lot of work. Combo that with Karma's area of control or shielding up multiple allies in the Ash arrows to kick everything off, let alone Ivern. Like, if they're fighting around objectives and they're the ones being allowed to set up in those areas, pick is super easy. So we'll look at SuperMassive and we'll say, yes, they need to actually generate these picks. And how does the vision actually allow them to do that so that it is successful?
Yep, if they can hold on in the early game against potential aggressive moves from Levi, definitely get things going. But this bottom lane does not want to wait at all. A lot of trades back and forth, but Zeitnot's the one who's low. Now Archie is going to fall as well. A lot of biscuits being nommed.
Stonemaged is here, though. Dumbledore is wrapping around. They're not going to be level 2 in time. This will definitely work.
Here's the chance. Now here comes Stonemage looking for Archie, caught going the wrong direction. Heal is popped. Too little, too late. First blood. Zeitnot is burning down, but they still get the first blood for themselves. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though, in the 3v2.
That's, yeah, the fact that they trade 1-for-1, incredible from the GIGABYTE Marines. I thought Slay was just going to run away. Archie was just the sacrifice in the 2v2, but no, they commit to it. And yes, there is an invade happening, but Fabulous is aware of it.
There we go. It was like clockwork. Levi realized he had a chance to go into the jungle, but what he didn't realize was there was a rumble right on top of him, flashing, autoing, and now Stark's tagging his way in with the blue buff on the assist. Stark should be able to get the kill. Optimus is gonna deny that blast cone pop. 1-for-1 in the jungle trade now.
Throws a scuttle crab at him and says, take that, the neutral chaos will be what kills you. So Fabulous does go down. They trade, but the jungler dies. This is a super awkward start for both of these teams. It's 2-2 super early in, but the support gets a kill on SuperMassive, whereas Slay is still alive, got extra farm, got extra experience. Yes, he didn't get the kill and it goes over to the supports, but there's one big advantage coming towards the Jhin that the Ashe does not actually get for himself. Meanwhile, the middle lane has Optimus with a kill with a red buff with that slight edge in his laning phase now. Doesn't have flash, so he's at risk of dying all the time. But Levi is now behind. He's the one that dies to the rumble. And so the fact that these kills have happened, yes, there's only 4 kills total, it affects literally every lane at the same time.
Speaking of lanes that are about to be affected, up in the top side, it looks like Stonemage is actually going to be backing away. You talked about Fabulous needed to be able to break out of this lane to kind of make an impact. Already did in that jungle, but level advantage is certainly going to help right now as Stark is kind of locked up under tower on this Gragas. It may be comfortable for him. However, Fabulous is not looking too shabby on this rumble pick.
Yeah, of course, Stark needs to go back to base. We'll see what he can afford, how many Dorans he gets, enough rings perhaps to keep him in the laning phase itself. Has the teleport, so he'll be okay. It's just a bit of bullying now. Fabulous did roam, but it's a bit earlier than expected from Mr. Fab.
Yep, Levi going down into the jungle. SuperMassive once again, but he's not going to find anything there. Instead, looks like he might be going for a dive with the help of Optimus. We've seen this movie before, Rusty.
Level 3 just ticked over. I don't know about this.
Oh boy, Archie's a little low now. They're trying to close the net. It's Zeitnot down. The Doge is going to fall. They juggle the aggro just enough to secure the kills.
Okay, when I say I don't know about this, I didn't expect SuperMassive to walk between the turret and the wall. They just line up for Lulu to knock them down. The easiest kills in the world. Optimus is everywhere right now on Summoner's Rift, impacting top lane, impacting bottom lane. SuperMassive, they're trying their best to trade respectively. Doesn't compare.
Ooh, and
he's not far
even
off.
trading 1v1 is just not enough right now as Naru is taking a lot of damage here. Optimus with the flare move.
Asserting dominance through mental games, Optimus. He
Guys still got it.
So far ahead, though.
All right, well, that is going to be some action up top, but we're in the replay. There we go.
All right, we're back out. Go back to the replay again.
And Stark's fine. Can we get that one again, please? All right. Oh, never mind. No time.
Replays.
Double Doge trying to run his way out, but Levi and Archie right on top of him here. Void spikes, keeping him slowed down, but he's able to get out of Mantra Q, or just a regular Q, I should say, and Double Doge all isolated. Shock Blast coming in for the relief, but they don't finish the job. To the skies goes Naru, trying to squish the bug with the hammer. And he goes flashing, hopping. He's going to make it out.
Is Archie?
No, I don't think so. Slowed down by Candy.
Oh, run! He almost had enough health, actually, from the red pot that was running, so he's quite lucky. There,
Fabulous in the mid lane. Optimus still not level 6 though, so this is actually a pretty solid move for the dive now, even though with Levi coming in. Scout of the week clutch at the last minute, but in comes Fabulous to take down Optimus with Naru and Double Doge low. They still think they can push this mid.
Lots of shields going down, so Fabulous, the Rumble making a big difference. Changes from the Nautilus, picks up the carry champion. but he's not just carrying in his top lane. He's not just bullying Stark around. He is straight up utilizing his kit from the moment he ticks over, as Levi's pretty much just dying to wolves, trying to stop Stomage.
Well, I hope that ground was worth it. Stomage did get out, though. Levi's definitely having a harder game than he did last time around. Able to start stacking up those kills, and turnabout's fair play for Stomage as he takes out some jungle of Levi's.
And for what it's worth, the fact that he's 0, 1, and 2, you feel hard done by for Supermassive at this stage. All the pressure they've placed down onto him, you'd expect a couple more deaths, but Archie sacrifices himself once again. This is the second death now for Archie to keep Levi alive. They know what their goals are, and they're working around it. However, it's pretty hard to deal with an Ivern.
Yep. Well, you can just take your jungle away just like that. Not a whole lot left for you to be able to do. Optimus, though, could be the difference maker as he's heading down once again to the bottom side of the map. You can see instantly reacting Supermassive. They back up for just a second. Stomage sitting on a ward. So the lay of the situation is known by GIGABYTE Marines.
Yeah, in the Battle of the Wards, Optimus placed a control ward. They can see where Stomage is. He was actually waiting for Optimus to show up, but he turns back up in the middle lane. Still a lot of pressure needs to be placed down in this lane, at least controlling the minions before the Syndra starts to leave again, or the turret does slowly become at risk of dying as these. You guys all need to just calm down for a second, all right?
Bot lane can't stop, won't stop. Looks like Rusty Zite not going to be able to clear away this wave. It has been traded back and forth, but you can see the farm difference that Slay has got on Zite-Not. But now, Collapse might be coming in towards the mid. Stomage and Naru making their way towards that lane.
It looks like they're actually going to go and try and defend their own blue buff as it spawns. Stomage going to walk his way towards that potentially. And Levi going to secure a Scuttle Crab before he walks in. Could mean that he's now spotted by Vision. It'll be too risky for him to go in. Knowing Levi, there's still a chance he does.
Yeah, but Naru's right on top of him. Level 7 Jace. Levi's still on 5. Can't really get a whole lot out of his own jungle as it's all still on cooldown. And now Stark's actually trying to make some tracks. Let's see where he heads.
And again, really good pressure now from Supermassive. They're playing more so a game that they want to be a part of.
Slow it down. Don't let GIGABYTE Marines get out to a flying start like they did in Game 1.
The major conflicting problem for them, once again, is the state of this bottom lane. 0-0-3 CS advantage, experience advantage, everything you could want from their bottom lane of Slay and Archie. Surprisingly so, because that's meant to be where the carry is for the team.
Yeah, it's got to be a bit disorienting if you're Supermassive to see your star AD carry kind of fall down a little bit to what Slay and Archie have been bringing out, but there is other sources of damage. They have Fabulous on this mid-game rumble. They have Naru on the Jace. If you can win 2 out of 3 lanes, it doesn't really matter if the bot lane's not able to do it.
Yeah, and this rumble is hard winning. You can see why it was banned away from him in game number 1. He's just completely zoning away Stark, denying experience, denying gold, all of the farm in the world. Stomage is able to control the 1v1 because the lanes are pushing. And every time Archie shows up, they collapse.
Yep, you can see the experience advantages between the jungle and the mid lanes. It's going to even out now as Optimus hits level 8, just barely. 3 members of Supermassive here. They're moving around in this mid lane. See if they can get a push off. They grab a catch onto Optimus. That's huge, but he's got both summoners to work with.
If Ivern hits a Q, though, I don't think it matters. He'll still die. That's what they're looking for. Karma could speed them up.
Oh, Ash Arrow. That's going to be the Q right now, but Optimus is trying to run. Doesn't even need the summoners. And he dodges the candy with the flare.
Takes a shot in the face as he shows his flare. I feel like the only reason he took the shot in the face was to show his flare, so
it's worth.
Yeah, that's a necessary sacrifice. Levi now threatening down in this bottom lane again. Turret's always a possibility, especially when the Ash Arrow is gone, which is why they're able to make plays a little bit more aggressively like this. In fact, they want the Ivern to come down. Otherwise, Levi would have shown himself before this stage. They're playing aggressively to try and bait it.
Instead of getting the fights into the turrets, they've instead been able to just wear it away, but now that might change. Zite-Not is dodging. In comes Levi. Whoa, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, great damage, except that Stomage is now here, so tactics handled, everything diffuses one more time. Still waiting for the item spikes for both of these teams just a little bit though. I'd say the Hex Drinker point is where Optimus can no longer kill Naru, so everything diffuses. The one big point of power, the one big position of strength for Supermassive is their teleporting member with a completed Leandries. He's had that for a little bit already. He is a monster.
Yeah, Fabulous looked to be the difference maker for Supermassive mid-game, but they have slowed this down. It's a very different game than what we saw in number 1. 500 gold the lead, and that's it. but it's SuperMassive's favor. Dragon's still very important, but neither team has been able to get the sufficient edge to start rotating for that objective. No towers have gone down just yet. We have had a lot of chip damage, but a lot of it's in this bottom lane with Slay and Archie just able to peck away at the SuperMassive bottom tower.
Yeah, and you feel like all of this pressure will slowly start to mount into a final crescendo through the laning phase in particular. And once again, whilst we said there's a power point in the Rumble, you would imagine even before the lanes are looked at, before the turrets are even considered, you may want to fight for the Drake if you were SuperMassive, but it comes down and it stems from controlling the 2v2. So you need StoneMage to either help out, you need Naru to push and then rotate, or you need Fabulous to teleport to a lane to influence it before they consider that Drake. But using ultimate, something that SuperMassive did in game number 1, you can't afford to waste more than just an Ashe Arrow or 2 to 3 ultimates and then fight for an objective unless the ultimates secure kills. They need to actually play more methodical right now as they're trying.
You have to watch for Optimus as well. Marlonomicon completed.
He may not
No chance to steal the blue buff because he just takes it away. Gonna have all that extra regen, but you can see where the vision game is going with SuperMassive. A lot of control wards in this river and around it, looking to secure that dragon. And even inside the GIGABYTE Marines jungle, as Levi's a little busy up on the red buff. Instead of rotating for a quick push, they just don't have the damage for it instead.
And he's never really fallen behind. That's the important part. StoneMage has taken blues, he's invaded the jungle, taken Gromps away.
Gone in on Archie.
Damage. But still, Levi exists. He is not behind. He's still able to do a lot of damage. Has isolated targets. Increase that with evolving his Q. He's set to go, set to make picks. But it's all about who comes down, and it does feel like it's all coming down to the bottom lane. That's basically what everybody's looking at right now.
Yeah, that's the one thing that definitely hasn't changed from last game, but all that vision right now. If SuperMassive can use it to their advantage to get themselves a fight, that starts to change things. But they're right now just waiting and biding their time. Teleports on both top laners. Stark being pushed back in by Fabulous, but he turns in, gets the bop. Still burning a little bit low, and you can see that it just hasn't been a huge amount of damage on this tower. Stark's still able to push it back.
Yeah, just trading in moderation. Fabulous isn't actually going to kill Stark. It's going to take a very long amount of time to kill the turret alongside that. Basically, at the moment, he's just keeping him there, preventing him from being able to push the lane and leave the lane at all. If he teleports, Rumble will know, and you have to say that Rumble will potentially just match it.
Now, Stark might have pushed a little too far here. He does have reinforcements on the way. He's able to dash. Equalizer thrown down by Fabulous. Oh, the barrel is going to get him a little bit closer, but in comes Levi as Redemption comes down. Maybe a little too late. Daisy's going to tag her way in. Levi turns around, and that's a lot burned here as Optimus and Naru are on their way.
Oh, he's been spotted.
There we go. To the skies he goes, but he's knocked back into the tower. The power's unleashed. Staying alive, Optimus has to flash, but he's tethered up by Dumble Doge. Let's see if they have the damage to finish the job. Shock Blast, just a Teemo away. With Levi and Stark waiting in the wings, it looks like it's going to be a tower push instead.
And from what was the setup in the bottom lane, from Vision in the bottom lane, you calm down.
Oh, Zeitnot, he's in trouble. Archie, he just keeps two-stepping though. That's 3 shots in the current.
Oh,
poor dodge. Zeitnot putting on the fancy dancing shoes is now. The tower falls up top for SuperMassive. This is looking better for this team.
He's just doing the salsa on the spot at the moment, just dodging every single ultimate. Slay, that could have been a kill potentially. They still get the flash out of the Ashe. And now they siege, or at least pressure potentially this bottom lane out. All the pressure, the rest of the map, they were all on the top side, including Dumble Doge for a time there. And so this is allowed to happen. The pressure is still going to be there. They're not far away from breaking it. You'd say that a Kha'Zix coming down might actually be enough.
But now in goes Naru and StoneMage. Optimus is isolated, caught out before Levi can get there. Naru taking him down with the hammer, but in comes Stark. Fabulous not too far away, but is he going to have any allies to go to as Levi is taken out before he can finish off Naru. In comes Archie to try and get the job done. He does. And now Stark turning on for StoneMage. That's a double kill for Fabulous, but it looks like Stark's going to come back in. Or is it? SuperMassive tagging in with Fabulous and Dumble Doge. That's a triple kill for the Rumble.
5-1-0 has got his items, is massive at the moment, and Fabulous is going absolutely berserk right now. Somebody stop him.
Explosive mid lane, mid game we're having right now, and it looks like we're going to get ourselves another tower here. Rusty, Fabulous will march the minions in to finish the job, and GIGABYTE Marines may have been winning on bottom. It's like we said, you get 2 out of 3 lanes. not doing too bad.
And yeah, GIGABYTE Marines, they're winning in the one place you don't actually expect them to be winning, but Optimus having no flash from earlier means that SuperMassive is able to easily just waltz into that lane. Flashing using your Q from Naru, slowing him down enough, acknowledging that there's no escape. Very clever stuff here, but still, we're looking at a sizable gold lead towards SuperMassive. We have to see if they can follow this through, carry this one out, because it all revolves around their top laner.
But credit where it's due to Zeitnot. Isolated in a 1v2. He finds himself safe, and Optimus is not so lucky. Hammer comes in, but Levi tags. Uh-oh, Naru gonna get taken down. Levi tasted his fear before Stomage could arrive, and Optimus was the bait.
Every 1v1 is interesting decision here as Slay.
There's a lot of them.
Because nothing's really a 1v1 at this stage in the game. Everyone's nearby.
Yep, including Daisy.
Ash has arrow.
Dragon seems to be the idea as Stark comes in looking for Dumble Doge, does not find Body Slam.
Rumble's coming down from above them. Watch for the equalizer.
Walking, here it goes. Archie burning low, and Slay got out from the rest of the team. Now Levi turning around on the side, trying to get the claws in onto Stomage. But his bark, well, it's about as bad as his bite at this point. Stark is trying to get his way away with the barrel. He deals some damage to Zeitnot, and the arrows are going to find their way for a kill finally as Levi gets the relative safety of the tower. But nowhere is safe from this 7-1 Rumble. Zeitnot coming in to close the gap as well. The arrows keep him slowed, and that's going to be the end of that. It looks like this will be Dragon the way of SuperMassive.
And he doesn't want the 8-1, he wants to give a kill over the Ashe, and fair enough, honestly. SuperMassive just come into game number 2. We wondered if they could bounce back after the first one, but you know what? The answer is a resounding heck yes. Slay also getting caught out of position during this replay, starts it off. The Gragas comes in through the Dragon Pit. He's here well and truly first, and they know. They actually ping that Fabulous is coming, but still they choose to fight this, and by not being able to get a kill, having to walk backwards, you're locked into an area you definitely do not want to be, and Slay had nowhere to go, so he just dies. Stuck. Well and truly going to be stuck. Again, Ivern going to lock you down. Karma has slows. Ashe has slows. Once you're stuck, you are stuck.
Yeah. We talked about what SuperMassive can do when they find themselves picks. Well, it was one after the other, and with Fabulous coming in, this Rumble is rolling. They've got shields for days, Stomage, Dumble Doge. It's coming through for them. And now it's up to GIGABYTE Marines to try and stop this. 6,000 gold advantage, the Dragon Edge. 19 minutes into this game, it's been a very different style of game, and it's not one that the Marines are comfortable with.
And still, you'd have to say that most of the advantage, most of the gold still goes towards the Rumble in particular. So there are ways with which the GIGABYTE Marines can navigate themselves around. Yes, speaking of gold leads, they can try and avoid the Rumble. They can play that game. It's not always successful, though.
Yeah, Levi's trying to be the hero, but Fabulous can't avoid that Rumble as he comes on in. Levi, oh boy, he goes right in. Flash followed by Fabulous, and Stark tries his chances, but realizes he doesn't have the combo. Oh, in comes Optimus with the aggressive Flash. Power unleashed right on top of Fab, and he gets himself a kill. Shutdown gold.
No chance the Zonias, to say the least. Not going to be able to find anything past that point. Really clever from Optimus, flashing in immediately as the stun connects and showing that he just dies. No support going to be available from the rest of the team, but that doesn't mean that SuperMassive walk away empty-handed. They still kill Levi. A sick flash from Fabulous. The timing was actually close to picture perfect, knowing exactly where he was going to go because he wanted to smite the blue buff and get some health back. The idea was cool. We'd probably say that he should have jumped towards his Syndra, who had a stun ready.
Well, as good as Levi is, nobody is immune to making mistakes. As we're finding out, SuperMassive still keeping the waves pushed, keeping their lead, despite losing Fabulous for just a moment. He's got backup, he has teleport up and available, and he's not the only one that's really going to be scaling up right now. We can see Naru picking up his BF sword, a couple others starting to scale up forward on this Jace build, the armor penetration.
Yeah, Naru's rather large. Once he had the Hex Drinker, there was really nothing that was going to just outright stop him, but so the GIGABYTE Marines are doing the opposite of what we suggested they may want to. Winning this game, they could avoid Fabulous. They could just keep Stark up there, just try and hold on in the 1v1 pressure him, but Stark's going for armor. He's actually stacking resistances for team fighting now instead of going for the Spirit Visage or something else. And that's fine, that's justified. But if I was him, that cloth armor would actually become a banner of command. Then I would just put that into the Rumble lane, say, have fun, I'm leaving. I'm gonna go team fight now.
Yeah, I think Fabulous might leave as well. Let that wave just push in as he's more useful elsewhere, but We get a small moment to kind of breathe. This game started out a little slower as the way SuperMassive wanted it to happen, but then everything kind of exploded in the mid lane. A little unlucky smite by Levi.
I love that SuperMassive can't just kill it either. He has to sit there and channel as a Raptor with no health.
Ooh, wow. They throw down an equalizer to just try and push them off the tower here. They have enough damage to finish it off. Zeitnot's not here. They are able to get it down at least a third of the way. SuperMassive looks like they were a little indecisive after Fabulous pulled the trigger. This cooldown on his equalizer now.
Yeah, and Ash didn't arrow. They could have Ash arrowed. Zeitnot has been one of the best Ashes and simultaneously one of the most underwhelming Ashes in the same tournament. And so far, this has not been the I'm going to throw my ult out willy-nilly and just try and catch everybody that I can type of Zeitnot. This is a much more slow-paced, calm Ash now.
Well, even if he has been playing a little further back, the rest of the team, not so. You see where the vision has started to shift for SuperMassive. It is 22 minutes into the game, so we do have Baron on the Rift. Still would be very early attempt from SuperMassive. Obviously, GIGABYTE Marines were able to do it last time when they had a massive gold lead. But SuperMassive play things out a little slower, a little safer. They don't want to give away any objectives to the GIGABYTE Marines.
And they're still farming well. It's not like the gold difference has just been, like, exacerbated out of control for the rest of the map. It is still mostly like a 3k advantage towards the Rumble, and that's the biggest difference. Like, StoneMage is reasonably far ahead. He's a little bit further ahead of Levi, and that's going to be a big deal. But Kha'Zix, once he gets the Black Cleaver, if someone's isolated, it doesn't matter too much. Syndra can still one-hit people, even if Syndra's slightly behind, because Syndra is, believe it or not, Syndra.
And Optimus is Optimus.
Yes, and he will go for those plays. So there are still things there, but SuperMassive are, honestly, they're just looking much more dominant, much better between games 1 and 2.
Nice turnaround to see from these guys, especially after getting crushed by Flash Wolves. You can think that'd be demoralizing for anybody, to be honest, but they've taken heart from the fact that they can turn things around after a really difficult loss, and we might have ourselves a serious series on our hands, Rusty.
It's not a complicated recipe to beating the GIGABYTE Marines, let's be clear. SuperMassive actually just had a laning phase where they didn't outright implode. Their bottom lane's still not performing to expectations just yet, but they are playing a little bit better as they've kicked off a Baron.
It's in the dark right now. GIGABYTE Marines, they actually aren't going to go and check it.
I feel like they have to, but they're walking the safe way. This is still taking an awful lot of time. That ward reveals that it's being done.
Yeah, 100%. And now Levi's here.
Might be too late, though.
Teleport coming in, it's down to 3,000. All of a sudden, SuperMassive get cold feet. Curtain Call's going to get burned, though.
Yeah, so they just pushed them away. The teleport had to be completed. He was actually in bottom lane, so now he's stuck here. Fabulous has teleport, so that was a really good play. Very cerebral stuff, honestly. Now they can set up for it one more time. Slay.
Down he goes. Oh, they just burned through his health bar right quick as StoneMage takes the brunt of the damage. Return fire from GIGABYTE Marines. The barrel's going to bop Naru back with redemption, keeping them healthy as they look to finish this fight. Stark's going to have to flash his way to freedom, and now without the minions, wait just a second, and SuperMassive are right back on this mid-tier 2. No problem polishing it off.
And there's the Ash Arrow right from Zeitnot. So they get a kill, they get a turret, they push everyone from GIGABYTE Marines away.
Isolated. Kept Levi and Stark off of this one. He's going to have to dash the wall just to get back into his own base. And now StoneMage and Naru still trying their luck on this mid-turret. But all of a sudden, in comes Optimus, gets a 3-man scatter. But can they shred his health bar? Got him stuck on the tether, but that was Azanya's timing just to survive. Now Stark's caught up, and Fabulous goes in as well. But he might not be as lucky as Optimus here. That health bar's looking mighty low, and it's a shutdown from Levi.
Optimus barely staying alive. Levi not done. They're going to continue to try and pressure for this.
Nice dodge. No
Levi has flash.
Kha'Zix. In comes Stark. He tries to get the damage out. Daisy is going to distract them now, but in comes Naru. Realizes maybe he doesn't want that. StoneMage way too low to get involved. Double doge as well.
There it is.
Oh! And Slay's getting some revenge.
And they just keep pressuring. Use the minions, try and pressure the middle lane turret. We see if they could actually do it, because it looks like SuperMassive have to go to base. And here's the pressure. It continues.
Zeitnot, 1 shot, 2 shot, dodges 3. The final one. Oh,
man.
It almost clips him.
He cannot get hit by those Jhin ultimates.
But GIGABYTE Marines get themselves a tower in the mid. This was all SuperMassive pushing their luck.
It was, yes. SuperMassive could have been happy with just a turret. They could have actually slowed down. They thought they caught Optimus here. He should have been dead, but he has Azonya's Hourglass. This is where they actually commit. Levi got so many rotations of his spikes off, and I don't think Fabulous wanted that just quietly. I actually would imagine that he made a mistake there, and now has to spend the whole time running away, but They're able to lock him down. I think it was even Dangerous Game that helped keep Optimus alive after that kill. This is the stage where you work around the Kha'Zix W and the Jin W. Lock them down, which is why he flashes it. Flash slowed them down, and they just didn't have the W up yet, unfortunately. But Naru, I don't even think he wanted to go onto that, the Q that hits, but he follows it through, has to run away, and that's where the kills break out. As hello.
Speaking of Naru, all right, he gets turned into a Munchkin. Stomage is coming in, stopping up start. Ashero's going to split the uprights, unfortunately, and that gives away that the rest of SuperMassive are not far behind. The Marines back off.
Yeah, unfortunately splits the wickets. Fabulous now going to go for an objective. He destroys that, by the way.
Yeah, able to get through the Ocean Drake pretty easily. It's not as fancy as, or as valuable maybe as the big and bad Infernal Drake, but a little bit of regen never hurt anybody, and SuperMassive are able to pick that up now. Still controlling both sides of the river, but GIGABYTE Marines are showing their teeth.
Yeah, they definitely are. They're never going to go down without fighting. I think that is fair to say. But SuperMassive with the advantage, still with the gold lead, still with the item lead, and a massive rumble to boot. This is that point in the game where an objective is the name. And that's where they want to be fighting. They've got a composition to fight around it. They've got an Ivern to brush it off. The equalizer will get laid down, and the red carpet kills everybody.
Yep. And Naru, once again, we've been talking about him a little bit here and there, but he has been quietly getting stronger, able to dish a lot of damage on those shock blasts. The poke is starting to get a little difficult to deal with, and if they can poke the GIGABYTE Marines out, that might mean the difference, well, between a Baron and no for SuperMassive.
Yeah, absolutely. Next Drake also being an Infernal. It's going to be a little while away, but again, another point of contention, the kind of Drake that you'll have to fight for. As this Baron starts up, we look towards the vision of both of these teams. In the pit, there should not be anything for the GIGABYTE Marines, but around it, they secured the scuttle. They have a couple of wards here and there, but they're starting to run quite low on teleport wards. Stark now in a side lane. This is the window of opportunity that we've been talking about. The Rumble's now bottom. He's going to have Gragas down here. Gragas can choose now. Does he want to stop the teleports, or does he want to be a part of the fight himself? Because when they acknowledge it's a 4v4, they can actually look to make plays or try and generate picks.
Yeah, that could be the big difference maker. When you have a lot of gold on your Rumble, on your teleport, that's sometimes the weakness if he's not able to get involved in time. And there are a lot of tools in the GIGABYTE Marines composition right now to kind of deal with it here. We've already seen what happens when Optimus is able to throw a faceful of Unleashed Power into any of these teams. Stomage, he's still able to tank up quite a lot, but they really need to be in the right place at the right time. And SuperMassive just have been pushing their luck a little bit in that mid tower. That really started to turn things around for them, and you can see them playing a little further back now, a little less certain than they were earlier in the game.
A little bit of importance also hinging on the level 16 spike for both of these teams. Very Fabulous also locking that one in first. The level 3 equalizer can be a game changer. It already was, but now it can be a little bit more so of one. Not just that, Levi very dependent on having his evolves up, and Optimus increasing the burst that can come through. So all of these things are starting to crash over. Not just item spikes, but level spikes to be seen. Void Staff starting to be locked in for these teams. So the damage is becoming very much a big deal.
Snowman just locked up. See how much he can survive. That is a lot of damage dealing out to him, but he's able to stay alive. That's a huge shield right now as Optimus can't quite burn through. Levi looking for more on Dumbledoge, flashes away. 5 members of the GIGABYTE Marines here, but Fabulous is not joining the fight just yet. Looking for the cutoff, and now they're backing away. This is going to be the Baron start for SuperMassive.
They bring out the Cupcake to try and help tank the Baron just a little bit. They are aware that it's being done. Levi, the King of Steals. Is this something that you want to actually do in front of him?
Doesn't look like it, but Fabulous is caught. He's going to have to go golden right now in a redemption. Naru goes in. That is bold, my friend, and he is going to fall to Levi. 5v4 now as SuperMassive are taking down to 0. Optimus with a big kill up, and that, without the ult, makes it look easy.
And suddenly all of the pressure around the Baron pit subsides for SuperMassive. The GIGABYTE Marines should not look to do the objective. They're doing the smart play. Take the turrets. Get the goal back towards your favor, or as close as you can towards doing so. However, trades in the middle lane. They're trying to do the best they can to respond to this. GIGABYTE Marines, they've got Syndra to defend. They should be okay with no Ash Arrow up.
And Stark is just tanking the turret until the minions arrive right now. With Optimus there, easy peasy clear of the wave, and it looks like it's going to be a 2-for-0 tower trade off the back of that fight. GIGABYTE Marines find their opening and immediately punish.
This is a really good trade from the GIGABYTE Marines. Credit where it's due. The gold difference is effectively pretty much down to nothing. It's just the rumble, but they've taken so long to get those 2 turrets. The death timers are still reasonably low. The Baron can just be done by SuperMassive if they catch everybody going to base. So
looks like they caught Stark. This is dangerous though. Only 2 members here with StoneMage and Zeitnot. Ash Arrow comes in, dodged by Slay here.
They still go straight to the Baron. Doesn't matter if the Ashe ultimate's down. They've got the Rumble Equalizer. He held onto it. It's the right move. They force this. They prevent the GIGABYTE Marines from recalling. And honestly, as it stands, fighting for this is far too dangerous. They have to go for a steal.
Going for the rush right now. It's down to 8,000. The rest of the GIGABYTE Marines are here. A little bit low health bar on Levi, but can he get the big steal? Optimus around the side. They turn to the fight, looking for Stark. He pushed too far forward, but he gets a big barrel, looking for Zeitnot, but Optimus is by himself as Fabulous picks up the GIGABYTE Marines jungler, and now the tables have turned. Stark has got a wild growth on, but he's also got a tether. Has to walk away. No smite steal available. SuperMassive realize they can turn back for the Baron.
And they could have went for the steal. Instead, they choose to go for the fight. Just trying desperately to... I don't know what he's aiming for. It doesn't matter.
Slay's got Stormtrooper syndrome right now. It looks like nothing doing as he sends a last shot flying. The Baron is going to go the way of SuperMassive. It looked rough for these boys for a minute, but they get right back into it. 33 minutes, Baron goes their way.
Nothing in the world was going to stop them after making this decision. SuperMassive, they catch GIGABYTE Marines being far too straightforward with it. We get to watch the Baron fight one more time. Stark just far too forward. They catch Fabulous, but on top of an equalizer, Levi just dies. And then he's able to flash out. Summoner's there in a battle of the mid laners and the top laners finding each other. The team that's gone back to base has their items, has their mana, has all of their cooldowns available, are always going to win that one. That's the kind of inexcusable mistake, capitalizing on the aggression out of the Marines. It happens all the time.
Over-reliance on aggression. You can see even with 3 members left alive, they thought they wanted to go back in until Naru shot him with the Shock Blast, and now another Infernal Dragon goes the way of SuperMassive. They've got 240 on the Baron buff. They've got 2 Infernals. They've got regen in the form of that Ocean Drake. It's hard for GIGABYTE Marines to fight extended against SuperMassive.
Yeah, they're pretty much set to go. There's a bit more when we're talking about reliance actually hinging on the Syndra stun, the Jhin also hitting the W. It is still a pick composition, right? And whilst it's now hard to generate those picks to actually get a numbers advantage on Summoner's Rift, they can still try their best. But we are looking at the SuperMassive side. They've got the Baron. The Turkish team should be set to even this series up. If they can just break the base.
That is always the question. The last time they got anywhere near it, well, Fabulous went a little bit too deep, followed the Licorice, and pretty much got melted through by Optimus here. But this is later on in the game. They've learned from their mistakes, or so it would appear, as they were able to turn a bad fight, even around the Baron, into another big victory, pushing on multiple waves.
Just waltzes everywhere and is a cupcake. Like, it's just weird.
I won't argue with you, Rusty, but I just accept these things. I roll with them.
It's mildly disturbing. They're threatening top lane now as well. Sorry, it's just distracting watching an ugly creature like that. No, he's beautiful. Don't listen to me.
Well, your trepidation aside, SuperMassive aren't afraid of pushing up towards this top. Levi's already getting chunked low. Naru is starting to get huge on this chase here now. 4 members trying to stay strong here. In comes Optimus looking for a pickoff onto Naru, but the shield's keeping him relatively healthy. Optimus has already unleashed the power. There's not a whole lot more for him to do.
No, Optimus loses the trade whilst using his ultimate. Naru doesn't have an ultimate to use, so that speaks towards SuperMassive. Now threatening the inhibitor turret. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of options here for GIGABYTE Marines.
Not a whole lot. Base is broken open. Now inhibitors are next on the menu. Stark trying to hold the line, but he's having trouble just dealing with Daisy. As Optimus comes in, gets a scatter, but it's only onto StoneMage, and now inhibitors going down. This has been a lot slower of a game for sure. As the equalizer goes in, redemption's on. Can GIGABYTE Marines stay alive? And Stark and Archie getting healed up, but the curtain is calling. StoneMage getting chunked. 1, 2, 3, intercepted by Fabulous, who goes golden, looking for Stark, looking for Optimus. Naru goes into the skies, and now they're gonna take down the rest of the opposition. Slay and Levi, last man standing as Stark comes back up, only to go back down. That's a double kill for Zeitnot. And just like that, SuperMassive wipe out the GIGABYTE Marines.
It's SuperMassive. They wanted to even this series up. They do not bow down to their opponents.
We've got the one-man flare. SuperMassive got it 5 ways. That's going to be the 1-and-1. And they answer back. They answer the question. After one big loss, they can turn it around.
Absolutely. The mental reset was there. That's a big game victory for them. If it was a 2-0, that could have been a cause for concern, but not to be seen. They're set to go. They picked themselves the Ivern. They picked themselves the Karma with the team composition, and they actually build themselves something that it makes a lot more sense to what Supermassive want to do.
Well, and they gave GIGABYTE Marines all the tools they wanted, just like last game, but they learned how to play around it with some better tools of their own. The Ivern was actually critical, but also that Jace was solid. They had so many ways to protect their carries, and it worked out.
And that's the important part, not losing your laning phase, just getting through to the mid game, being able to find a place in the game where you can actually be a slow team, make the right decisions. But most importantly, making the right decisions in this set seems to be picking up on what the GIGABYTE Marines are doing and just besting it, one-upping it every single time, because they will play over-aggressive to a fault at times.
Yeah, and unfortunately for GIGABYTE Marines, it kind of bit them in the behind, so that's why we're sitting at the 1-and-1 series. But SuperMassive, you know, it wasn't flawless. They still made some mistakes. We saw what happened in the mid lane. We saw what happened on the first Baron attempt, but they didn't shrink away from it. They kind of went back in. They played it safe. Like, okay, we're going to throw the wards around, and that they saw Optimus coming a mile away, and they were able to turn for him once the Gragas barrel came in.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. Honestly, it was not a flawless performance out of the Supermassive side. However, comparing games 1 and 2, that
starkly
was
different.
Monumentally better from them.
Oh yeah, huge improvement. We'll see if they can carry it through. But for now, we're going to check in with the analyst desk to see what they make of SuperMassive's victory.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Of course, I think the first thing we have to talk about is the changes to the draft phase in this game. Felt like a big part of why Supermassive were able to find that win.
Yeah, the key difference was that the Ivern came through for the side of Supermassive. We saw everything else pretty much exactly the same, except for the fact that Supermassive said, you know what, we need a new jungler in. Right now, the interesting thing here is the fact that GIGABYTE Marines chose not to pick an early jungler here. They had the option for getting themselves Graves or for getting themselves Lee. I feel like, okay, Graves is really the only option that they have here. And I think that you just accept the fact that you're going to lose Jhin and you trade it for Graves, because that means you guaranteed a strong jungle matchup. However, because they didn't do that, they then had a lot of their other junglers banned away, and you're seeing how much harder it is for a Kha'Zix to have an impact into an Ivern.
But I think we're seeing some things that TSM also kind of figured out is without the Ziggs, without the Ashe after that has been taken away already, there's a high dependency for some reason on Jhin here. There are a lot of AD carries that can fulfill this role, and Ezreal would be able to play more defensively. We have seen if paired with the Lulu, you can play Kog'Maw quite effectively as well, but we're seeing from Slay a bit of a narrow scope in on this Jhin, and as you said, it ends up costing them in the jungle pool in response to it.
Like, I think that it's, I think you're right in the sense that they're putting a lot of emphasis on to get Slay on something that he's comfortable on. But I don't know, in terms of what are the options you have, right? It's actually pretty difficult because playing into the Ivern and Rumble as well, like, I don't even think that, especially if you're going to leave Rumble open, like, because they banned it in the game before, they decided to ban away the Nautilus instead because they considered that to be a bigger problem. And then you give the option for Supermassive top laner to be able to pick that champion that does extremely well, because every time he ults, the Rumble just ults on top of you, right? And then you just lose all your damage on Jhin. So.
And this is why I think it's actually good drafting from Supermassive. That's why we're seeing the Ashe priority early on. I think the adjustment we'll see in the next game might not even be the Rumble ban. I think the Ivern ban in exchange for the Varus they've been throwing out, it might throw a few different options into the mix. Maybe the Varus gets opened up for the GIGABYTE Marines themselves.
And it just felt impossible for the Kha'Zix, for the Cinder to really have impact once we got into that mid game and the Ivern and the Karma were online. But when we look at the early game, there were still some pretty big points of weakness on the side of Supermassive. We saw their bot lane fall behind once again, despite a successful early 1-for-1. As we look at this tower dive executed on the side of GIGABYTE Marines, the start definitely did not look good for them.
So this is a common play that the GIGABYTE Marines did during the group stages on the second day of groups, where they basically, we didn't get to see the full setup of that, but basically they made sure that they had push in mids, and then they had their jungler draft around to the bottom lane. This is a very common strategy that you use when you have a winning bot lane. Now, this came from the fact that once again, we saw Slate and Archie win out on what was effectively a 2 versus 3, but making the best out of a bad situation. So they were able to get a very early spike onto their AD carry, put the Ashe behind in terms of experience, and then you're in a really good position to then push that underneath the tower, and then make that map movement. And ideally, you want to be able to take that tower. But unfortunately for the GIGABYTE Marines, they couldn't do it, which means that the laning phase got extended. So overall, Supermassive still got what they wanted, which was reach the mid-game point with this Ivern effectively playing the protect the carry role.
And of course, the difference between Game 1 and Game 2 is very visible in the gold of the 80 carries. We took a look at it. Game 1, you see Slay is up 1,900 gold at 10 minutes. This game only up 500. Yes, still at advantage, but not absolutely crushing the laning phase in the same way that we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, and a lot of the plays that are getting the leads came before Ashe was really effective. Like in the first game, we saw 2 ganks pre-6 on the Ashe. This time, the one that worked out for them. But from there, I had a lot less confidence this game watching Slay play the Jhin when he wasn't 3-0. Now, I know that sounds really stupid, and of course, when you're 3-0, you're going to play better, but I think it was the decisions that the GIGABYTE Marines were making on where and when to fight in the mid portions of the game that SuperMassive were just playing quite hands-off. They weren't necessarily taking trades like they were in the first game, and I think that adaptation makes it very difficult for Slay to know where he can actually start his ultimate, because a couple of times it was going awry.
See, I disagree slightly, because I think that the pressure wasn't really on Jhin to perform. I think the real issue for SuperMassive was the fact that this Rumble was going off, right?
Sure.
This Rumble got super fed, and when you're a Jhin, you really have you struggle to have the same sort of impact that you had. Like, even if Jhin had the same scoreline, if you're going up against a Rumble that was like 7-1 at one point, like, you're going to have a rough time as an AD carry.
And it feels like really there were some moments where GIGABYTE Marines did not respect the Rumble. And as we take a look at our Acer replay now, we can see 2 back-to-back fights where SuperMassive are just able to turn this around using the power of Rumble. This one a bit drawn out, but does come in the end.
Right, and this is where the majority of the Rumble plays actually end up coming from. So you can see already by this time Optimus is out of the fight, the arrow comes in, and this is where SuperMassive want to layer this. And you're right, it is a lot of pressure, and it's not necessarily just on the Jhin. You can see how far GIGABYTE Marines are actually stretching to try and get kills here. Very extended fights, and shields are making it incredibly difficult. That one was an example of where Rumble just picks up 3 kills because he's just got Flamespitter running the entire time.
And Fabulous, he gets another fantastic flank off with his team right here, because bear in mind, the bottom lane with SuperMassive, they're just trying to keep GIGABYTE Marines as busy as long as they can. Notice that Optimus is nowhere near the fray. He realizes that he can't join the fight, and then you have this great equalizer to cut off the rest of the team. And I think that it is worth highlighting how well SuperMassive were able to utilize this lead that they had been able to get themselves, because things were looking a little rough. It was early game was not optimal for them. However, SuperMassive were able to match some of the skirmishes and pressure that GIGABYTE Marines were able to put down. And then whenever they saw a few windows, they were able to push them and snowball their lead in further.
Yeah, and when you combine your 80 carry damage and your mid laner's damage, and it doesn't out-damage a Rumble, you know you're getting just spanked that game. And when we look at that fight, too, the confidence from Fabulous to flank on Rumble, if he's behind, maybe that Kha'Zix can just one-shot him. But he knows he's ahead, has the confidence to come in by himself on a flank, and it's just brutal to play against. We did see that Rumble banned away in Game 1. Do you think that this is something that has to be taken off the table here in Game 3?
I don't think it's necessarily something that has to be taken off the table, because a lot of the later game fights actually heavily went in favor of the GIGABYTE Marines, and that's largely because they got better at playing around the Rumble Ultimate. The big pick, I think, is this Ivern, right? Yep. Not only did you have a not great matchup of the Kha'Zix into the Ivern, but I also think that SuperMassive just know how well to play with this champion. The fact that you have a Syndra trying to shut down one single target, and then you have both the Karma and the Ivern shields to immediately keep them alive. The fact that you have multiple carry threats for the Ivern to play around also made it extremely difficult. So I think that if you're the GIGABYTE Marines, you either have to take Ivern off the board, or you have to put a higher priority on getting Levi a better jungle matchup.
And I'm curious, so are we taking Ivern off the board in the first ban phase? Because so far we've seen Galio, Kate, Varus remain the consistent.
Stop banning Galio. Just stop it. I do not, like, I can understand why, but I also think that Galio is a champion you can very easily abuse and you can shut him down. And I think that the GIGABYTE Marines could very well look to play through their top side if they just take that Galio back.
So that's something that I actually think should remain consistent in the Galio, because I don't have confidence in Stark to outplay the Galio that effectively. I think Stark is fairly neutral on the Gragas. You can play Galio into that Gragas matchup. I think it's the Varus that is actually undoing the GIGABYTE Marines the most, because they don't have an AD carry option once that Ashe is already gone. You then force SuperMassive into a situation where they perhaps have to prioritize their jungle as pick one. If you ban the Ivern, you can take something like a Lee Sin early for the GIGABYTE Marines and just say, hey, we'll take Varus into the Ashe, no problem for us.
All right, well, no matter how you look at it, somebody needs to adapt their draft in Game 3, but SuperMassive adapted incredibly well in Game 2. We'll see if GIGABYTE Marines can do the same in Game 3. The series will continue when we return. A jab.
What he didn't realize there was a rumble right on top of him, flashing, autoing, and now Stark's tagging his way in with the blue buff on the assist. Stark should be able to get the kill. Optimus is gonna deny that blast cone pop. It looks like Stark's gonna come back in, or is it? SuperMassive tagging in with Fabulous and Double Doge. That's a triple kill for the Rumble. Naru goes in. That is bold, my friend, and he is going to fall to Levi. He pushed too far forward, but he gets a big barrel, looking for Zeitnot, but Optimus is by himself as Fabulous picks up the GIGABYTE Marines jungler, and now the tables have turned. They're gonna take down the rest of the opposition, slaying Levi. Last man standing as Star comes back up, only to go back down. That's a double kill for Zeitnot, and just like that, SuperMassive wipe out the GIGABYTE Marine. All right, welcome back, everybody. Right now, it's getting hot in Sao Paulo. 1-1 on the board between the GIGABYTE Marines and SuperMassive. The crowd has been loving the action we've had so far. SuperMassive were able to slow it down last time. Can they do it again? Are there going to be any changes in the draft? That's a big question you got to be asking if you're GIGABYTE Marines, Rusty.
Yeah, we definitely have to look at the draft and say, do GIGABYTE Marines change anything? We saw the Jin strategy 2 games in a row. Finally, in the second game, it found its defeat. But I don't think it was at fault of the Jin. However, if you pick Jin, you're playing into a Rumble. you're going to have a pretty bad time if that Rumble gets anything going for himself. And that, to me, is the first place that we look towards. We say that Fabulous, great top laner, very good tank player, solid tank top laner. But if you give him the Rumble and he goes off, he can start to carry, then there's too many threats on the side of SuperMassive. So GIGABYTE Marines may want to attack him, may want to take away that Rumble.
We'll find out. Maybe they stop banning out some of the champions of Zeitnot, give him some more opportunities to shine as he's been on the Ashe 2 games in a row. We'll find out as we get into this ban phase. So far, so same. Do GIGABYTE Marines ban out? No, this time the Ivern is off the table. Okay,
they finally get rid of the Ivern. We were wondering where it was in Game 1. It shows up in Game 2, gets that victory for them, and in Game number 3, it will be removed off the board. GIGABYTE Marines actually adapting through this stage of the bans. That means some champions go missing through the initial part of the ban phase.
Varus is left up, but Lulu, that had been taken by the GIGABYTE Marines for a while here, it's going to get locked in by SuperMassive, likely into the hands of Dumble Doge.
And this is where, once again, you're expecting the response to be the Gragas, but do they go for the Karma with it? That's the question to me. I much prefer what SuperMassive have done this time by picking themselves the Lulu. In saying that, they didn't pick the Ashe as their first rotation.
Instead, Slay is actually going to nab it. Now it goes over. Once again, is the Gragas going to get locked in? This might mean we get the early Rumble out.
Exactly right. So Lulu, the adaptation from SuperMassive. Ashe always going to be responded. Slay has been a pretty good Ashe player for the team, but as has Zeitnot. So honestly, it could just be the highest priority champion that now goes to waste. But Varus exists, and so Ashe, whilst she exists, has longer range on her engaged tools. If Zeitnot picks the Varus and is nearby his team, can be supported, can still be an engaged tool similar to that of an Ashe.
Yep, locks it in now. So a little bit more comfort there for Zeitnot. Now, what does SuperMassive finish off their first pick phase with? Will we see the Rumble locked in here? If not, it should almost certainly be banned away by the GIGABYTE Marines.
You'd be expecting a jungler to be looked at, a higher priority jungler. Once again, the Lee Sin with Ivern off the board. If you're taking something like that away from Levi, this is also another pick to take from him. Remember, it was banned in the second game after a loss to it. So it's a very valid pick.
Now, do they lock a jungler into their own? Last time Kha'Zix was let through. Ended up Levi not quite as effective on it early on because he kind of got set back by what Stomage was doing on that Ivern, but he's still pretty potent. He was still able to find threats. But instead, it's the early Syndra lock-in for Optimus.
Okay, so they rotate their Syndra before the second ban phase. I like that they have a priority on it still. We've already seen Nairu play Jace, be pretty fine into the champion. You know, it didn't outright win the laning phase. And we still look towards junglers just that little bit more so if you were the Marines. Whereas SuperMassive, they still need to get their top laner and rightly banned from him.
Yes, indeed. Rumble's off the table now, so Fabulous will be looking for something a little bit different. We might see the Nautilus coming back in, as you say. We'll see as the ban's over in their book, they take the Karma off the board.
And that's what I expected to be seen as the third pick for Optimus, which is why I'm a little bit surprised the Syndra was immediately locked in. Karma already displayed the ability to be a flex pick for the team, but instead it's going to be removed off the board. This does leave open an abundance of junglers, however. And Stomage, whilst he's good on the Graves, do you really want to give Levi the Lee Sin?
Well, GIGABYTE Marines on their side are thinking back. The last series, the Fizz banned away.
Shen exists currently.
For the first time this series.
Yeah, first time it's up. They get rid of the Fizz, but Shen's also a pretty good champion.
Yeah, they banned the Lee Sin away, and now with GIGABYTE Marines, what they lock in, be the Shen into the Gragas easily up in the top.
And there's nothing really there for the GIGABYTE Marines unless they pick the Shen now and prevent it. Actually have Archie pick up the Gragas as the support. Something they can look towards.
Decisions have to be made. 10 seconds for GIGABYTE Marines to lock in their next choice before it heads back over. It's got to be the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, this still makes sense. Levi is an outstanding Kha'Zix player. He's going to be into the Graves. Not an easy jungler to go and find. He jungles a little bit faster than that of a Kha'Zix, to say the least. But for what it's worth, he has looked outstanding. It just means there's a lot less support coming into the third game to protect Levi. Almost non-existent support compared to the last two.
SuperMassive timer ticking for their last picks. We could expect to see the Shen up in here. It's going to be an Echo locked in for Naru, though. This is something that's been a little bit more comfortable for him. A couple of plays during the earlier parts of the play-in stage, and there is your Shen locked in for Fabulous.
Yeah, it took an extra couple of rotations in the draft, but they have to reveal everything here. So SuperMassive, they locked themselves the Shen, someone that can get around the map very quickly. Does quite all right in the top lane as well. Will be able to survive decently fine against a Gragas. A little bit of early push going to be a problem for him as we're rounding out the draft.
Yep, Zyra final lock in here with GIGABYTE Marines. Archie picks that one up, and now they have the Ashe Zyra lane that SuperMassive were bringing in game number 1, but a very different bottom lane for SuperMassive as the Varus and the Lulu both fell to them. And, well, the team that, not maybe this series, but typically had played around its AD carry, this is looking pretty protection.
Yeah, it definitely is. SuperMassive, you'd have to say, have compiled themselves a decent team composition for the type of game that they want to play. Naru can go absolutely insane when he gets that Echo rotating around the map trying to hard push, but he's against a Syndra, so that's not that simple. However, GIGABYTE Marines, their bottom lane has honestly exceeded expectations coming into this series. You'd say that's the one place where Zeitnot and Dumbledoge would be favored in the 2v2, but so far, even in just the laning phase, you'd still actually give it over to Slay and Archie, and for no particular reason, they've now just shown up to play in this series. This could actually start to be a potential problem for SuperMassive moving forward, especially if they're going to draft themselves something a little bit more around, you know, keeping the AD alive.
Yeah, other people are going to have to start stepping up, though, if the dual lane is not going to be able to do it as much. We've seen it out of Stomage. We've seen it out of Naru. Last game, hell, we saw it out of Fabulous, and that could very well be the case again. But on a Shen, he's definitely much more defensively minded. At 1-1, the series can still go either way. Start of the day we were talking, I predicted 5 games and a lot of action. So far, I'm on track, Rusty. What do you think this one's going to go?
This is a very tough one to call, Pyra. Still conflicting styles to be seen. The Kha'Zix, you have to like it. Onto Levi, they've got the Syndra for Optimus, and he has looked outstanding. But for me, it's all about the jungle. It's all about the early game, how things actually start on the Rift.
Well, we're about to find out as we load up onto Summoners. 3rd time today. GIGABYTE Marines out the gates versus SuperMassive, looking to fire back, looking to get themselves up 2-1, put themselves within reach of Rio de Janeiro.
And finally, that inkling of momentum actually creeps into the SuperMassive roster. It's been 4 defeats in a row, all of them convincing, but they get their first victory in quite a while. And with this momentum, you have to wonder, will it be enough to actually help assist them, get them over the line, start them on the right foot? Zeitnot, Dumbledoge, they haven't been having the best performance. We mentioned this, but what if having that victory now gives them the confidence that they need? What if this matchup now, having the Varus, having the Lulu in a very equal footing type of lane, if they can hold against the push, just don't lose too much health under that turret, they might actually be fine.
Momentum, very important thing. In high-stakes matches like these, and SuperMassive are no stranger to a big stage. You know, remember what happened the last year? Dumbledoge, earning the Faker Killer title. It's a proud thing for a lot of players. He wants the chance to do it again.
Yeah, he definitely just played Janna in auto attack to steal the kill.
Don't give the details. It's okay. Everybody remembers the story.
We call him Faker Slayer, the killer of gods.
Well, it's going to be a solid group stage no matter who walks away with the victory. Both these teams are showing they definitely came to play today.
So Archie and Slay showing a lot of respect as well, not actually walking into the bottom lane, not going into the brush, just sitting back. It means they're not going to win lane at level 1 as Optimus actually gives him a leash. What a kind guy.
I know.
Oh, no, he
but he steals the few away. Stomage might be in trouble here.
Might actually.
The Raptor is doing a lot of work, and now Naru's coming in. Smite for the health, instant ignite, but Optimus, he's pushed too far forward. In comes Naru, Time Winder.
This is awkward. Where are you going to go? Wrong side. Use the explosive plan. All right, here we go.
Optimus.
Here we go.
He's giving him the runaround. Not enough, though. This time he gets hit. Time Winder. Naru's at that. All right.
Got him. All right. Yeah, we're on the board. I don't understand how that actually happened. Naru's going to have teleport as well. So not only does he get the first blood, he's going to go back to base, probably going to buy another ring, teleport into the lane. That's the left, right, good night. See you later, Optimus. Have fun in your laning phase, buddy.
Yeah, that was very uncharacteristic. Optimus goes for the aggressive play, but he hard commits to it, gets the ignite on. So, okay, so Stomage just slowed down a bit, gives Levi a chance, but now you've given the kill over to the mid laner.
Naru's fed. Naru is very fed. If you want to compare and contrast the levels of strength that mid laners currently present themselves, Naru's level 3-1. Optimus going to have a pretty rough time.
Just a little bit. He's actually going to be, Naru, that is, going to be going a little bit on a roam just for a second, starting things off. See if they can keep the vision locked down, and like clockwork, we have ourselves a very important dragon to start things off. It is actually the Mountain instead of the Infernal this time. A lot of helpful power pushing objective damage as Stomage trades jungle with Levi. Back up in the top side now as he'd already cleared out.
Yeah, he's making the right decision, right? Levi definitely was going to invade. You'd almost expect that if someone's pushing at my Raptors at level 1, Levi knows that he has the health advantage. This is what happened in game number 1 to actually cheese out Stomaged a bit. As he's actually found Naru. Oh, he didn't get over the wall.
Ooh, has to flash, followed by Levi. And Optimus, with a little bit of help from his jungler, fires back.
These are those moments that just should never happen on Summoner's Rift. Levi just happens to be there as the Echo wards. He dashes into the wall. He should not be dead. He is dead, and just like that. That was not meant to be a laning phase where Optimus is going to have a good time. But he's having a great time again. He got a kill. He's loving it.
All right,
Call him
1-1.
McDonald's.
Both the junglers. Definitely looking tasty. Now Zeitnot, Dumbledore are pushing in the bottom side. It's been a much quieter affair down bottom for the time being, but that could change now. Levi is up in the top, but he's just clearing away his own Krugs, and we'll take a look at that play again as Naru. Unfortunate timing on the wall.
Yeah, he was actually on the wall, but he picked, I think, the thickest part that he possibly could of that wall to dash through. Could have flashed, could have taken the safe route. That's exactly the face that you have to make, unfortunately, when you make mistakes like that. And remember the stakes. Not only was it a costly one that killed him, it's to get to MSI.
A big stage at MSI, to be sure. A lot of time on this one in Sao Paulo, but they want to be able to move on to the next. Teleport now for Stark as he heads back up to the top. Losing out in farm against Fabulous, but no stranger to that after what happened last game. All the same, it's pretty even now after the return kill.
Yeah, surprisingly so, I think you'd have to say here, Pyra. Does it? Oh, yeah, it does.
Just enough to interrupt.
Nailed it. That's how you know he's an Echo
Time Winder.
Optimus delayed recalls means that still the advantage, whilst it should have been a bit more, is still there for Naru. He has the experience edge well and truly, and he can go back and reset himself one more time. We still look, though, whilst the mid laners are reasonably equal when it shouldn't have been to the junglers, because Levi was there to pick up that kill, has the CS advantage, has an experience advantage, and the sooner he gets the 6, the sooner people start dying.
True. That's when things start going that way. Levi last time was kind of held back a little bit, courtesy of Stomaged. Fabulous getting off early kills as he was trying to get the invade in. It's a very different type of game now, once again. Fabulous and Stark still on level 5. Teleports both burn, so we'll not see the early action. Really only going to be about those outplays in the lane, but it's nice to see Zeitnot and Dumbledore kind of holding their own a little bit better than we saw earlier in the series.
Yeah.
Not dominating, but holding their own.
But nobody's losing in the 2v2 anymore, and that's important. Zeitnot, he's meant to be the carry that gets Blade of the Wrong King and then has the Lulu protect him, and they just get through laning phase okay. He's never really the all-in win 2v2 lanes. It's usually just because someone was coming at him that they would be. They're also against an Ashe and a Zyra, so their job is not really to just outright win the 2v2, so to speak. It's just to survive, get to the level 6 point, and then it's all about who can use their ultimates better out of both of these 2v2s. Varus and Ashe can just rotate those as they please to try and force summoner spells out of their opponents and then bring the jungler down.
Well, we've already seen from last game, Zeitnot's definitely more than capable of dodging those skill shots. But that's a bigger hitbox on the Ashe arrow. We'll see once the fights start up. Still 5-5 on everybody. Dumbledore's only at level 4, actually. But the mid laners are the ones that hit that level 6 mark a little bit earlier. That's dangerous if you're dealing with Optimus.
Well, so does
Ignite
Levi,
flash
actually.
both up. Yeah, Levi hits it too.
At the same time as his solo laners, as is Kha'Zix. Well, as is Levi, really, not Kha'Zix. He gets to evolve, I believe, his Q from what we saw of him for just a second. He's going to be doing a lot of work onto those objectives now. His jungle clear becomes better. That was done just for health.
Yeah. Optimus got the ult off, but it kind of just got blocked by Naru for a second there. Levi coming in and around, but he's going to get spotted.
But that's the matchup as well, right? Syndra uses ultimate, Echo uses ultimate. Both of them stay at full health. It just means there's no ultimates there. So you defuse a lane where most other champions would and just outright lose. However, whenever the Echo ults, it's okay, hello.
Slay, that's going to be Dumbledore with the kill. Now Archie's isolated by himself. That was a lot of summoners burned too. Flashes on both sides. Meanwhile, all of a sudden, they just crack it open. Stark taking damage. Stomage dealing with Levi, and he even smites the blue back in a way. So Supermassive kind of getting the lion's share of all those trades.
Yeah, they're actually handling GIGABYTE Marines exceptionally well right now. The bottom lane getting the kill. Something that you wouldn't have expected to happen between games 1 and 2, but here we are. The third game changed draft and suddenly changed results down here right now. Archie's just left to pick up the scraps. We get to see how this all happens. Again, it's a level 5 to 6 advantage. This isn't something crazy and unexpected to be seen, but it's really good movements, honestly, from SuperMassive. Using the experience advantage, pushing it, and generating a kill from that mistake from the Marines.
Yeah, small ones, but they can be punished. SuperMassive showing up. Once again, the gold advantage is theirs. They have vision throughout this river right now. You see GIGABYTE Marines not keen on giving a whole lot up, but now it's Levi up in the top, looking for Fabulous, who's got the taunt. This is dangerous.
Yeah, shouldn't do that. Not against the Shen.
And there's a ward down too. Yeah, Levi knows the game is up. Nothing doing.
Now, Fabulous was poked out of lane a fair bit, so his health was lacking, right? Like, there's merit into diving this, but you'd have to imagine that the actual goal is to bring Optimus, and not just to dive the top laner, but to pressure him off the turret. But against the Shen, he has a taunt. So if you try and pressure a Shen off the turret, you have to kill him, or he'll actually make you tank the turret and you die. There is no in-between against the Shen lane.
Levi was thinking about it. You can see as he hesitated, he went back in, he turns back around. All of a sudden, Stone Mage was coming there, so that was about it. Instead, he settles for a red buff.
And so the window of opportunity does close. But Levi's able to go get his red, go back to base, buy a lot of damage. I think it's safe to say. If he had that item, he may have dove.
Yep, neither jungler on boots, but still mobile enough as it is. Waiting for those item spikes, that's always going to be the name of the game when you're talking about the junglers, when you're talking about the mid lanes. Naru gets the early boots. Actually, Merc Treads just try and keep Optimus from dishing too much damage and getting too much CC layered on top of him.
It's also super important to note that the Kha'Zix's evolving his Q also against a Mountain Drake, one of the easiest drakes to secure, especially for a Kha'Zix, as mid laners having it out.
There we go. Phase diving in. Naru, though, it's not a 1v1. In comes Levi, but that's a quick chrono breakout from Naru to keep himself alive. Starts coming in, belly pop, there he goes. He's got the Shen shield on, Fabulous coming in. They're pulling the trigger, see if they make the play right now, but SuperMassive, they were able to slip away. Stark, Levi, Archie all having to run off.
That is 3 ultimates burnt now by the side of SuperMassive. Syndra actually keeps his. Stark is caught. He should be fine. This is all about defending the turret, and the Drake is where the vision was for the GIGABYTE Marines. So Optimus was pushing in, and rightly so, but the numbers immediately turn around. This is just what a Shen does to you. He's able to diffuse any kind of bad situation and make it favorable.
And he's got the teleport advantage now, as Stark had to use his to get involved in that fight. Fabulous on the ultimate, a little shorter cooldown. And he has the TP to boot. Levi wants to make sure that this dragon wouldn't go uncontested, taking away the Scuttle Crab. As Stone Mage backs to base, slower, controlled. That's the way SuperMassive want to play this game, just like the last time, keeping GIGABYTE Marines from getting too much in the engages, holding them to 1 kill at 11 minutes.
Which is good. Slowing the pace of the early game is exactly what you want to be doing against this team, controlling them. That's why Ivan is the perfect counter to the Southeast Asian region at the moment as it stands. The whole server of Vietnam, a very aggressive server, admirably so, but there are definitely ways to best it, and we're seeing in action how you can.
Well, you know all about aggressive regions of League of Legends, Rusty.
I cast the LPR, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's all rotations, all the way. Well, speaking from a European LCS perspective, SuperMassive playing this one controlled, playing this one slow. We've seen a number of teams that are able to do that one. Don't take the big advantages. Famously, G2, the other European team at this tournament, of course, they definitely have stated they do want to make these over-aggressive plays that are 50-50s. They play in their advantages. SuperMassive not quite that controlled, but it has been good to see them kind of holding off when it's an uncertain situation.
I mean, not a lot of teams do that. Team in this tournament to being what we would define as controlled, right? So still starting to see signs of that throughout this entire tournament and this best of 5 in particular right now. But all of the pressure still mounting towards this bottom lane. Remember, the summoners that were burned before, they're actually all back up and available. That's why everyone was fighting in the bottom lane river, not just looking for a Mountain Drake. That's what you take after the fight, especially for the Marines. But if they can find those engages, use the Ash Arrow, Syndra has pick, Kha'Zix has a ridiculous amount of damage, and Zyra's follow-up / engage is also incredible. There are ways in.
But Fabulous gets the taunt off. In comes Levi. They're trying to gank the teleport, but meanwhile tower falls and Fabulous is able to flash away. Levi is coming in. Now a teleport coming from Naru is going to force Stark and Levi to back off. Nicely played by SuperMassive. They get the tower, they stay alive, and they're looking for Dragon.
Yeah, very simple plays, honestly, out of the TCL side here. Just going for the bottom lane turret, having the 2v2 pressure, brings Stone Maged in, push Slay and Archie away. The reason that they concede the turret, they give it up, is quite simply because their jungler is trying to dive a Shen. We already spoke about what it means to try and dive a Shen, and that you don't have a good time when you're actually doing it. So There's a turret, there's a Drake, there's constant pressure in the middle lane. Everything is unfolding perfectly for SuperMassive.
This is exactly how the TCL side were able to get ahead last game. A little bit more jungle pressure, perhaps, countering what Levi was doing, but on this Kha'Zix, once again, he's not been able to find much more. However, if he does find somebody isolated, that could be the difference maker. But SuperMassive are playing around this possibility. Fabulous has really been the only one off on his own, and he's the Shen. He can do that.
He absolutely can. And ultimately, a lot of the early pressure that we've been seeing, whilst we sit there and we can highlight how good Levi has been throughout this whole tournament, Optimus has played a big part in it as well. And now that he's on the Syndra, he lost his own lane at level 1. Levi repaired it for him and made it a bit better. But still he doesn't have the pressure. He's in a lane where the Echo can control the minion waves just as well as him. And the most important part is that he roams, that he affects the map. But every time that he tries to, he's against the teleporting member of an Echo. He'll always be there just that little bit sooner. He can't kill Naru, he can't pressure him out of lane. Always stays healthy, stays at full health. Everything that they want to do revolves around starting it like this.
And they turn it right on around. He goes in, Protobelt onto Optimus, turns for Levi, snaps back, power is unleashed. Fabulous had his ultimate canceled, and that is the difference maker as Levi gets a kill.
Stark throws out the keg, prevents the ultimate coming out from Fabulous, so does exactly what is required of him, and that is how you counter the Shenners. That's a low health double doge with an ultimate used, but let's pretend that never happened. We're talking about a fight bottom lane. I just spent a fair bit of time saying that's how GIGABYTE Marines start making plays. SuperMassive pressuring mid lane turret.
Speaking of making plays right now, it's StoMage that's caught out for just a second, dodges the Stranglethorns, teleports coming in for Fabulous. They are doubling down, looking for Slay, blowing him away as StoMage gets the collateral damage. Teleport canceled once again. Fabulous is just having a hard time against Stark right now, but he's able to 1v1 for just a second.
I mean, the teleport pressure was also enough anyway. Just teleporting there, if it was tanking minion, you know, everything still works out fine. Zite not flash ultimate. Massive amount of work coming out of him right there. This is the second time that we've seen him utilize that. Stark's just trying to help the rest of his map by preventing teleports from happening. As we get to see this one as prevention #1.
And here is going to be round 2. No big barrel this time around, but still able to do something. Oh wait, no, we're back to the regular game. I got juked myself. I thought he still had it.
Not a montage, don't worry.
Well, we might get a few of those after the series is concluded. 15 minutes in, though. It's been a lower action game because SuperMassive been trying to hold it off, and they've been the ones making the big plays. Still, GIGABYTE Marines got some fight in them. They were able to take down Naru. Fabulous wasn't able to come to his rescue. Naru's back on his teleport. Mid lane is still where SuperMassive want to go. However, they couldn't quite finish off the turret. A lot invested to make it happen, but GIGABYTE Marines hold.
I think they're finding it a little bit too difficult to actually breach the walls of the 3v3 that stands in this middle lane for SuperMassive. They send Naru to a side lane. Levi's going to work around Optimus, it feels like, and actually just find kills. The dynamic duo trying to be what it takes to lock it down and get a victory in this game. Whereas SuperMassive, they'll just send the Graves to the Varus, to the Lulu, and start generating those picks, turn those picks into the game winners. Very difficult thing to do, but the Ashe can influence the rest of the map while sitting mid lane. But if they see and they know that you don't have the ultimate, then you really do find yourself on struggle street against your 3v3 in the middle lane. Risky business.
Looks like they're going for 4 in the mid, though. Optimus and Levi are heading back up there.
They're holding hands.
Sight not and Dumbledore, if they get caught out, this could start to be the tower push, but they're going to have some help. There is the arrow. Instant wild growth. Levi trying to shred through the rest of the health bar, and it's going to be Optimus that manages to finish it off here as StoMage dodges, throws out the collateral damage, but the rest of the GIGABYTE Marines are able to absorb it between the 4 of them. Big scout of the week dodged out by StoMage and Dumbledore, but now it looks like it is going to be tower unless they can turn it right back around. In comes the Shen Fabulous. They were stopped up for just a second thanks to Archie.
Just off with the taunt as well. Looks like everything gets diffused because Stark doesn't want to take part in this either. He may just hang around, hover the area, but there's no real value to be seen just yet. However, big fight from the GIGABYTE Marines. Still the pressure continues mid.
Massive will not give this one up. Zynot's back off the fountain, however, the wave's already shredded. Nobody's going to be getting towers just yet. Could be in for a long siege back and forth, Rusty.
Potentially so, and whoever breaks that middle lane, you'd expect to be the ones with the big advantage. Just being able to open up the map that little bit further. They are continuing with the 1-3-1 here, though. SuperMassive are adamant that this is their way into this game. Avoid the fighting, pull the GIGABYTE Marines apart, rip them across the map, separate them, break up their duos.
Yeah, there's always danger, though, of Levi. Get that isolation damage. Hard to deal with, but to be fair, when you have a Shen on your team, are you ever truly isolated?
You know what's hard to get past as well is a Tiamat Shen who's never going to die because both mid laner and top laner have magic damage. The wave clear as well out of Naru just means that you don't fight him, you're just fighting minions the entire time. There is not a lot of answers, honestly, especially with not having a teleport on their mid laner or no map movements. That's just a Syndra with Ignite. The kill pressure is there against the Echo. You have to say it's not really there against the Shen. And so their lane assignments are important, but most importantly, not just lane assignments, how Optimus rotates. Does Levi come and help him, unlock him like they have been in the past, or can Optimus just clear the wave and leave? Because as it stands, with the Drake being up in 5 seconds, their lane assignments are perfect, where the teleports don't matter, because one's on cooldown, and they're both near the Drake, which is where everyone will look.
That's where you got to play around it right now. Levi and Optimus still holding hands as the blue buff gets finished off. Archie there clearing the vision away. SuperMassive know this is going on, though, but it's a very important drag in the mountain once again. We really haven't had too many Drakes that people don't want to fight over as Naru goes in and has to chrono break out as Levi was dishing the damage. Stomage and Dumbledoge a little bit late to the party.
Yeah, Levi level 11 does a lot of work. Needs to be respected as it stands. And those inklings of pressure, just getting rid of the Echo ultimate, means that team fighting is just 10 times easier for the GIGABYTE Marines. You can actually assassinate him.
It's always a possibility. Although Fabulous has Stand United off cooldown, SuperMassive looking to take advantage of the small window here to finish off mid-turret. But Archie's coming in. They don't know that there's no backup right now. Optimus is going in onto Naru, and he unleashes the power! Right behind the tower, Optimus taking a few shots, but Levi will tag his way in. Looks like we could be in for a tower trade here. A few more minions. It's not going to be quite enough to get it done, but it's close.
Stark's also rotating towards this middle lane. They may not look towards defending the turret, more so going for a kill at the same time. Levi now about to rotate up. They are looking.
Zeitnot. Fabulous has got the shield on top of him. The tower's going to fall, and Stark is just able to get outside of the chains of corruption.
Actually, body slams pretty much at the same missile speed as the arrows, so does get out barely without getting connected from the Varus ulti. The Gragas ulti was burnt, however, and the turrets were traded in the end, so you're absolutely correct. This is what we get to see in the bottom lane, though. Naru, no ultimate, no Zhonya's, just a proto belt, and it takes too long to lay down the parallel converge. You'd have to say a little bit of a mistake overall from the Echo. Optimus just playing like clockwork, presses his R button, makes sure there's some balls on the ground.
He walks right on. I mean, tower damage or no, he does not seem to care. So 3 kills on the board right now, and after the start of the game, where he ends up dying at bottom lane in Hib Tower, looked like we might see a few more oopsies.
Yeah,
but
I don't know how the Syndra is
fine.
here, to be honest with you. I don't know how he got this far into a game. He lost lane at level 1.
That's when the rest of your team just starts spamming question mark pings on you.
I would have.
Yeah, well, he certainly redeemed himself.
But he's
Fabulous.
looking.
Got the taunt onto Stark, but in comes Slay.
There was no keg for Stark, so it's all about pressuring the turret. It's
Like a collab. No mage. Oh, he gets the taunt off. Stark in tower range has to flash. The heal burned by Slay now. Hard commit from GIGABYTE Marines. In comes Levi. They get the damage before the rest of SuperMassive can get there. A double kill for Levi.
And Stark barely living, as is Gragas with the passive. Gets some health back from the body slam. Turret now being pressured. Naru is bottom. Has teleport just about to be available again, but they're just playing a game of trades, and guess who's getting the wins from this one? The crowd knows.
Well, SuperMassive might have lost a few members, lost the top tower, but at least they get the inner here. Unfortunately, it looks like they might lose out on one, except for Zeitnot and Dumbledoge being there to clear the rest of the way. But GIGABYTE Marines will be able to back off, keeping the gold lead in their favor.
And you know, your expectations coming into this third game with how slow it started, keeping the Marines away from all of the kills, and the way level 1 also started, you'd say, well, SuperMassive, it's their game to lose. Well, if it was their game to lose, how are the GIGABYTE Marines actually out-rotating them, getting dives onto the top laner, and doing all of these things with absolutely no counterplay from their opponents? Fabulous, pretty much on an island. His island is deserted from everybody that he ever knew. And he's just meeting all of these monsters coming up there to kill him.
Yeah.
Constantly.
And he can't get out, he can't get any help because he's the one with the teleport, with the Stand United. Can't use it on yourself. Naru, the only other one who could get there, and he was busy pushing on the bottom side. So now you have 3 kills on the jungler, 3 kills on the mid laner. They both got huge kill pressure. And these guys are going to be big monsters.
And they're exactly the monsters that need those kills, as the one with giant claws starts off for Drake. I don't know if there'll be any counterplay here available unless they just look for a steal.
Naru's up top. Looks like this one's given up here. It's going to be Drake equalized.
But they're cool with that because, again, the turret trade will be something they look towards in the top lane. If they actually just pressure that one, the Mountain Drake's nice, but that means it's one apiece anyway, and SuperMassive should go for top lane.
Oh, but you can see Fabulous playing a little skittish right now. We realize
they're actually
right,
teleporting for him.
Wow, they are going to try and cut off Naru. That tower's not falling fast enough.
Yeah, but that teleport was so deep, Naru might be able to navigate his way through. We'll see. He had a flash.
Oh boy, throws down the convergence, goes in. Oh, he's going to try to make this a 2v2, but all of a sudden Archie comes in. 3v2 right now, snaps back to dodge. Out as much damage as he possibly can. Turns in for Optimus. StoneMage
is in.
He's tagging in right now. Let's see if they can get the pickup.
Whoa!
Oh, he gets knocked back and around. What the hell was that as Levi comes in? And all of a sudden, this party up top
Bears is
does not end. Zeitnot trying to be the hero, getting himself one. Naru gets another. SuperMassive coming up ahead in the 2-for-1 trade.
And slowly but assuredly, everybody rocks up to the top lane. But as you're saying, SuperMassive get the slight edge on this one. It also means the pressure towards the top lane structure is the name of the game. We get to watch how this one unfolds one more time. This is what the Shen's able to do. Good stun, denying him out of the parallel convergence. Now, Archie also able to help his team. Optimus walking into the Zyra ultimate to try and prevent Fabulous from doing damage. But that's the combo. The StoneMage gets knocked in. Good flash to try and get himself out to safety. Overexertion, however, from the Marines to make sure that the Graves goes down, results in everybody on their team falling into a very desperate position and dying.
Yep. Party don't start till Zeitnot walks in, and he gets pretty big ultimate, allowing them to finish things off. Naru taking a bat.
And he was there well before Slay.
There we go. 25 minutes in, though. It's still a goal lead for GIGABYTE Marines. But all the same, we're seeing SuperMassive able to tangle with this team fight comp.
They definitely are. That one dude with Thunderstick, you need to just chill out for a second, mate.
Nah, man, they excited over in Sao Paulo right now.
Yeah,
I don't blame them either. This is definitely a pretty hype series. No matter who wins this one, it's definitely going to be solid to see them on the big stage in Rio. But we're still a ways away from that one. 1-1. Who's going to grab the momentum? SuperMassive, after a big, long losing streak, as we said, starting with the Flash Wolf series, have really found a way to thunder back in.
Now, as this game progresses as well, we have to remember that the damage that comes out of Archie when he's playing this Zyra starts to ramp up just that little bit more. Of course, he's going towards the Locket build currently, but after that, if he does choose to go the Leandra's route, go the AP Zyra, and there's pretty much 4 carries on their side, whereas SuperMassive, they've got the tank. He'll always be a tank. Dumbledore's definitely not going to be a carry. His damage is okay at best. So there is some genuine threats as you scale towards the later game stages from the GIGABYTE Marines. SuperMassive are all about protecting their big carries. The Shen ultimate, the Lulu ultimate, just going onto the primary targets that are being focused from what is a pick composition primarily out of the Marines.
Yeah. Naru really starting to ramp up a little bit, but he's only on 2.5 items right now as he has the Secret's Arm Guard working his way towards Lasagnas. But the Lich Bane certainly helps him in the side push. This is the game they want to play because they know that Naru can deal with Optimus in a one-on-one at the very least, and he's got an insurance policy, right? The Chrono Break keeps him out of a bad situation, but there's always the threat that Levi's around.
Yeah, it's not about dealing with Optimus. It's about making sure that Optimus is the one dealing with Naru. That is effectively how they're going to be playing this one out, is vision control, wave control. If all of the above goes towards Naru, then Optimus is stuck defending. One of them has teleport. So as we start to play the Baron game, actually you would say lane assignments should put Stark bottom, but he doesn't even have teleport.
No, we'll get it back up soon enough, but for the time being, SuperMassive are definitely the much more mobile of the squads. Zeitnot and StoneMage in the middle. Naru's actually coming up, but Stark lays a barrel for cover. Parallel convergence coming in. Naru, ooh, Stark intercepts, but all of a sudden Fabulous stand united on top of him, and Optimus is going to get the kill, but not before Fab can come right on in. He taunts, gets it on a few members here, but he's isolated nowhere at all, and Stark is even going to flash slam onto Zeitnot. 2 quick kills by the GIGABYTE Marines.
And the immediate QSS and flash out of Zeitnot to get himself to safety means that he's now at risk of dying under this turret if somebody catches him with a stun. A lot of respect needing to be shown, especially against a Syndra with the mid-range stuns there. So structures drop, plain and simple. That was, if nothing else, adventurous from Naru. Acknowledging the team made the decision. He had the Shen ultimate there to protect him. there's only so much protection that a Shen ult can actually achieve.
Yeah, I mean, he was lucky that Fabulous even was able to get the channel completed because he went down the moment it finished ticking. And as a result, GIGABYTE Marines get 2 kills and not 1, but 2 towers on top of it. That gold lead going 3,000 plus in their favor. And even Stark's going to be able to push side lanes. And what do you know, Rusty? T-minus 1 minute until an Infernal Drake's hits the map.
Yeah, it just seems to me that there is no such thing as a Cloud Drake throughout the past few days of this tournament. Another Infernal, 2 mountains before that. We jokingly said it's a GIGABYTE Marines game, and so these are the Drakes that come up, but it's no longer a joke because it's just true. Like, it just does not stop.
Yep, playing on this patch.
They have started Baron.
Baron's up right now, 29 minutes. They have some damage, but this is in full vision here. Levi's around, he can do the smite steal. We've seen some highlight plays from him.
You know they're fighting for this.
Oh yeah, they've got it. Fabulous tanking most of the Baron damage. Teleport completed, and that Ash Arrow misses.
But the so Stark is here, right? They forced the teleport out of it. Ash Arrow not hitting was their avenue to actually engage. But Shen was there, so he didn't need to teleport. Naru was there, so he didn't need to teleport. Now they have 2 compared to 0 of their opponents, which means GIGABYTE Marines' next response means they have to be grouped at all times, and the side waves can get out of control. But SuperMassive started the Baron fight without control of the bottom wave of minions. They just had everybody in the area, so that's potentially enough minions to take out a turret, unless someone goes down to defend it.
But Naru might have to spend his teleport to get involved in this fight. Levi sent out the Void Spikes to keep everybody back. The rest of GIGABYTE Marines looking
to collapse actually very nicely. Force them out means a free Infernal Drake on vision, potentially.
Yeah, nice play from Levi and the rest of the Marines here. Honestly, huge deal when you're trying to get those quick picks. That extra AD and AP is going to come in handy. It goes the way of GIGABYTE Marines now, 30 minutes on the clock.
Aiding them a little bit further with some combat stats, as you can see, bonus AD and AP, and with the team composition they've compiled for themselves. Zyra, even as the support, will relish in the fact that there is a little bit more attack damage and ability power for the whole team, particularly AP for her. So far, so good from the GIGABYTE Marines, actually turning around an early game deficit, making it a mid-game lead as we're cresting over towards late game.
Yeah. I have to think about how this series has gone so far. I mean, game number 1 was GIGABYTE Marines just crushing it at 24 minutes, but SuperMassive liked that longer one. They made it last a lot longer at 36. But now we're starting to get into that late game territory. The Syndra is still terrifying. The Kha'Zix hasn't died, and he's stacking up kills. Stark's also starting to get some damage, a little bit more slowdown with the Iceborne Gauntlet.
If we take level 1 out of the equation, Optimus is 502. So doing quite well from that point onwards.
I think that's one of the times you can definitely mess with the numbers a little bit. That one doesn't count. Everybody gets a derp.
But this is how it now continues to play out. If Naru's pressuring bottom, he has the teleport. Shen also pressuring top lane. It means that the play has to be forced. And so in the battle of making teleports happen, here we go. Will they actually teleport? Will they collapse in?
Not Fabulous. Oh, he's going to get locked up, but there's a teleport now. Fabulous dead. Caught. Flashed over, followed by Levi. And that isolation damage was huge. The Ash Arrow comes out, but it doesn't matter at all.
The teleport was cancelled from Naru. He's actually committing to bottom lane. GIGABYTE Marines should not be doing this Baron. They need to send somebody to defend it right now.
They're going to try to have their cake and eat it too, but look at what Naru's able to get done right now. This Baron is going low, but it's already the base being broken open by Naru. Optimus is backed away, but Snowmage is here. Could be a Smite Steal, but all of a sudden, GIGABYTE Marines turn for the fight. Gets the barrel bop on, but Stark is tanking. 3 members of damage. Sight not caught in the rest. The Wild Growth, just enough to keep him alive, but Stark is going to stay up as well. One more auto is all Snowmage needed, but he can't find it. Fired down by Slay. Double Doge going down, and all 4 members of the GIGABYTE Marines staying alive. Naru going in, looking for Optimus, who goes golden. Unleashes the power for the ace.
I really want to see a replay of that 1v1 as well, because in the bottom left corner of your screen, it was like the most epic little trade in the smallest window possible. Fabulous is going to deny the Baron. They have no health to their name, but they won a team fight, and they won in bottom lane. However, the inhibitor falls. So with a 6k lead, if they can't force this Baron immediately, then they really are still on the back foot. They have no choice but to try, it seems like, or at least they're forcing themselves to try.
Well, Fabulous, that fight was so long, he comes all the way back up, gets stunned up by Optimus. GIGABYTE Marines, you don't often see a team get 5 kills for nothing and be still on the on the back foot, but they at least get the Baron off of this so they can start to defend their bottom lane. They get out with everybody alive. That was something else.
That was very close to being a very bad thing, I think it's safe to say at this stage, Pyra, because that was, if that inhibitor fell down and they didn't get the Baron, then those minions would push. That is the lane on the map that is the furthest away from the Baron buff. And so if you actually lose that inhibitor, it takes the longest time to rotate. Stark would have to be stuck down there. His wave clear is okay, but not against super minions. It takes an awful long time to actually get that done, but he has the teleport backup. Everything's coinciding in actually the most perfect way that it could be for the Marines, because they have a teleport advantage. Effectively, it'll be matched by a Shen ultimate only, but Naru can't split push anymore. He now has to group, but he can't clear Baron minions very well. SuperMassive, they kind of need to engage or find a pick.
Yeah. Definitely need to do it as fast as they can, but it's Baron buff versus super minions in bottom. The rest of the lane's not so lucky, and Levi is on the front lines here. Getting the wards cleared away, that's going to be dangerous to deal with. He's had a big impact in a lot of these fights, a lot of these skirmishes. But you have to get some credit to Slay, Optimus as well.
Yes, Slay
having fantastic games.
His team fighting, navigating the last fight that we saw in particular, being able to stay healthy enough, confident enough to move forwards against the Graves with little to no health to his name.
Yeah, that was insane, actually. Stark solo with the rest of these Baron empowered minions able to finish off the tower. The rest of GIGABYTE Marines just rotating around, hovering inside this jungle, and keeping SuperMassive in the dark. It's difficult to fight into this team. One face check can mean the end of it.
I can't believe Optimus had 2 rotations of his ultimate off as well, using it again in the bottom lane to seal the deal. Oh yeah, cooldown on that thing is absurd at times. As now the siege begins. Says, all right, bye.
Oh, okay. Yep.
There was a Lulu there once, now it's just a blue hat.
For another 35 seconds, that's advantage GIGABYTE Marines. Pushing on the bottom, pushing on the mid. The siege continues. They've got extra damage courtesy of that dragon, courtesy of the Baron empowered minions. SuperMassive are just getting cowed right now.
They definitely are, and now with 2 people bottom, 3 mid, all of the inhibitors pressured at once.
They're fighting. Here we go. See if they can get the pick off on to Stark. It looks like the tower's going to go down in the mid, but Levi goes in for Naru. He's got the weak, doesn't get the stun off. Naru has the shield from Fabulous, but it's not enough to keep Stomaged alive. And all of a sudden, they pull the trigger, a double kill for the Ashe. And the rest of the team cleans up. That's it, Rusty.
GIGABYTE Marines, they're just going to go straight forwards and make this 2-1.
Easy peasy, no one around to defend. Dumbledore just coming back up, but c'est la vie. And sayonara, GIGABYTE Marines getting themselves one more win on the board, 2-1. It is match point, and they are looking for Rio.
Much more convincing mid to late game phase here from the Marines. But the early game still something that could be looked towards. However, with match point now, with a 2-1 lead in the series, we're still seeing different strategies, different ideologies out of the team. They actually had more than one thing up their sleeve prepared for today.
Well, when you're on the back foot after one game, you have to start bringing things out. Once again, SuperMassive now have to turn it around. They didn't get crushed nearly as hard. It was a lot of trades. We could see that they could tango with the Marines, but they're going to have to do it again to bring it to game 4, or game 5, I should say.
I mean, for me, looking at it, right, it was the early game was still sound from them. They slowed the pace of the game down to where they want it to be, and then when they tried to 1-3-1, it was honestly just execution mistakes. If they try and just one more wave bottom lane, don't get forced into fights, or don't force the fight so aggressively. A couple of the Baron baits, it was good, getting teleports out, but none of it was really perfect. None of it was good enough to beat the GIGABYTE Marines just outright in the game. And all it takes is that one mistake for them to get a victory.
And you have to start thinking about taking away Optimus's Syndra, taking away Levi's Kha'Zix, and we'll see what happens. Now, for an in-depth look at that game, we're going to send it over to our analysts.
I think the biggest crux there, Pyra, was Ivern being taken off the board. Looked much easier to kill people, as it turns out, on the side of GIGABYTE Marines when there's no Ivern shields to worry about blowing.
And not only that, I like the adaptation. The Ashe to start fights works very well in the same principle. If you don't only have one pick to take in first rotation for SuperMassive, suddenly they have to adapt things, pick the Varus themselves, which is a fine pick, but I think the engaged potential on top of that for GIGABYTE Marines makes them difficult to deal with.
I think the important thing to remember is that the thing about the Varus bans early on is, as you rightly were saying in the previous post-game, you limit yourself, right? You're basically saying they can pick Ashe and there's nothing else. But the other added factor of taking Ashe is you take it off of Slay. Yeah. And what we've seen is that as an individual, he seems to have a very limited champion pool in what he's good at. And we know that his 3 best ADs at the moment seem to be Ziggs, Jhin, and Ashe. So the fact that they left Lulu open and they effectively said to the enemy team, look, we're going to give this to you in order to guarantee that our AD carry is on something that he's comfortable on, it hurt them in the early game, but overall it worked out in their favor.
And the priority on comfort picks really did pay off as we moved later into the game. But the one thing that I do like is the Varus and the Lulu being set up for SuperMassive for the first time in the series did give them a winning bottom lane. We can take a look at that 1-for-0 happened early on in the game. This was a solid start for the team that we haven't seen so far in the series.
And there is some of the utility coming from the Varus. It allows them to capitalize on Slay, who, you know, has had kind of questionable laning phases at times. Yes, they've been ahead, but a lot of that has been when Levi is there. When they're on their own, they don't seem quite so solid. It's one of those back and forth ones. There have been mistakes on both sides bot lane, but that's one that SuperMassive were able to punish.
I think the matchup is extremely difficult as well for an Ashe and a Zyra because Varus, he naturally has a fair amount of poke, and in terms of the all-in, he's a little bit stronger. But then when you're supported by a Lulu as well, that mitigates a lot of the Zyra damage as well. So he has the ability to force those all-in fights. And I also think he had a level advantage when they actually made that happen too. So the whole play from the SuperMassive bottom lane was good. And it's nice to see them throughout the series improving that 2 versus 2, because at the start of the day, it was bad.
They got destroyed. They got destroyed in a winning lane matchup, and they lost that anyway.
And then they were able to redeem themselves later on. So it's nice to be able to see the Zeitnot that we were expecting more of coming out of the group stages of the play-ins.
Now, the steady progression, this is the most even game I think we've seen throughout the series.
Sure.
Of course, there was a turning point in the middle of the game, but we'll get to that momentarily. So much parity in the mid-game team fights. Do you feel like there's something that SuperMassive could have done as a team to more solidify their lead in the mid-game? Because they were doing fine for the vast majority of those mid-game plays. It felt like they were in control for a decent portion of it, but consistently we see GIGABYTE Marines finding fights to get back.
And a lot of them came from catching Naru first. Like, Naru had a number of deaths, whether it was out on the side lane, whether it was with the rest of the team. If Naru's not there, suddenly SuperMassive look a lot less solid at their team fighting. We've seen what Naru can do when he's ahead, but it was good focus that really led to a lot of these fights.
I think you have to remember that the GIGABYTE Marines are a team that's naturally good at skirmishing. They have this tendency to be able to find these 2v2s or the 3v3s or even the 2v3s where they can just straight up get the outplay. And it's just a style that suits them very well, and that's because they're finding pockets of vision which they can look to punish you with. And Levi's the type of jungler that will just be in really weird places around the map at all times. When you think you're safe to push, all of a sudden a Kha'Zix issue just runs down mid lane and then he dives on top of you and you're like, that's not how a Kha'Zix should gank me, and then you end up in a really awkward situation. So I think that it's praise to Levi, but it's also just the style of the GIGABYTE Marines that SuperMassive weren't properly respecting. And the fact is they had a great 1-3-1 composition that they could have properly utilized, but because they weren't pushing waves and setting up deep vision like you need to in order to have the Echo and the Shen properly apply the pressure that they need to, that gave windows for GIGABYTE to punish.
And of course, the biggest window, a high-risk play coming in from the GIGABYTE Marines. Baron coming in at 32 minutes. That's going to be our Acer replay for this one. And as you guys run us through this, I mean, just a very confident play.
And this is where there's two different fights that the GIGABYTE Marines take. And you can see that, like, they're already taking the Baron, and Naru, his focus is on the inhibitor, so the rest of the Marines say, okay, he can't join us in time. We have the numbers advantage. In goes Stark on this Gragas, gets the crowd control down, and from there, they're low health bars, but at the same time, look at how well they balance the rest of this fight. They drop back when they're low, put the damage out when they can, and from there, GIGABYTE Marines are able to just take both sides of that fight, and I think it highlights one thing for me, and that is SuperMassive need to get Stark off of this Gragas. Yes, he can be punished by a Rumble, but if you play tank versus tank, he just has a lot of impact later on into the game after going neutral from the beginning.
And I really want to emphasize how, as you were saying, it was played so immaculately from the GIGABYTE Marines, because if that goes wrong, it goes really wrong. Like, they were all so low in the sense that if a single member died, they all end up collapsing. So you end up getting 3 to 4 kills on the side of SuperMassive and a bottom lane inhibitor, and that would have just spelled disaster for the GIGABYTE Marines. So the fact that they knew exactly when to force the fight and the way in which they positioned in order to keep all of their members alive, you have to give credit to the team in the way in which they played.
Now, of course, at this point, 2-1 in the favor of GIGABYTE Marines. Vedius, you're on track for prediction. Stress not quite there. Call you guys out a little bit. Stress, I want to know what hasn't been happening here on the side of SuperMassive. What is the difference between what you assumed would happen or what you thought might happen here and what's actually happening from what we're seeing?
So I think the one thing SuperMassive haven't done is the second half of what TSM did on the adaptation, which was revolving around the Gragas. I think they've done the bottom lane section of taking away the Ziggs quite effectively, and up until this game had the Ashe for themselves, which worked. But once it started tearing Stark apart, That's what Fabulous needs to do. Fabulous needs to go in and say, okay, I'm going to play a matchup that maybe you aren't experienced in. Maybe it's something with a carry against the Gragas that can actually put him back in the lane, because Gragas, if you're playing tank versus tank, or if Gragas is moderately ahead, he'll come out and have massive teamfight impact, and that is what the GIGABYTE Marines are using very well.
A part of me just wants them to leave LeBlanc open, because I think that, like, when looking back at their series versus TSM, right, like, in the very first 2 games, they were banning LeBlanc on the 2nd rotation, okay? And it was something that the GIGABYTE Marines didn't seem to have a huge emphasis on getting early. Now, GIGABYTE Marines have a tendency to go towards red side, so I don't think you leave it open, because if it is, they're very likely to take it.
Well, interestingly enough, they have now chosen blue side.
Oh, so they've gone
how
for
does
blue
that
side.
affect it?
So, I mean, then maybe that's even better, right? Like, because if you blind pick a LeBlanc, then there are many answers to it. You could even go for a Kassadin. You can go for a Rise. Like, there are plenty of options out there, and I think that maybe you just take that gamble and you just ban away the Gragas. And so you can then guarantee a strong bottom lane, you have push in the top, as you rightly said, you get a more favorable matchup, and then you just hope that Naru can keep up to Optimus and his ability to play LeBlanc.
Definitely the pressure on. Match point now, though, as GIGABYTE Marines are 1 game away from securing their spot in MSI groups. We're going to find out if they can close out the series against SuperMassive right after the break.
Time Winder.
This is awkward. Where are you going to go?
All right.
Got him. All right. Yeah, we're on the board.
Coming in for Fabulous. They are doubling down, looking for Slay, blowing him away. Hard commit from GIGABYTE Marines. In comes Levi. They get the damage before the rest of SuperMassive can get there. A double kill for Levi. One more auto is all Stomage needed, but he can't find it. Fire down by Slay. Double doge going down, and all 4 members of the GIGABYTE Marines staying alive. Naru going in, looking for Optimus, who goes golden.
Oh my
the power
God.
for the ace. But it's not enough to keep Stomage alive, and all of a sudden, they pull the trigger, a double kill for the Ash, and the rest of the team cleans up. That's it, Rusty.
GIGABYTE Marines, they're just going to go straight forwards and make this 2-1.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Game 4 between the GIGABYTE Marines and SuperMassive. The latter which on the back foot. They'll be changing things up a little bit this time, Rusty. It looks like the GIGABYTE Marines, they picked themselves blue side for a change.
Yeah, and I mean, starting with the change of sides, what does the blue side really mean for the GIGABYTE Marines? Well, we've got 3 games of sample size prior to this, and my spidey senses tell me that something along the lines of an Ashe could actually be one of the highest contention picks, as it has been readily taken away from the GIGABYTE Marines by SuperMassive. That end, the one time they were open to choosing it, it was their first rotation. But this does actually open up a can of worms as to what will be picked opposing them. Does the Gragas get taken away like the analyst desk actually spoke towards? And do they go full TSM in the way they're going to try and ban out and pick out against their opponents?
Absolutely, but you have to think SuperMassive, they're going to have to choose very carefully because they have been sticking to some of the same bans, trying to deny what worked for the GIGABYTE Marines in their previous series. Obviously, things kind of fell apart last time around when they played TSM because they started losing out on the Gragas, losing out on the Ziggs, but they found other answers. Like the Jhin definitely worked for a while in this series.
Yeah.
It seems like that's sort of been shut down a little bit by SuperMassive, but there's so much else there, right? The Syndra came in huge. Okay, 1 derp early on in the game for Optimus, but he's allowed 1, and then he just pretty much goes legendary.
Yeah, and I don't actually think that like Jin's a problem or a pain point for either of these teams, really. It's just a champion that was chosen that actually found a degree of success. But in terms like order of priority, Ashe was definitely above that one, as was Varus, because Varus often taken away from Zeitnot, not letting him have one of his better champions. Yes, Ashe might be considered a little bit better, but Zeitnot still looked fantastic. In fact, he looked like one of the best players on his team, all things considered. Looking at that last game, realistically, I'd say Naru was the underperformer on his Echo, and I feel like that's the one place where things will change. Syndra and Echo may not exist.
Well, we'll be finding out as we're into picks and bans. Galio, Ivern banned by the GIGABYTE Marines, and another pair of Yordles for SuperMassive with the Ziggs and Kennen off the table.
Ziggs and Kennen removed. Stock standard. Also, a couple of adaptations from the Marines, however, with this ban phase. Remember, they get the first pick for the first time in this series, but Ivern Rumble just beating the champions that beat them, just immediately removed.
And a quick Syndra ban by SuperMassive in the first rotation. They don't want to give this over to GIGABYTE Marines. We'll see if your prediction comes true, if they lock in the early Ashe for Slay. Looks like instead they might be favoring the Gragas. That's their first pickup for Stark.
Yeah, still 2 champions of massive priority. The Gragas, I'm not surprised that they will first pick for it. It was more speculation that perhaps Ashe was even a higher priority than Gragas, but they don't want to risk SuperMassive being on red side taking the Gragas from them. They want to make sure that Stark is set up for success as best he can. As this should, I'm surprised.
I mean, critical that all these 80 carries were left up and available in this pick and ban phase, but it is the first pick Ashe coming in for Zeitnot. What are they going to pair it with here? That's the question. But LeBlanc had also made it through. Blind pick for Naru early on. Here it is.
Yeah, they pick the LeBlanc. They also get the Ashe. Now, again, Caitlyn was there, a champion that has been religiously taken away from Zeitnot, as it's above and beyond his best. But the Ashe, yes, he is good on it. It's also taken away from Slay. So naturally, they will pick up the 2-for-1 with that AD carry of choice. LeBlanc being picked, there are options into it. They could honestly go Lulu Karma as a rotation if they're really feeling up to it and just try and hold on through that laning phase. Lulu mid, notoriously good. Vedius has spoken about it as to how it works into LeBlanc. Karma does the same thing as to how it works. They have choices.
They could pair with the same lane that they were dealing with last time around. With the Lulu locked in now, hovering on the Varus, and it's locked for Slay.
They pick themselves their bottom lane, so Lulu Varus naturally in the face of an Ashe, they're going to try and go towards a bit more kill pressure. We saw it last game, honestly. Zeitnot Dumbledoge taking out Slay and Archie as they hit level 6 first. The kill threat is definitely a genuine thing to be considered. But we're yet to see a jungler in the first 3 rotations, which is very different.
Yeah, now we have the Zyra locked in for Dumbledoge. So the Ashe Zyra lane once again making an appearance. We're in a ban phase 2. Is this where the jungle pool starts to get hit? So far it was only the Ivern that was banned out of all those champions.
Will SuperMassive have the first rotation if they're looking to go towards a jungler as their 4th pick? They can immediately ban away the ones they don't want to play, but for their first ban, it's pretty risky. I would almost consider mid laners, such as
the Karma. Especially when you're talking about dealing with LeBlanc, there's still the possibility of the Lulu being that support, but then you deny the extra shields from the Karma. So that's SuperMassive's choice. Back over to GIGABYTE Marines for their ban.
You can try and play what you like into the Karma, the LeBlanc rather, if you're feeling lucky. But the Karma, as we mentioned, a higher priority seems to be on the Varus for the Marines, opposed to that Karma, and rightly so, it does get removed off the borders. We aren't going to see the junglers banned just yet. We may see one from SuperMassive if they have a preference, but nope.
That's the Shen, followed up by the Ahri ban. SuperMassive throwing a lot of things at Optimus. A lot of bans spent his
Nautilus
way.
go with it is the question with these top lane bans. They try and force Mr. Fabulous onto something else. Fizz also actually needs to be thought of.
Definitely something you want to consider. Nautilus is the one that they ban away. So Fabulous kind of gets hit towards that latter half of the ban phase.
Keeping in mind that Optimus is also a Fizz player, so perhaps by banning the Nautilus opposed to the Fizz, they throw the gauntlet down and say, if you don't pick it, we might. Kind of force the tempo onto them.
More questions be answered soon. With all the junglers making their way through, looks like Stomage wants to try his hand once more at the Lee Sin. Remember, all the way back to game 1 of this series, he was having a hard time, but not because of the champion, more so because Levi was just giving him no rest.
Well, it's because the strategy revolved around keeping Stomage down in its entirety. Level 1, invade him. Level 2, go to his blue buff, take everything from him. It happened in the last game, but his team collapsed around him a little bit better. So expectations will be exactly this one more time. The jungle is picked first, but now we get to finally see what's happening in this middle lane for Optimus. Where does his heart desire him to go?
Well, he always has the potential to match Assassin for Assassin, a guy that's very known for high mechanical ability. It's always possible. They have themselves some magic damage, so it wouldn't be the end of the world for sure. But does he play it safe? Does he go for the Lulu? Do they instead take Archie a different support? No, something completely different. It's a Lissandra.
Curious that someone would actually go towards the Lissandra. I personally am actually a big fan of the champion. I would say with the slight buffs that Lissandra had, I don't think they mean a single thing, especially not in this patch right now. But Lissandra being picked into LeBlanc, namely, has pretty good wave tempo, can run teleport, can split push, and can kind of match the pressure that a LeBlanc places down now with what is usually the Gunblade Lichbane build.
And then over to SuperMassive, the final pickup. They just needed themselves a tank. With a lot of them banned away, fall back to the next. It ends up being the Maokai for Fabulous.
Maokai by no means bad, just not as good as Nautilus. Gragas, you would expect, actually has a bit of control during that laning phase, but in his own right, Fabulous should be okay. We don't usually look at this top lane between Stark and Fabulous and say someone's going to outright beat the other person. We still always bring our attention towards from the jungle down on your champions list, because junglers, I'd say, are most important. Naru has been very inconsistent at the moment, where Optimus just spontaneously dies at level 1s, but barring that has been quite solid. And the bottom lane 2v2 has honestly been surprising with how it's panned out.
Yeah. And for the first time, we're going to have the teleports matched 2 for 2 on both sides of the map, so we could be in for some real crazy 5v5s, whereas last time we could really kind of predict that at a certain moment a team was going to have an edge coming into things, but that can be very different. Seems like the plan for SuperMassive, though, is still going to try to roll this LeBlanc forward as best as possible. Not going to be the easiest thing up against Optimus on this Lissandra.
And it'd be bittersweet for the GIGABYTE Marines at match point to play the same champions that SuperMassive did in the 2v2 and beat them with it this time around, but it's always a possibility. And it's a statement game, to say the least, if that's the case.
We'll see how it all pans out. Slay and Archie have definitely been surprising Zeitnot and Dumbledoge, but maybe this is where things turn around once again. We saw what happened when they can hit the fast level up, get themselves an edge over their opponents. But you're going to need more than that to take out the Marines right now. They want to even this series up and get themselves a chance to move on to the next stage at the mid-season Invitational. And we are out of the gates for Game 4.
We absolutely are, and again, we hinted towards the potential for 1-3-1s as this game progresses. This is the GIGABYTE Marines matching what SuperMassive did in game number 4, potentially trying to best them at their own game. Instead of having the Syndra, instead of having somebody that runs Ignite, trying to survive as teleports happen, as rotates happen, and pull them around the map. Awkwardly, they have said we'll meet you in the middle. And it is all about, realistically, how these mid laners perform, because if the LeBlanc is fed, everybody explodes. But if the Lissandra gets fed, not even sure that LeBlanc can side lane against it, as it is an adorable skin.
Yep. This is a much cuter tree. I'll give you that one, Rusty.
Is that a chroma?
Yeah, I think so.
I had no idea that had chroma.
He's got multiple pajamas.
He does.
Yeah, who has one set?
I mean, green makes more sense, too, for what it's worth, as GIGABYTE Marines are now doing a level 1.
Heading their way up top. Optimus, Levi, Stark, all here. Nobody's in this brush. No one's anywhere near this brush, to be honest. And you can also see SuperMassive are kind of taking the safe point, trying to get that assist on the Raptor camp. Naru's not far away from Fabulous and Stomage.
And they'll probably do this. They might actually go the long way to the Raptors, actually catch them as the Raptors spawn. As both of them leave this bush, that's where they might actually enter the area.
Oh boy, they see him.
They know.
Levi, all of a sudden, it's 2v3. Stark gets a big bop on, but in goes Stomage looking for Levi straight into the back line as Naru's there, and it looks like they don't want to finish it off. Instead,
oh no.
Start on the Raptor camp.
We're fighting for it.
Okay. That's everything else to go. A couple of Raptors going the way of Stomage, but Levi's got some help. The smite's down, stealing it away.
And Levi wins the smite battle, but not just that. Lee Sin doing this red buff by himself. You'll watch his health bar go down pretty quickly. You compare that to Graves, who can walk over to his blue and not actually really take any damage at all. He should be perfectly fine. So for what it's worth, this is still a lead for the GIGABYTE Marines.
Yeah, it's exactly the way that they wanted to start it off. They started in game 1, setting Stomage behind. It could be the same story again here. Maybe not as far behind, but he's going to have a rough path ahead, and Stomage needs to have an impact early on this Lee Sin. And Rusty, especially if they want to be able to contest down to the bottom. Once again, we have a very important Drake.
That's another mountain Drake. If it's not a mountain, it's an infernal. One big thing though, I mean, I didn't really mention it. Stomage, whilst he loses a bit more health, he's forced to smite. Oh, bottom fighting.
Okay. Good old level 2 fight. Zeitnot burning 2 summoners to get out of there.
This is also the side of the map where the junglers will go, what is currently on your screen. So if summoners are burnt, just keep your eyes peeled.
Okay, Optimus and Naru still dueling with each other, but we'll take a look at the jungle right now as Zeitnot is going to get first blooded. Stomage comes right on in, and they equalize on 80 carries.
Archie in trouble.
Archie's by himself. He's going to have to dodge out the Sonic Wave, and
he was expecting the juke. Again, the flash was always going to be there from Archie, but the resilience to hold the summoner, even a prediction on the juke wasn't going to be enough for Lee Sin. He was playing a pretty tough mental game. Still gets a kill for his troubles, as we get to see once again. The first blood, Lee Sin just shows himself now. Unfortunately, another Q missing from him. I don't think he actually hit one down in this trade, but comes in to make sure the kill is his nonetheless, as this is expecting a juke. And apparently Dumbledore's dead.
Okay, so we know who the better support is here. Once and for all, totally settled. Man, we just keep missing them by inches. Archie coming up with that kill, and you can see that summoners were burned on both sides once again. Dumbledore just flashes down, so is Archie's. But now you've got level advantage for the support.
Now you have to wonder, was Dumbledore's trying to hold a minion wave and die into the minion wave?
Oh, Optimus! He turns back around. Naru wasn't expecting Levi to be right in front of his face.
Adventurous flash forwards from Levi. I don't think he needed to commit that hard, but also helping to reset the 1v1 in this middle lane, where Lissandra hasn't really been having a great time. Stomage now trying to make his mark on it as it pushes in.
Looking for Levi. Naru's here. He's healthy enough for the time being. There's a Q. It's point blank, able to connect. Still not enough to finish, and the claw comes out to deter Stomage and Naru any further.
And they thought Optimus had already gone back to base, so they tried to time it their best as we get to see how this happens. Archie has a level advantage.
Oh, Pix hurts.
What a baller.
He was on a ward that entire time.
This guy.
Got to give it to him. All right, so all things said and done, we're 2-1, but the bottom lane decides to keep on fighting. Slay's a little low here.
He has got a Vamp Scepter. He's also gone for the refillable potion route. One other thing that I have to mention, because it's my favorite thing about watching competitive games, 5 control wards from the GIGABYTE Marines. Archie just removes 1 from his inventory, and there's still 4 present. This is how you win games in competitive. You buy control wards everywhere, and because they have the slight edges across Summoner's Rift as it first started, they have enough gold to be able to afford those control wards.
Vision's definitely the important part of the game.
Very difficult for Stomage to gank through all of that when they get placed.
Yeah. Still, Stomage has been making his presence known. He came bot early on, get that 1 kill, but he's not the only one that likes to go roaming. Optimus clearing away the Scryer's Bloom to make sure nobody's in that side of the SuperMassive jungle.
Also clearing the pit near the blue buff area, so not only revealing vision, but also resetting when the blue buff spawns. It's just Dumbledore by himself. Slay still has the life steal.
It's all good for now. Now Levi returns to the scene of the crime. Level 1, trying to deny Raptors once again. He's able to get a 1 back. Stomage is not going to idly let that one go, but he realizes he needs to finish the Raptors off.
He's going to idly let that one go.
Yep.
Just ward hops for effect.
I was incorrect assuming he'd be chasing that down. Level 5 now.
2 level advantage in mid lane for the record. Naru is bodying Optimus. He's just got 5.
Yeah, that's what you need to do with the LeBlanc too. And now StoneMage tries to go turnabout, but Levi was there once again. Half his health bar is gone. Teleport in for Stark.
Here.
They want to collapse on. They find StoneMage, and Stark is going to get the finisher.
Archie even nearby to rotate. Varus was also making his way up. The GIGABYTE Marines. You can feel StoneMage getting flustered. Like, you can just tell that he was a little bit annoyed that Levi reared his head and was like, well, you want to take 2 of my Raptors, I'm going to take 2 of yours. And that's why he dies.
You can't play the game the GIGABYTE Marines want you to play. Lured him right into the trap, and we're able to take him down. That's the first kill of the game for Stark. It'll make it a little easier for him to push in Fabulous. As always, that has been a very quiet lane. Optimus goes in for the Frozen Tomb. Chains are on, but it doesn't matter. With the help of Levi, he tags him out.
LeBlanc is one of the most mobile champions in League of Legends, but Lissandra is also one of the best champions at locking you down. Bottom is fighting as well. You just let me talk. It's all right. Wusa.
Okay, you can go again.
No, I've lost it.
All right, well, whatever. We're right back to the top lane. Stark is finding Fabulous. Turning in, burning for just a little bit more. Archie's going to back off, so Slay has to be careful now. But this is what you see. The reason Optimus taking that Lissandra, exactly that. He's able to get the lockdown. Levi comes in.
Yeah.
Just gets the assist, but it doesn't matter. Shutting down LeBlanc's key to this game.
One of those things as well, like Maokai has historically been one of the better picks, not mid lane obviously, but one of the better picks into LeBlanc as a team composition counter, because LeBlanc has to overexert herself to place the poke down onto most people, as we'll see if this gets him.
Nope,
Stark
doesn't
get
care.
He actually pretended it didn't exist. But the reason that Maokai is a counter to LeBlanc is because she goes in, you're guaranteed to lock it down. That's the thing with Lissandra ultimate as well. If you're able to hit the right LeBlanc, then you will lock her down. That means the W is naturally going to hit afterwards. And with these 2 amounts of crowd control next to Levi, who's playing the Graves, the burst will be enough to kill any LeBlanc.
Setback for Naru right now. As you talked about him being a little inconsistent in this series. It's kind of all on the line right now. We need to see him stepping up, but he's getting locked down by Optimus. Even with the level advantage, it just wasn't enough. And now you can see Naru trying to find kills elsewhere on the map. Throws down a couple of wards. Not going to go roaming just yet.
He's waiting. StoneMage is here as well, but so is Levi. This could be a 2v2.
Chains on. Optimus gets out of range. Nice and quiet. No one's going to pull the trigger just yet. SuperMassive
red buff
are still down. Now StoneMage. Is this where he gets revenge?
It might be.
Sonic Wave.
He'll probably go for the smite. No, he's not even going to commit to the smite war. Level disadvantage is enough to deter him.
StoneMage looks like he's playing scared.
Just a little bit. I feel like he learned his lesson. He's still perfectly fine. It's 1 level disadvantage, sure, but he has still got a kill. He's got some long swords.
Okay, sends the Q, dodging from Levi. There we go. End of the line. That's a lot of damage from Levi. Even trade at the end of it all.
They both have red buffs too, so the regeneration will be there when they're out of combat. Everything will be okay, but the real winner here is Levi because it's in his jungle. That's a teleport bottom from Optimus.
Yeah, he may not even be needed right now as Zeitnot's going to flash one way, but looks like the rest of the team's going to be there to really slow it down. Optimus trying for a way in, but the plants keep pushing him back. Naru's there. Chains flashed over. StoneMage is the target, and Slay takes him down. Now Fabulous has a big maelstrom on, but he's exhausted away, and Levi chases over the wall with the flash to follow through. 2 kills for none picked up, and GIGABYTE Marines are looking for bot turret.
Yeah, clean from the Marines, honestly, just going down to the bottom lane. Naru's not going to be able to do a single thing mid, and Stark had chased Zeitnot the whole way up the river, basically, as now they threaten the bottom lane turret. This is exactly what the Marines do best. They get a pick, and that pick translates into multiple because they're just so damn aggressive, and suddenly turrets fall, and gold leads form.
Just like that, you got 3,000 in the lead at 10 minutes. Here was the start of it all. Chains onto Zeitnot.
Almost deja vu of the last game, Pyra, I think it's safe to say, right? The way that we saw it for SuperMassive, as the teleport just came down to bottom.
Naru wanted to finish off Slay, but look at that, he's burning low, and the minions get him. It's Slay getting the kill credit, as Optimus is getting kicked back away, but he's still able to finish the claw. StoneMage following through.
StoneMage
Desperately needs to help get some kills on the board, but double doge going in, going too deep. StoneMage follows, the shield is there. It's a double kill for Optimus. Things are falling apart for SuperMassive.
Lulu just shows up and is like, I hear you want to kill. It'd be a shame if something would have happened to it.
And Stark was there.
Also here, yeah. The GIGABYTE Marines, they've turned it on.
This is looking like game 1, Rusty. 9 kills to 1. 11 minutes on the clock. The gold lead's getting out of control. This is a nightmare for SuperMassive.
The crowd loves it.
Every minute of it. GIGABYTE Marines looking to stamp their authority, close out this game. Saying it at 11 minutes, close out the series is what I mean, but let's take a look at this again right after the replay. Teleport finishes for the LeBlanc.
And the teleport's fine, but the timing, you have to say, on that W from Optimus was incredible, locking him down as he was distorting forwards. This is cute from Optimus. You can obviously follow the claw through, puts him next to Slay. And Double Doge decides that because he has Ignite, he has enough to get the kill. But he doesn't, as we're fighting again.
And Stark is killing Double Doge again. All right, right back to it. We continue the tradition. As soon as the replay happens, we have to see more.
It's like they know we're replaying a fight. They're onto us.
I think they're just not stopping the action right now. GIGABYTE Marines can get everything they want at the minute. Stomage gets a kick back onto Stark. Zeitnot's here. Do they dare to go deeper? It looks like the answer is no.
I don't think
Zeitnot's
so.
still chasing.
You know he'll go on you.
Stomage has no kick anymore. Oh, he goes in. There we go. Oh, the damage.
Really?
Hello.
Oh, Naru.
Going in. Zeitnot getting the credit. They're going to turn it on to Levy. Maybe this is the chance they need, but Naru realizes Optimus is there. Doesn't want to follow. It ends up being a 1-for-1.
Levi barely lives. They're diving top lane.
Yeah, and Fabulous, he might not live through this one. Slay still tanking tower. This has gone a little wonky.
Slightly haywire. The GIGABYTE Marines, however, what they have done is they've enacted a lane swap. They've got item spikes. They are so far ahead of the opposing team that they're able to force this onto their opponents. It's by no means wrong.
No, it's working out for them.
It's
Three
wild.
Lissandra. Abyssal Scepter completed, right? You've got the Blade of the Rune King already on the Varus. They're hitting these spikes a lot faster. SuperMassive. This game will spiral out of control if they don't stop the bleeding.
Yeah, definitely right. But how are they going to stop the bleeding when the pressure that comes out of a team with this much momentum is so high? It's not like we're watching SuperMassive with a 4K lead and GIGABYTE's getting opportunities to come back into the game. This is a fast-paced, aggressive Vietnamese side with all of the tools in their arsenal being used to only go forwards. They will fight you at every opportunity where you don't expect them to. And so to come back into a game like this, you really have to pull out something crazy or unexpected. And against a team that thrives in unexpected, SuperMassive need to actually turn it on. This could be an Ash Arrow opportunity.
He's holding onto it for now, content to just clear the turret. Remember, the tower lead is not huge right now. It is only 1-2, but that could change very quickly with a 3-stack for GIGABYTE Marines up top.
Exactly right, with 3 of them up here. Levi's hit a counter gank, he knows. They want that
kind of 1-3-1. Just content to let the minions crash into it for now. Zeitnot and Dumbledoge going to have to be pushing it back here. The chains are on to Optimus. Was able to dodge some of the damage from that Lissandra. Flashback to the Frozen Tomb.
Of course, forcing him to go back, doesn't want to lose any health himself. Naru doesn't have a completed Gunblade, so the trades that go equal aren't exactly efficient just yet.
Yeah, that's a closing window too, right? LeBlanc, you want to get out of this laning phase with the lead, but he has a 2-death count. No kills on the board. And he hasn't even been winning his farm right now, so it's a little difficult right now if you're Naru.
And you're not even sure that he's going to actually complete the Gunblade. I doubt he will. In fact, it's not going to trick him. It's your own lane. I actually believe that where he's going now with the Fiendish Codex should be a completed other item. Should leave it at the Revolver. He's already too far behind to commit to completing an item that for ability power is not that efficient, because building the Cutlass in a situation like this doesn't feel great at all.
No, it definitely is not an ideal situation right now. SuperMassive, 2 kills on the board. That's it, handful for them. Stomage has been pushed back time and again in this series. At least he can secure some vision for his team. But they need to find answers, and it looks like this is a team that would thrive very much in the mid game if they were even or even a little bit ahead, but it's very much not the case.
They're actually looking to dive, it seems, top lane.
They get it though.
Stomage has flash, so he can navigate this. It's about the Ash Arrow though.
This is a long collapse. Slay's coming forward, Ash Arrow to the back of Slay, teleport, double TP coming up. Slay's tanking for just a moment more. He will finally fall, but in comes Optimus. Immediate turn for Zeitnot and claws him down. Archie's gonna get followed up on by Stomage and Fabulous. Who's gonna win this one though? Optimus, nowhere else to go. Shut down by Fab. And it's Stark who's too late to the party. It's a 1-for-3 in favor of SuperMassive.
Yeah, and for no particular reason, Levi is a split-pushing Graves right now. So yes, they get the kills, and that is a very good move from SuperMassive to try and pull themselves back into this game. It'll end up becoming a turret trade as the end goal and the primary objective for them, forcing teleports as well. They may not even get the turret in the end. In fact, I don't think we'll see anything happen.
All right. Opted to pull out from the turret. Pushing. Not going to be enough here, and here's the start to the fight as StoneMage looks to collapse in.
And this is quite simply the arrow hitting, followed with the Zyra. It's the crowd control that you see from them. Now, Optimus destroys Zydon. He no longer exists. Archie, basically a non-factor as well, but because there's just one too many extra people here, you'd have to imagine that if Graves was nearby, not actually pushing the bottom wave, that could have been a different story. But the story is all about SuperMassive in that fight. With a 4K gold deficit, they managed to retain that and get some gold.
Yeah. It's encouraging for SuperMassive so they can still take fights, burning 2 teleports, but they gotta be careful. Zeitnot chased through, and collateral damage, everything thrown at him, including Levi with an end of the line. Zeitnot is gonna limp away, but this tower's not so lucky.
It's a little bit much, don't you think? Stark now gonna probably try and do it himself. He may just throw an explosive cask somewhere and see what happens. The arrow hits.
On to Optimus, in goes Naru. No deletion possible. The heal was even more there. As Fab Fabulous comes in, the Frozen Tomb is down to heal up Optimus. Fab Fabulous tries to recommit back in. The Maelstrom pops for not enough damage, and Slay will take down the SuperMassive top laner.
Optimus has an Abyssal Scepter. He also had his ultimate that he self-casted. So in terms of killing Lysandras, if it wasn't during the duration of the Ash Arrow, then it wasn't going to happen as Naru. Was it worth it, buddy?
If he got the kill, that's a maybe, but not this time around. Flashes and flashes all across the board. We're seeing some serious carnage this game, Rusty. It's just the majority of it. GIGABYTE Marines, they're finding themselves the wins, finding themselves the kills. The gold advantage still huge for this team. We haven't looked at Dragon for a little while, but of course it is an Infernal on the Rift. SuperMassive, they might desperately rush this.
And I don't know how much of this will be desperation. They are at the very least going to pull it out. They've got control wood vision there. If they try and fight this, remember it is on the Scuttle Crab.
Stark's here.
SuperMassive probably don't want to fight this is what I'm saying. They want to try and sneak it, not fight for it. But you know what? Here we are.
Looks like it's going to be a smite fight right now. And the fight will probably
2 levels to Levi.
Here we go. It's going to go the way of StoneMage. He gets it at the last second, but now can SuperMassive get out?
You'd have to expect with the extra levels of Levi, the smite would have been enough, but the execute damage out of Lee Sin with his Sonic Wave proves to be what it takes as StoneMage.
I would not go that way.
Directions.
Yeah, that's a clutch safeguard.
Threatening the middle lane inner though, that's the name of the game here for the Marines.
They can get it. Big for these guys. Turn it on as there is no Naru here. Tower falling all the way down to half health, but Fab Fabulous coming right back on in. Twisted advance onto Stark. StoneMage gets a big kick onto Levy, but he's still dishing the damage onto Zeitnot. There just is not enough for SuperMassive, and this platoon of Marines is charging in.
You can kick him in, but if the turret's dead, it's not a danger zone anymore. In fact, Levi was then kicked under the loving arms of his team, where he turned around and destroyed everybody in front of him. The Graves is huge, and unfortunately for StoneMage, it's not going to be enough. The rest of the team weren't able to defend that one, and the bottom lane turret is still standing. SuperMassive, they are beyond a point where they're on the back foot. They are definitely desperate.
This is when you got to start making any play you possibly can. We've already seen that out of SuperMassive, but what else do they have left of them? We're 19 minutes and some change into this game, and it's such a massive disadvantage for the SuperMassive squad. Just trying to stay alive. They want to make it onto the next stage of MSI, but it is looking less and less likely.
And you know what I admire most, honestly, Pyre, is that on the cusp of going to the MSI main event, taking on all of these massive names, including the likes of SKT, the GIGABYTE Marines are still aggressive. They haven't changed. They are exactly what they need to be. And I feel like a lot of teams can look at a performance like this and actually learn from it. Because it proves that if you spend an entire season, and historically your entire career being aggressive, you don't come onto the main stage and play slow. You play what you are.
Something to be said for playing exactly the way that you are the most comfortable with. Sure, you might want to hide some strats. Sure, you might not want to reveal things to your opponents, but it doesn't matter if you're not good enough to play them at that high level.
No point hiding strategies in a game like this.
No, definitely not. Well,
teleports are in, that's 2 of them.
Okay, Stark and Optimus coming. StoneMage sight not immediately bailing out, but all of a sudden Double Doge didn't get the memo. Optimus, with a little help from Levi, blow him away, and now it's going to be open season on this mid tower.
And they're just running straight down the middle lane. There's an outer turret alive in top, but there's no reason for them to go there. StoneMage, you do not really want to take that engage, buddy. There's not a lot that can prevent the GIGABYTE Marines from taking down this inhibitor.
The walls are crumbling around SuperMassive. Not much base left to speak of as this inhibitor is going to fall. Death timers for Dumbledore coming right back up, and it's all Naru and the rest of SuperMassive can do to just clear away minion waves, but all of a sudden, GIGABYTE Marines aren't done.
And they just go straight to the enemy blue buff right now. They can potentially catch the minion wave in bottom and try and go towards the inner turret. But at the same time, I just have this feeling that they may not even want to do that, because if the opportunity presents itself, they'll just end the game through mid.
Looks like that might be the chance right now with an inhibitor down. SuperMassive are going to the next available thing to defend. It's going to be that bottom tier 2 that we saw being pecked away out earlier on in the game, but GIGABYTE Marines having such a huge advantage here. It's hard to see them not pushing it short of a catastrophic mistake. And
there
they're going to
it
take
is.
the tower. They're going to get the bop, and now Zeitnot, the rest of the team, is going nowhere as GIGABYTE Marines start pushing them down. Stomage getting the kick, flashing out of harm's way, but Slay looking to chase down, even tanking tower shots. Levi getting a double kill as he flashes in for the collateral. GIGABYTE Marines want to end this right here, right now.
GIGABYTE Marines stand and deliver, and now they're about to send themselves potentially, if they can kill this Nexus, all the way to the main event.
It's only Naru trying to stay alive here, trying to keep their hopes alive, but it is going to be way too little. It is going to be way too late. That's the ace. GIGABYTE Marines, they stay true, they stay aggressive, and they punch their tickets. Over to Rio. Well, wait a minute. One last effort to try and push him back. That's it. GIGABYTE Marines with the victory.
And congratulations to our final winners, our final representatives at the MSI main event. Once again, the GIGABYTE Marines. They played their hearts out, but the aggressive style that you come to know and love these guys for always stays true every event that they go towards. It's a pleasure to see that they've never changed.
I can't wait to see how they take to the big stage against the likes of Team WE, SKT, all these teams, TSM, Flash Wolves. We saw how everybody played. I cannot wait to see what they can bring out. But today, they are big winners, 3-1 over SuperMassive.
And you can see they're not just winners in the heart of the crowd as well. They're also superstars. Levi is an absolute gun. Optimus also flanking him. I mean, the whole team showed up when it mattered the most for them, right? And that's the most important part to me, is the bottom lane, what we called the weakest lane of this team, actually put in a lot of work in this series.
Yeah, honestly, outclassing Zeitnot and Dumbledore on a number of occasions, and those guys were a large part of the SuperMassive success. Honestly, I've got some serious hope for this team coming into the main stage. You always think about, oh, these big teams, these big regions, they're always going to crush. Well, I don't know about that. Maybe not the case with the way the GIGABYTE Marines are playing.
I mean, with the way that they played against TSM, maybe it was TSM underperforming, but I have high hopes for the GIGABYTE Marines with this crazy style. If anyone wants to meet them, fight them in the chaos, you may find yourself actually going down to their level, and that's exactly where they want to meet you. Fighting in the mud, they will always win.
And they're a lot more comfortable doing it for sure. Honestly, that was a treat to watch. That whole series was incredible. Even SuperMassive firing back, it just wasn't quite enough. And at the end of the day, GIGABYTE Marines well-earned victory. But for an in-depth look at how the Marines took that series, we're going to hand it off once more to the analysts.
Thank you, Pyra. Later on, we'll get to hear more from that series from Optimus, but for now, we are going to take a look back at that game, starting off by looking at some of the team compositions that we saw put together in this one. And the first standout, Vedius, you're a resident mid laner. You're the man who knows the matchups. Talk to me about this, Lissandra.
So I was a little skeptical at first. I was like, Lissandra. But then when you actually look a little bit more into the matchup, usually during the laning phase, what you'll often see is every time LeBlanc goes in, you're always going to get punished by the Lissandra, because that delay on the W will give you enough time for the Lissandra to root, hit you with a Q, auto, that's going to proc a Thunderlords. So it's fairly even trading, but Lissandra will always have a slight push advantage during the mid lane. It's when level 6 comes around, that's where things really start going in the favor of the Lissandra, because every time LeBlanc tries to do anything, she gets put in a tomb. And then the rest of the team lock her down, and then you end up just having a useless assassin.
Stays in the tomb.
Yeah, she stays in there, exactly. So I think the pick was smart overall, and I think that it was picked into a good composition as well. I think that it's important that you have high damage coming from both your jungle and AD carry roles, because she as a mid laner doesn't have a huge amount of damage herself after the countless number of nerfs that she's had since she was really popular in competitive play. So the Graves in particular worked very nicely, because you'd get locked down in the mids, and then Graves would just come and clean up.
And I just love the attitude there. It's like, hey, we're a team that loves to fight. We want to go aggressive. Why would we pick something that needs time to scale? Let's pick a champion that can facilitate that. And I think that's the other time that I wouldn't want to see Alessandra picked is if you're a team that wants to sit back, right? She's exceptionally good at starting fights or at least getting single targets, multiple targets in a fight, just going over a wall and saying, hey, fight's on. Oh, you're already dead now.
And of course, one of our big concerns when we talk about Levi on this Graves was also, hey, you don't have the CC, you can't make the plays yourself. Well, Alessandra, she can set the plays up for Levi. Levi can back up with the damage, so kind of shifting roles there. But despite this, despite all of this interesting stuff happening in mid lane, the bot lane continues to be a hugely contentious subject for both of these teams. We take a chance to look at some of these first blood kills coming out because it's like they have a blood pact. Like someone's got to die in bot lane every time we go into game. This time, 1-for-1 trade, and it just goes south here as we look ahead a few moments later, and you see the Zyra dying too.
It's the Varus Lulu, man. It's a powerful bottom lane that you need to show a lot of respect for. But I think that game 4, both these bottom lanes, they've gotten used to each other now, and they just want to look to trade. And it's understandable, especially like early levels, that you want to try and force fights as an Ashe Zyra, but they just weren't coordinating properly. You could just focus down the Zyra, she gets chunked out, and then the Ashe is like, oh, you want to fight? Oh, no, I don't have a support anymore. So it was a little bit of poor communication with which you saw that the GIGABYTE Marines were quick to take advantage of.
And for me, I think the big surprising factor is normally when we see bot lanes, get used to each other, get used to a matchup, normally they stop killing each other, right? They stop going, and they're like, okay, we've learned our limits, it's time to stop fighting. And both of these sides seem to be like, no, it's cool now, we understand the matchup. Or they think they understand the matchup, like, we're definitely gonna win it at level 3 this time, we swear. And it just kept being this source of early leads, whether it was for one side or the other, mostly in the favor of the GIGABYTE Marines over the course of this series.
And it didn't stop there, because we had 4 teleports on the map at that point, and there was so much fighting in the bot lane that everyone's like, oh, well, where should we fight next? So bring the Lissandra in bottom lane. And it had already kind of started badly for SuperMassive. And then that series of back-to-back bot lane fights where Optimus just, I think it was the
second fight. We're going to take a chance to look at the second fight. There's a first fight. It goes in favor of the GIGABYTE Marines. And then SuperMassive want to take a second fight, and this is really where it goes
Beautiful
south.
Punish with the ice at first to block the distortion. And then it's just all about Optimus knowing how to play the fight.
Yeah, I think that you're realizing why cooldown reduction is an extremely valuable tool on Lissandra as well, because the more often she gets the rotations out, the more often she can lock you up and CC you down. And the way in which the GIGABYTE Marines played the skirmish just exemplifies their style to a T, right? The fact that they are always looking for these 2v2s, these 3v3s. Lissandra is not only a champion that helps facilitate that, but this is a team that just knows how to communicate and knows how to play around these kind of situations. And so when you are faced in what looks like a dire situation with which you should lose all 3 of your members, somehow the GIGABYTE Marines
And we've seen them play on that Razor's Edge before. We saw it last game with the Baron, with the Risk, while Echo is split pushing an inhibitor, they take a Baron. They do it again here in this bot lane fight where if anybody messes up a cooldown, it feels like everyone just dies on the side of the GIGABYTE Marines, but they managed to pull it out yet again.
The coordination and teamwork that I'm seeing from this team is very enjoyable to watch. I'm a little bit concerned, given that they will be moving on to MSI, their ability to play the map. And I think that their style is very similar to that of the Flash Wolves. And I think that they are a team that just knows how to better play it, but they also have more plays in their book. So I think that it'll be interesting to see what they can learn, but I'm also really excited to see the rematch of them versus TSM, because in the best of 1 scenario, I think that some upsets could occur.
TSM does, of course, have the chance to adapt, but as we focus back in on this game, I want to take a chance to look at the mid game. So many kills going down for both sides, an absolutely bloody mid game, but definitely one that favored the GIGABYTE Marines. And just hard to pick a single replay here when there is so much action.
And again, so much of this, you get like 40% cooldown on Lissandra. Surprise Ultimate is available again, and SuperMassive, they're already so far behind for a lot of these kills that they're trying to just roll the dice, throw everything they can at getting 1 member. And unfortunately, the GIGABYTE Marines are just grouped together as 5, have so much crowd control and damage to come from the rest of this composition that kick maybe ends a fight if this game is even. You get, the damage down into the backline, he gets picked off, but this far behind, no real hope in rolling things back in their favor.
And also, this team is really good at team fight, right? Like, they're just good, without a shadow of a doubt. It comes back to their coordination and communication that we've been talking about, but if you track the target focus that they have in these really big, messy fights, they're actually all on the same page. When they suddenly go, okay, we're hitting Maokai now, they will literally all turn onto Maokai, and they will either be giving the shield onto your front line, or they will be CCing at the right time. Like, this team has the coordination, and that's I think, their biggest strength going into the main event.
I'm curious now, we talked a lot about the Lissandra, solid answer in this case to LeBlanc, good trading patterns that you mentioned earlier. Is this something we're going to see more as an answer to the pick? I know LeBlanc is kind of a hotly contested champion. People are frequently looking for these answers to shut her down. Is Lissandra something that we can expect to see more of?
I think it will depend on the individual. And I think it will depend on certain teams' play styles, because she's not the sort of champion that I think you can just blind pick into any mid laner right now. I think that she is very specific into assassins in particular. But you also need that additional damage we were talking about from the compositions as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think there is the risk if the game goes late, people start picking up damage. I mean, we saw Dumbledoge nearly having as much damage as the Lissandra, and the Lissandra was the one that was carrying. So, I mean, if that game hadn't ended swiftly, goes to 40 minutes, maybe you start not having quite so much impact with fewer and further between fights.
So definitely some potential weaknesses from that pick. Well, however, to hear more about GIGABYTE Marines' victory, let's send it over to Shox, who has an interview with their mid laner.
Thank you very much, guys. We are joined here by Optimus, or Optimus, from the GIGABYTE Marines after qualifying for the main event in Rio. So the first thing I have to ask, also seeing how you're wearing the flag, is how does it feel to be able to represent Vietnam and just as a team qualify for the main event?
Em có cảm giác như thế nào khi mà em đại diện đội Việt Nam lần đầu tiên vào được MSI?
Đầu tiên là cảm xúc cá nhân của em thì rất là vui, nhưng mà sau đó thì cả đội của tụi em đã đại diện được Việt Nam và bước được vào tới vòng MSI, thì em nghĩ rằng là có lẽ cảm giác đó nó một chút nào đó hưng phấn, bởi vì đây là lần đầu tiên mà chúng em bước vào một giải đấu mà nó là lớn nhất ở trong một giữa mùa giải, và vì vậy tụi em sẽ cảm thấy là nói chung là có một chút vui, nhưng mà bọn em vẫn chưa cảm thấy rằng là mình đã thể hiện đủ trong những trận đấu vừa qua.
Yeah, so personally, he feels really happy, but as a team, to represent Vietnam is like an honor, right? It's like it's the biggest tournament we've ever been to, so it means a lot to me. And then even then, we need to try even harder to prepare for the event.
Well, it seems to me also today that you guys obviously played very much to win, but after game one, you played more careful than normally. Is that maybe the series versus TSM that crept back in your heads, or what was the approach for the series today to make sure that you could definitely win it?
Thì cái trận đầu tiên của mình á, là mình đánh rất là mạnh, rất là sung. Nhưng mà trận thứ hai mình cảm giác như mình chậm lại, thứ ba chậm lại, thì có phải là tại vì mình học được những bài học từ TSM hay không?
Nếu mà nhìn kỹ hơn thì chúng ta có thể thấy rằng là cái trận 2 cả đội quýnh nó còn nhanh hơn và náo nhiệt hơn nữa, nhưng mà cái đội đã phải mắc một sai lầm rất là lớn, bởi vì đã lấn quá sâu và cũng như là đánh quá mạnh và điểm yếu nó lộ ra, thì sau đó cả đội đã rất là chú trọng lại, nên nên trận 3 chúng ta phải cẩn thận rất nhiều, không thể nào mà ẩu được, bởi vì chúng ta đã bị lộ điểm yếu và đối phương có thể dễ dàng bắt bài chúng ta, nên đã thay đổi là đánh sẽ cẩn thận hơn một chút.
Yeah, so actually in game 2 we fought even more aggressive than game 1, but because of that we exposed our weaknesses, and once that exposed, we have to like regroup and like calm down throughout the next 3 or 4 games.
You guys did really well, and if you take a look back at the tournament as a whole, you did fantastic against every opponent, and that means that a lot of people are having some expectations that you guys could really be an underdog to watch. So what are your own expectations, and what are the own goals of the GIGABYTE Marines at the main event in Rio?
Thì khi mình đến cái giải này là mình coi như là đánh bại tất cả các đội hiện tại giờ luôn. Thì cái mong đợi của em khi nào em vào MSI 9 như thế nào?
Nói lại là
cái mong đợi của em khi mà em vào MSI 9 như thế nào?
Đến với MSI lần này thì em nghĩ rằng là các đội khác họ sẽ rất là mạnh mẽ, và mục đích của tụi em là sẽ giành chiến thắng được một hoặc vài trận, nhưng mà em nghĩ rằng là cả đội sẽ tập trung vào việc học hỏi tất cả những gì mà những đội khác tập luyện và họ thể hiện cho với những trận đấu chính thức với mình.
Yeah, so all the team in MSI this year is very strong. We are hoping to get at least 1 or 2 games or a few more if possible, but then we will focus on, you know, learning the best out of the best.
I'm very much looking forward to seeing you guys playing in Rio. Congratulations again, Optimus. Fantastic run from the GIGABYTE Marines so far. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Shox. I agree. Just fantastic performances coming in from the GIGABYTE Marines throughout the entirety of this tournament. And we were surprised at first when they came through in Group B. We were surprised when they took TSM to 5 games. And now I think finally we can say no surprise at least for Vedius, that they managed to take this one.
You win some, you lose some. But I am so excited to see Optimus stack up against these world-renowned mid laners that will be coming to the competition. Faker, Bjergsen, Maple, Shie, Perks, like so many talented individuals that Optimus gets to test this stuff against, and I think it's going to be really fun to see what he can learn.
Sadly, you got to stop at the first name you said on the list and say Faker, and then everybody else is maybe a small step at least.
Probably should have ended on Faker.
Yeah, I'm like, I want to see Faker.
The best mid laner in the world and some other guys. Admittedly, they're all, of course, very talented.
Yeah.
But.
You are right. Those matchups are going to be explosive, though. I think there are some real standouts there. And then, hell, maybe if somebody can take Faker to the limit.
Well, the big thing for me is the fact that even if he isn't able to, he's going to learn a lot, right? The fact that he's able to represent his region at such a big event, the fact that they've grown so much as a team, it's just been really exciting to watch. And we know that the region itself had a great performance at All-Stars, or the Wildcard All-Stars last year, and now they get to represent the region once more. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how well their style stacks up to that of the other region.
Yeah, well, speaking of things that are exciting to watch, you guys at home have been calling out your favorite highlights from the week using hashtag MSI2017, and now we'd like to recap some of the big plays you called out, brought to you by our friends from Acer. First, we have at RTS Geonautic calling out TSM's heroic Dragon Steal against the GIGABYTE Marines. The hero play from Svenskeren and Hanser probably just won that game straight up, and it definitely helped out. Let's check it out.
This is the fight. That's what happens when you have teams playing it so safely, though, not wanting to do anything for a while. The next fight that does break out always ends up going completely crazy. As TSM goes away, Svenskeren flashes. Oh my God! Oh man, he actually goes in for the fight and he gets everything done. Hanser now coming in from behind on top of Levi, cuts him down, make it even more, sings sayonara as Optimus cannot do anything. A double kill for Bjerg and 4 dead bodies on the side of the GIGABYTE Marine.
This is fine first. This is the fight. I'm TPing. I'm TPing mine. I'm TPing mine. I'm going around. I'm going around. I can't flash in like that. Nice. Kite down. Go. Yeah, I'm fighting from try. 5 seconds. Good fight. It's a good fight.
I got Graves.
I'm a fist.
I got Fist.
Okay. Go back.
Let's go.
Nice.
All right, the thing I love most about that is we heard Bjergsen say it in the interview, and now we got to hear it on the comms as well, is literally all Svenskeren says to start that series. He's like, I'm Steel. We're going. It's just like, I'm going to TP. Yeah, I'm going to take it. It's going to be mine.
I don't know when the last time you saw a jungler blind flash in to steal a dragon. That is incredible. Just the fact that he even gets that at that point and then realize he's got to stand around waiting for the TP to complete. I want to see a little picture of Captain Flowers in that because he was going off.
Yeah, like in the cast, me and Flowers looked at each other like, what? What is he doing? And then we saw the TP as well. It was like, oh, they're doing a thing. Like, and it was a great play.
I love your Captain Flowers impression. Great.
It was fun.
Yeah, solid play. Probably won them the series, I think it's safe to say, or at least was the turning point in that game. However, not the only play to happen this weekend. At 1B7 highlighted Kars' mechanics on the Blind Monk. Jesus, the Kars' Lee Sin 3-man kick. It's smooth, it's fresh, it's clean, whatever you want to call it. Let's take a look at it.
Those will slow up Betty. Uses the heal nice and early. Smokescreen gets flashed away. Still chasing them down. Puts so much damage to the sword out despite the exhaust coming down. He's a man possessed. Has to flash away.
Oh, triple kick! Side on into 3 people. That's going to continue hunting them down. SuperMassive get the first kill in this skirmish, but Flash Wolves respond with 3 kills for themselves.
Storm Age drops low. Flash comes out in respect. Beautiful kick out of Casa, but ignited. Everybody from SuperMassive just turns their focus down on Casa.
It's a sweet moment, because you die there, and yes, that sucks, but I just imagine, I don't know if players are actually allowed to stand up out of their chairs and like wait for coverage.
Yeah,
the play continues, and you're just like, please, where are the prizes? Like, because he earned it. Like, that play right there, I think, was the moment where we're like, oh, we're now reminded how good Karsa is as a player.
It's that hilarious moment where we were on the analyst desk and we were looking like, oh, of course, because he would pick the God Fist Lee Sin skin, and then you see
little arrogant, aren't we?
And then he gets the kick and you're like, Okay, you can wear that skin, that's fine.
I think my favorite thing is there was a couple of things, like that time the Sonic Wave didn't hit because it gets flashed out of it.
Yeah.
That happened a couple of times and Kaz is like, I don't care. Most people would just be like, I'm not going in. Kaz is like, I have flash. That means I'm going aggressive.
I can kick you.
Yeah. he outplays people with like missing the first skill than a lot of Lee Sins you see in competitive play do with everything.
I mean, he just goes in. You know, like you have to respect that, right? Because there's a lot of players, we saw it even earlier today, where teams were going in without their cooldowns. Car's like, he can go in without cooldowns. He has earned that right. It looks good when he does it. Of course, interesting though how the tournament has unfolded. We did start with 10 teams starting out in Sao Paulo to fight for the 3 remaining spots in the MSI groups, and after a hard-fought 2 weeks, Flash Wolves, TSM, and now GIGABYTE Marines have booked their trip to Rio de Janeiro, and the group stage will be starting May 10th with the EULCS going against the reigning world champion SKT. Personally, I think that matchup is really excited. We have the EU representatives here, but also after today, we have to be especially excited for Game 3. GIGABYTE Marines, TSM, the rematch. NA has to be a little bit uncomfortable with that one, I imagine.
Ooh, this is gonna be a good event. I'm really looking excited. This is gonna be so much fun. I can't wait. I want to see G2 reclaim their fame. You know, there was a lot of expectations from the last split, and then they weren't able to quite live up to that.
What?
And I know that they've been in Rio for a while already, preparing for the event, so I think that they're taking it extremely seriously. I know it's definitely not going to be in their favorites to be able to beat over SKT.
love this. Every time the EU people, where the G2 apologists, like, we swear, guys, this time it will be different.
But I mean, there's the saying, it's the only way from here is up, right? You face SKT first, which it's kind of almost a win-win. You either do great against SKT, which is, albeit not many people have done that in history, or you're like, okay, SKT, toughest opponents out of the way. What do we learn from that? We know G2 are scrimming there now already, have been out in Brazil for a while. So I think having SKT first is probably a nice little challenge to overcome.
I don't care, it will be fun. I just want to see good League of Legends, right?
Yeah.
If G2 lose, that's fine. As long as they lose playing their very best, that's what I want.
All right, well, one final question, guys, before we close it out for the day. Not going to get to see you guys at the main event. I want to know, who's your dark horse coming into this tournament? Obviously, SKT is up there. I'm going to say, actually, don't say G2, because you're not allowed to say G2.
Well, I think we're both going to say the same team. Do you want to say it first, or do you want?
Team WE. I mean, I wasn't actually... No, and also, it's difficult to estimate, right? Because I think that among the analysts, the current pecking order is that SKT are at the top. Flash Wolves are actually considered the second best team, and then it's kind of a fight between WE, G2, and TSM, and then with GIGABYTE Marines underneath. But I think that with the recent GIGABYTE Marines performance, especially against TSM, there are a few question marks as to whether or not TSM will be able to perform. How good will G2 and WE do? Because, like, internationally, China have often flopped, and then G2 have not had the best. So I think there are like a lot of questions.
Thaddeus, I agree there are a lot of question marks, which is why I asked you for your dark horse.
G2 are going to destroy everyone!
Okay, fine. G2 from Thaddeus, Stress.
I should have just gone with my option. The only reason you can even call them dark horses is because they had to play in to get there. Flash Wolves looked exceptionally strong. They looked great at IEM. I think they'll likely do a similar thing against G2 when they play him again. I think Flash Wolves are looking very dominant, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them matching up against SKT, but I still think SKT are the favorites.
We'll see how that group stage unfolds, but that's going to do it for us from here. So on behalf of myself, the casters, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you guys for watching, and we will see you in the group stage.
Welcome everybody to the final match of the MSI play-ins. We'll find out who's going to take this one. Will it be the GIGABYTE Marines, or will it be SuperMassive? Throws the barrel into the belly pop. It's Levi getting a collateral kill, and now the curtains are open. It's a double for the Graves. They got Slay. He's caught. He's going to have to flash away, but you can't dodge the knock-up here. Now GIGABYTE Marines a little bit low on the retreat past Dark.
They just can't kill anyone.
Give his life, but the SuperMassive don't have damage here. Levi got like nil with the collateral. SuperMassive are super dead. It looks like Stark's going to come back in, or is it SuperMassive tagging in with Fabulous and Double Doge? That's a triple kill for the Rumble. He pushed too far forward, but he gets a big barrel, looking for Sightknot, but Optimus is by himself as Fabulous picks up the GIGABYTE Marines jungler, and now the tables have turned. They're going to take down the rest of the opposition. Slay and Levi, last man standing as Stark comes back up, only to go back down. That's a double kill for Sightknot. And just like that, SuperMassive wipe out the GIGABYTE Marine. One more auto is all Stone Mage needed, but he can't find it. Fire down by Slay. Double Doge going down, and all 4 members of the GIGABYTE Marines staying alive. Naru going in, looking for Optimus, who goes golden. Unleashes the power for the the ace. It's game 4 between the GIGABYTE Marines and SuperMassive. Double doge going in, going too deep. Stomage follows. The shield is there. It's a double kill for Optimus. Slay looking to chase down, even taking tower shots. Levi getting a double kill as he flashes in for the collateral. GIGABYTE Marines want to end this right here, right now. GIGABYTE Marines, they stay true, they stay aggressive, and they punch their tickets over to Rio.